Hey guys, hope you are well. So, welcome to the Anime Fictions 2.0. This is the story about What If Dichotomy of Namikaze Naruto. Part 2. Hope you loved Part 1. You will love this What If. If you did, do subscribe for more awesome What If. Share with your friends and enjoy them. Check out the other videos I have created. Comment down your opinion. Share with your friends. So, without wasting any time, let's jump. Naruto and Kyuubi had passed through the barrier that the Master Security Seal had erected rather easily. All it did was elicit a slight tingling sensation on Naruto's upper back, nothing more. He didn't exactly want to find out, however, what would happen to someone who did not have permission when they tried to enter. Even to the untrained eye, there were traps abound, and seals lined the walls, infused with enough chakra to make even Naruto's own relatively untrained senses tingle with what he interpreted to be danger. His father had been in a hurry. That much was painfully obvious. Scrolls were strewn about as so much waste. Books thrown haphazardly on shelves, and various other repositories of information were simply sitting in the open with no real organization to them. If Naruto didn't know that it was impossible for anyone else to get down here, he would have thought that the basement had been ransacked. Naruto took in the scene with a slight frown. He had expected something simpler than this. And he had certainly not expected to have to clean up the place. With a hand seal, he created about 20 kage bunshin, setting them to the task of simply organizing the mess in front of him. He didn't have any illusions of being able to completely sort the cabal of paperwork in front of him. He tackled that particular challenge sometime later. The room's own design, however, was rather simple. The basement could be used as a meter for how large the house actually was. It was a circular room that stretched to a probable 100 meters diameter or so. The ceiling itself was probably 25 feet up from the base. The floor was simple smooth concrete and the ceiling looked as though there was only simple paneling keeping the rafters from showing. The ring's unbroken walls seemed to be paneled with the same material. The actual furniture in the room was as minimalist as the rest of the room. File cabinet structures lined the outside of the ring in a circle and there were simple fluorescent lights that illuminated the room in a blinding artificial glow. Naruto was broken from his musings as he came to the center of the room. On the floor was a seal. It was complex, various amounts of kanji coalescing into an octagon-like symbol, with a grid-like structure lining the inside. Naruto guessed that it was the Master Security Seal that Dichotomy had told him about. Sitting on top of this seal was a desk. About 50 feet long and about 15 feet wide. The whole configuration gave the room a very open feeling to it. Naruto's eyes took in the various scrolls that lay on the desk, finding scrolls for seals that Naruto had no comprehension of. Some of them had the kanji for forbidden on them, others simply had dangerous. Most were simply unmarked and looked almost as if they had been created on the spot. Naruto wondered, not for the first time, if his father was more of a genius than he gave him credit for. His eyes reached the center of the table and his breathing stopped. There lying in the middle of the table was a drawing of a seal that he had definitely seen before. Shiki Fuijin. But there was more than the Shiki Fuijin. What were all these other drawings? Naruto's gaze wandered to the label for the drawing, his breath once again becoming hitched. He took off his mask as if to get a better look. Finished Shiki Fuijin with supplementary seals for symbiosis complete. In a flash of inspiration, Naruto realized what this was. It was his seal. His seal array. What was on the paper in front of him was exactly what was on his stomach. This paper held the documentation to his seal. Naruto's eyes wandered over the paper in front of him, taking in every little detail. He noticed that every single seal was listed under the drawing, a description following shortly afterwards. His father may have been messy, but at the very least he was thorough. Kyuubi by this time had noticed the drawing as well and was poring over it with an intensity that Naruto had never quite seen on her face before. Her fingers traced certain seals, her eyes darted from place to place, and every once in a while, her eyes would widen almost imperceptibly before schooling themselves again. After some time, she spoke. Naruto. This is absolutely incredible. The implications. The usage. The application. All of the seals are perfectly melded with each other, no conflict. I've never seen anyone able to combine 70 seals together without conflict. Not even the greatest seal masters in Makai were this proficient. Naruto himself was awed at the respect and astonishment in Kyuubi's voice. For her to praise someone so openly was rare, or at least he assumed. Explain it to me. I want to know what we can do with this thing. Naruto had finally found his voice and he was not about to let an opportunity like this go to the wayside. Kyuubi simply gave him an incredulous look. I can't explain this. The seal itself is so complex as to be undecipherable. If not for the descriptions at the bottom, I would have no clue what any of these did. Naruto deflated slightly before realizing that at the very least, he should read the descriptions. Kyuubi beat him to it. The descriptions are rather straightforward. It lists the Shiki Fuijin over seal, the impression seal, and the suppression seals first, followed by interesting chakra flow seals. Naruto gave Kyuubi a puzzled look before she continued. Chakra flow seals, at least in this usage, are there for the explicit purpose of allowing my own chakra to be forced into yours. Consider it sort of a floodgate. The Shiki Fuijin is a dam of sorts, holding back my chakra. If I force my chakra out of the seal and into you, the chakra flow seals allow the chakra to be channeled into your own system correctly, as opposed to simply being used haphazardly and without purpose. Basically, it allows you to use my chakra more efficiently and with greater effectiveness. In this case, there are 15 of these seals placed on you. The more chakra flow seals you have, the more chakra you're able to take from me when you need it. Naruto nodded. Interestingly enough, he had understood that. Well, that takes care of 47 of the seals placed on you. 30 suppression, 15 chakra flow, the Shiki Fuijin, and the impression seal. After that comes the Shiki Fuijin backup seal. The one that I told you about that kills us both if the Shiki Fuijin dissipates, remember? Naruto nodded. He would very much like it if that seal were not on him. That makes 48. There's a seal that converts my chakra into a chakra that heals you innately. It's the whole reason why you heal as quickly as you do. There's the submission seal. That's the one that controls this collar around my neck. Kyuubi scowled and Naruto simply smirked. He thought it looked good on her. That makes 50. According to this, there are 18 different purification seals. Huh, so that's why you have so much chakra. She trailed off, as if thinking to herself. It took a nudge from Naruto to break her from her musings and actually explain what that meant. The purification seals. Well. Purify my chakra into a type that you can use. Basically, a small amount of my chakra is filtered through the purification seals at all times, and that chakra is then innately added to your own reserve. Your chakra coils are forced to expand, and your capacity grows. Although, that's only one use for the seals. The other use is actually the main reason why you have it, I'd assume. If your natural chakra reserve ever draws an empty, you'll end up refilling it much more quickly than a normal person would due to the purification seals on you. Not only would your natural processes be refilling your chakra reserves, but a small amount of my own chakra would be being converted to regular chakra and shoved into your coils that way. Whereas someone else may require a day or more to completely refill their own reserves, you'd only take a few hours at most. The best thing is I don't lose any chakra capacity due to the fact that it's taking chakra as opposed to actual power. Not like the suppression seals. Naruto simply smiled. So I basically never run out of chakra, is that it? Awesome. He rested his forearms on the table and gave an almost imperceptible smirk. So now all I have to worry about is chakra control. Kyuubi's own smirk widened slightly at this. Basically. Of course, you can still run out, but that's why you have my chakra reserve. She glanced at him slightly with an almost imperceptible smirk on her face. You do realize though that with your already gigantic reserves, learning chakra control is going to be exceedingly difficult. Naruto's smile faltered slightly at this before setting itself back into one of determination. It doesn't matter how difficult it is. What matters is that I am going to do it, regardless. Naruto set his gaze back on the drawing in front of Kyuubi, giving her an almost imperceptible cue to continue. She smirked wider. Of course he would do it. He was Naruto. She continued to pore over the descriptions. The last two seals are interesting. The first is a seal. Repellent. For lack of a better term. It prevents any other seals from being added to the Shiki Fuijin over seal, either deflecting them with my chakra or dissolving them after they've been put on. It prevents people from messing with the seal. Naruto nodded. The second. Kyuubi's eyes widened slightly before they schooled themselves again. Her face, however, betrayed them. On it, there was warmth and something almost kind. On her face. The second of the last two seems to be a gift from your mother, Naruto. It is a medical conversion seal. Naruto's own face showed confusion. The seal is one I've never actually seen before. It's ingenious though. Kyuubi saw that Naruto was even more confused than before and she realized, to her chagrin, that Naruto really had no idea how med nins actually healed people. She sighed. Medical ninja work on the premise of being able to use chakra to heal. This is done either by simple regeneration through cellular stimulation or through precise and thorough procedures with chakra scalpels and various other techniques. Either way, med nin need an intimate grasp of human anatomy and basic biology to perform their function, and the best med nin is able to cure even the most virulent of diseases and the most shattered of bodies with it. She saw comprehension dawn on Naruto's face and she continued. Normally, this would be fine. But to perform medical techniques, one must first be able to control a medical version of chakra. This is done by being able to change the very nature of your chakra into a form that stimulates regeneration and healing. To do this, normally, you'd need more chakra control than you are even able to possess. In fact, very few males have the ability to create medical chakra, as most males have too much chakra to control it enough to produce it. That's what this seal fixes. If you activate this seal while focusing chakra to your hand, the chakra will come out as healing chakra. The seal takes care of the conversion. It's truly a gift and it's absolutely brilliant. Naruto was deep in thought. This was all well and good, but how exactly was he supposed to activate this seal? Did he simply think of it and it activated, or is there something else? He decided that Kyuubi would probably have the answer. How exactly do I activate this seal? Almost as an afterthought, Naruto added, and how do you know so much about medical techniques? Kyuubi nodded, as if expecting the question. Nearest I can tell, you simply focus on trying to produce healing chakra, just as Mednin would, and the seal takes it from there. My guess is that you'll have to find a Mednin and ask them how to actually produce medical chakra. As soon as you find out, you should be able to simply do it without much hassle. Naruto nodded. He would have to ask the old man if he knew of anyone who would teach him about medical chakra. As to the question of how I know about medical techniques. Chakra-based medical treatment has been in use for hundreds upon hundreds of years. In fact, chakra-based medical techniques came before most jutsu were even created. It falls under the category of chakra manipulation and control. Both of which I am tremendously proficient in. Remember, I said that I didn't know jutsu, not that I didn't know chakra and the manipulation thereof. Naruto seemed to accept that answer and turned his gaze back to the seal drawing, as if trying to burn it into his memory. That makes 70 different seals, just as the Hokage said. Amazing. When he first said that there were 70 seals placed on you, I thought he was exaggerating. I guess he wasn't. Kyuubi looked odd as she continued to stare at the seal diagram in front of her. To her, it was a work of art. Naruto suddenly had an influx of data come into his mind and he noticed that his clones had just dispersed themselves after they completed their task. He looked around to find the scrolls, books, and other such things in neat and tidy piles. He even noticed that they had managed to sort them somewhat. Different category of jutsu were in different piles. It would certainly make things easier in the long run. My clones are done organizing all the jutsu. We should see what exactly we're up against here. Naruto desperately wanted to find out just what he could and couldn't learn. It was enough to drive him up the wall. She simply nodded and motioned Naruto to follow her. To be honest, I'm not very good with jutsu. Like I said, I never took any time to learn anything about them. I do know, however, that humans manipulate elemental chakra much differently than those of my kind do. To be honest, we'll have to ask someone. Perhaps your sensei or the Hokage about them. I seem to remember something about elemental affinity, but I don't remember enough to really describe it to you. Naruto shot Kyuubi a disappointed look before schooling his features into a deadpan rather quickly. If there was one thing he was good at, it was putting on a facade. Elemental jutsu are only one of many types you can learn though, I think. For instance, before you saw the seal, I was checking out a cabinet that was relatively undisturbed, full of jutsu that had no elemental affinity. There was also a book that I managed to snatch from one of your clones. She reached into her bust and pulled out a plain brown book that had the markings of being frequently used. Kyuubi never noticed the bright red hue that Naruto's face had taken after she pulled the book out. He was able to quash it rather quickly. Kyuubi handed him the book and for the first time, he saw the title. Sealing Techniques for Beginning Shinobi. Slightly confused, he opened the book to find that the pages were full of kanji and seal diagrams that he didn't understand at all. The pages were marked at certain points and the pages seemed to be dog-eared all over the place. It was easy to see that the book had gotten quite a bit of good use over the years. Interesting. If you're such a seal master, however, why do I need a book to teach me about them? Kyuubi gave him a dismissing wave and returned to gazing about the room. I could teach you about sealing, or you could have a cage bunch and read that thing and do something completely different. You have to learn to prioritize. Naruto sneered slightly at that, not willing to outwardly admit that she was right. After a few more moments of walking, they arrived at the cabinet Kyuubi had mentioned. Naruto noticed immediately that there was something different about it as compared to most of the other cabinets in the room. It had a spiral emblem embedded into the center and there was a strange-looking circular seal adorning the single opening lock. Kyuubi simply got a perceptive smile on her face. I see. Only those of a certain blood can open this thing. I guess this cabinet is full of the family jutsu. Naruto's head snapped to Kyuubi so quickly that she feared his head may twist off. This family jutsu. Blood. What? His disjointed sentence gave away his underlying astonishment, awe, anticipation, and anxiety. She couldn't help but giggle slightly. The seal on the cabinet is a blood seal. Simply bite your thumb as you do during the uchiha and smear some blood on it. It should unlock automatically. Naruto nodded, somewhat dumbfounded, and did as told. It snapped open with an audible click, and with a shaking hand, Naruto reached in and pulled out the oversized scroll contained therein. It took him a good 2 minutes to fully unravel the thing along the concrete floor, but once he did. Namikaze Family Techniques authored by Namikaze Minato. There are only 4 jutsu on this scroll. Naruto glanced at the unfurled scroll and noticed that there were only 4 jutsu described in the scroll itself. He noticed with a smile, however, that they were all either A or S class type jutsu. I guess my dad's philosophy was quality over quantity. These jutsu are advanced. Am I seeing this right, or do none of these require hand seals? He noticed just from a passing over of the jutsu in the scroll that he hadn't seen any lists of hand seals needed for the jutsu themselves. Kyuubi herself gave the scroll a once over and her eyes widened slightly. You're right. None of these require hand seals. In fact, all save for one are simple chakra manipulation and seal techniques. The 2A class don't require seals. They're simple chakra manipulation. The 2S classes require both seals and advanced chakra manipulation. Very interesting. She was poring over the jutsu as though to burn them into her own memory, and Naruto himself was nigh giddy at the prospect of learning 2A class jutsu and 2S class jutsu. His hopes were dimmed considerably though by the next statement. If I'm getting these correctly. It could take you years, even with the Kage Bunshin training method, to master these. The raw amount of chakra control, manipulation, and theory that these require. You could create 3,000 clones a day for the next year, and I doubt you'd learn the highest one on here. Kyuubi's outside expression was neutral, but inside she was smirking up a storm. If anything could motivate Naruto, it was being underestimated. It worked like a charm. Bullshit. Regardless of how hard they are, I'll master them much more quickly than you or anyone else thinks. His face was a mask of determination and guts, and she couldn't help but have a small smirk form on her lips watching him. There was no doubt in her mind that he would. He just needed to be motivated properly. We'll see. Don't go getting cocky, though. Even if by some chance you manage to master some of these jutsu more quickly than we think, they are tremendously hard to pull off. They're powerful, yes, but there are things you have to learn before you can even think of learning these. You have to drastically increase your control, you have to increase your speed, your strength, your physical toughness. Like I said before, you must learn the basics before you go off on a tangent to try to learn these jutsu. Remember too, that you're going to be learning a sword style and other various things during this time as well. Jutsu practice is going to take a time slot just as much as the other ones are. His determined look went unabated, slightly impressing Kyuubi. She had been trying her hardest to discourage him. But then again, she really shouldn't be surprised that it had the exact opposite effect. Hell, it had what she had been hoping for. He gave an almost dismissive wave to Kyuubi, earning him a somewhat irked glare. Basics and general improvement are great. But I will learn these jutsu and more. Remember, I can do more than one thing at a time. He almost smirked at that last part. His Kage Bunshin training method allowed him to multitask in the most extreme sense of the word. Kyuubi herself allowed a slight smile to creep onto her face. Good. I don't think you quite know what you're getting yourself into, though. At that, the Kyuubi gained a sadistic smile, and to Naruto's credit, he kept his only visible reaction to a gulp. Kyuubi decided that one last little bit of motivation was in order. If you pass your genin initiation test tomorrow, I will start to teach you the only technique on this scroll that I truly understand. But only if you pass. She watched as his face all but lit up and she couldn't suppress a grin. Deal. Just be ready to train when I get home tomorrow. He shot her his own grin, showing off his somewhat elongated incisors. Naruto then glanced at his watch, and with a start, he realized that they had been down here for almost 2.5 hours. If he wanted to be at the training ground on time tomorrow, he should really go to bed now. Kyuubi seemed to recognize the same thing. Right then. I'll clean up a bit down here, seeing as how I don't really need nearly as much sleep as you do. Naruto nodded and pounded his way up the stairs, getting the same tingling feeling when he passed through the barrier as he had before. Kyuubi simply smiled a genuine smile. This was going to be fun. She rolled up the namikaze scroll and put it back in the cabinet before moving to the other piles of scrolls and sorting them as well. Assuming the boy passed the next day, she would be teaching the one technique from the scroll that was right up her alley. It used chakra manipulation, control, and technique on an extremely high level, and those were the exact things that she excelled at. She closed another cabinet door with a click. She decided that the Rasengan truly would be a great jutsu to start off with. Naruto entered the master bedroom with slight trepidation. This would be his first time spending the night at his new home. He realized with a start. The fact that he really had a home only really hit him once he realized that he never had to go back to his apartment again. It was an odd feeling. He had never really had a true home before. He went about his nightly ritual with the same practiced ease as he usually did, however. There was a pair of pajamas that were quite too big for him in one of the dressers, but they fit with a little creative folding. The bed was freshly made, and just from giving it an experimental bounce, it seemed to be tremendously comfortable. He made his way into the master bathroom and he stopped short. It was incredible. White marble tile lined the room, and the bathroom itself was almost as large as his apartment. Just like everything else in the house. It was very brightly lit and there was gold trim on some of the fixtures. The shower was very large and the bath counterpart was just as big. The whole thing was just… well. It made him feel bad to have to do what one normally did in a bathroom. After finishing up, he made his way out to the bed and with an unceremonious plop, he landed on the goose-down mattress and let out an extremely contented sigh. He was home. He was home. And no one could take it away. It was only moments after that he fell into a blissful slumber. After what felt like only minutes, he awakened, but to a much different environment. He realized after a few moments that he was in his seal and there was an almost amused-looking Kyuubi standing right in front of him. It took him a few moments to realize what was going on. Wait. We're having lessons tonight, can't I even have one night of good sleep? He was whining, but he didn't care. Sleep was just too damn tempting. Kyuubi just smirked. But you seemed so enthusiastic about it only a day or so ago. But if you want, I can just cancel our little deal and not teach you anything. Kyuubi's smirk widened when that got the desired rise out of the boy standing in front of her. No. No. It's fine. We can do this. His face set itself into one of determination again and he promptly plopped himself down on one of the recliners. Kyuubi smiled again and walked over to a now almost full bookshelf and got out a book before tossing it to Naruto. He read the title. Beginning Anatomy. He almost gave her a scowl. If I'm just going to read a book, why don't I just get a Kage Bunshin to do it? Kyuubi matched his scowl rather well. Because, dimwit, you're going to follow along in that book while I explain it to you. That book is simply a representation of what I know. If you tried to read that book without me guiding you, it would be disjointed and completely ineffective. That book is simply an aid for you. I'm still going to be doing the majority of the teaching. Naruto almost looked sheepish before he gave Kyuubi a slight nod. She slid herself into the adjacent recliner to Naruto and they both took in the heat of the roaring fireplace in front of them for a few moments before Kyuubi turned to Naruto and signaled him to open his book. The first chapter will cover the integumentary system, or as you may call it, your skin. He had been awake all night. And yet he felt more rested than any day of his life before. It was quite the interesting feeling. He had spent roughly the equivalent of 24 hours in his seal studying basic human anatomy and just a hint of chemistry. After all, the body is made up of approximately 65% water. And water is a chemical. It was a bit of a stretch, but Kyuubi used it to segue rather well. Naruto took in his surroundings with a smile. He could get used to waking up in a room like this. He unceremoniously plopped his feet on the floor and went about his daily rituals with little hassle, noting that the lingering presence of Kyuubi was in the back of his mind. He surmised that she must be sleeping. After he had done what needed to be done in the bathroom, he got dressed in his clothes, strapped his sword to his belt, snapped his mask on, tied his forehead protector around his neck, and after grabbing a quick breakfast of cereal, someone had restocked the kitchen, he bounded off towards Training Ground 7. It was after a short trip that he arrived at the outskirts of the training ground. He noted with a bit of hesitancy that Sakura was the only other teammate of his currently there. If there was one thing he hated, it was an awkward situation. He realized with a start that even just 2 days ago, this wouldn't have been an awkward situation at all. Hell, he probably would have been shouting and running around with nigh boundless energy. He shuddered. He was beginning to understand why people had called him annoying. It was strange to Naruto, however, that he had managed to somehow instantaneously get over his crush on Haruno Sakura. It wasn't that he somehow hated her now. Far from it. He simply felt absolutely apathetic towards the whole situation. His feelings for the pink-haired girl were simply not there. Perhaps it was a function of his new persona, or maybe, just maybe, his old persona had used Sakura as a crutch of sorts. She was the one person that he could constantly derive attention from. He realized with a start that it was almost like a neglected puppy. You bark and annoy someone enough and you'll get attention. It may be bad attention, but it's still attention nonetheless. Naruto sported a slight frown. Was he really that starved for attention before? He was broken from his musings as he came upon a stump in the middle of the training grounds that Sakura was currently leaning on. Before he could mutter out a greeting, however, she beat him to it. Naruto. What's with the mask? And the sword? You just keep changing. Sakura's voice was almost awed and Naruto wondered briefly if perhaps she was herself a bit too used to him being annoying. Perhaps it was a two-way street. Maybe she derived confidence out of being able to feel superior to others. He realized with another start that perhaps he had been a crutch to her as well. The much-needed confidence boost. After all, everyone has to feel superior to someone. The mask is to cover my face. The sword is to cut things. He decided that brevity was the better part of valor. Sakura apparently disagreed. Baka, I know what a sword and mask are for. I was asking why you were wearing them. She seemed a bit peeved at his lack of prolix. She was going to have to get used to it. He punctuated his mood with a sigh before delivering his rebuttal. Sakura. I'm wearing the mask because my face is different than normal. I have the sword because it is an heirloom. I intend to learn to use it. He hoped beyond hope that explanation would satisfy her. She seemed confused for a moment before tapping her chin and thought. That's right. I never did find out why your face was different and stuff. She seemed to wince slightly. Then again, you didn't really want to tell me. Though you couldn't tell it, Naruto almost winced himself. He had been peeved to say the least the prior day. Sakura had been a tremendously convenient outlet for his pseudo-anger at the time. And he had used that to his full advantage. That's not to say that she hadn't deserved it. She was as annoying in her own way as Naruto used to be. Besides, it had shut her up rather effectively at the time. He remembered his revelation the previous day that being feared seemed to trump being loved. He may well have to put that theory to the test. Again. That's right. I do not really wish to talk about it, Sakura. I would appreciate it if you would drop it. He again decided to place his faith in brevity. This time at least, it seemed to work. I understand. I'm just curious, you know. She seemed as though she was going to say something else. But she caught herself short. He briefly wondered what exactly she had been meaning to say. Naruto simply nodded to Sakura and with an unceremonious plop, he rested himself on the ground. If his sensei's previous day's performance had been any indication, they may be in for quite a long wait. Luckily, Sasuke broke the monotony when he showed up about 15 minutes after Naruto arrived. It was a godsend. Any and all attention that Sakura might have been directing his way was immediately redirected toward Sasuke, and that was just perfectly fine in his opinion. The less attention that Sakura gave him, the better. Of course, Sasuke was now the one to comment on his new appearance. Again. Dope. What's with the mask and the sword? Naruto sighed. I'm wearing the mask because my face is different than normal. I have the sword because it is an heirloom. I intend to learn to use it. He repeated exactly what he said to Sakura. It was a good explanation. Sasuke seemed peeved for a moment, but his face quickly schooled itself into the mask of the uncaring brooder and he took up a space on the stump next to him. For a while, everything was quiet and Naruto was enjoying it. Of course, it did not last. Morning, Kit. I see you're sitting around doing nothing. Naruto's face contorted itself into an almost pout. He had hoped to have at least a little time to himself. It was not to be. You have some time before your sensei arrives, I imagine. If he was almost 3 hours late yesterday, he'll be just about that late today. Why don't I get you started on something I've been meaning to train you in? She sounded almost distracted, as though she was contemplating just exactly how to train Naruto in whatever she was meaning to train him in. Boy, find somewhere where you can summon me. This would be an opportune time to introduce me to your teammates. We did spend some of last night thinking up a backstory and fake name for me for a reason. After you summon me and introduce me, I can train you in something quickly. Naruto remembered that they had indeed diverted some of their training to thinking up a backstory and fake name, albeit unoriginal, for the Kyuubi to use when around his teammates. They had decided that she would become almost like that Akamaru dog is to Kiba. Even though she detested being referred to as a dog or even as a companion. It was all she could do. Naruto gave what amounted to a mental nod and with a bound, he leapt off into the trees, much to the bewilderment of his two teammates. After running for a bit, he settled down in a semi-sheltered area and performing the hand seals, he whispered, Kuchius no Jutsu Kyuubi no Kitsune. He felt the familiar tugging on the back of his mind and after siphoning some of Kyuubi's chakra to her, the smoke cleared to reveal a fox. That had been the other thing they decided. Around anyone other than those who knew who she was, she would have to use her fox form. It was more versatile in combat anyway. Her fox form outside of the seal was ordinary, for the most part. Her fur was a bright red, as opposed to a matte red of a regular fox, but other than that, she looked exactly as a small fox kid might. She even had just one regular bushy tail swinging behind her. Her eyes were different, of course. They were red and feral. But that was something they simply couldn't hide. All in all, no one would think her different than a regular fox unless they were to deliberately piss her off. In which case, she'd kick their ass. Or try to. Naruto, on the other hand, found it funny. One of the most powerful beings in existence looked like a cute little baby fox. Kyuubi of course, found it humiliating. She should be able to decimate entire cities with her tails, not be hugged to death by females who thought she might look cute. It was a cruel world. Lord, I hate this form. Try giving me more chakra, see what that does is. Kyuubi had explained to Naruto that her form outside of the seal was simply a chakra construct. It wouldn't be able to hold more chakra until Kyuubi herself got used to manipulating it properly. She wouldn't get a real body until she was able to manipulate enough chakra within herself to literally manufacture one using her own chakra. That could take months or even years. Naruto nodded, and with a slight mental push, he was able to give just a small amount more chakra to Kyuubi before he once again registered that she was full. It wasn't even enough to make Kyuubi grow, although her tail may have gotten slightly longer. Kyuubi gave what amounted to a scowl on her fox face. I'm going to have to get used to this later. I can't go around with just this much chakra. I'll be almost useless in combat. Naruto thought it over for a moment before shaking his head. I don't think so. For now, you're the perfect diversion. Not to mention the fact that you still have access to your killing intent, right? That can come in handy. Naruto watched as Kyuubi's little fox eyes widened just slightly before they schooled themselves. I suppose so. Nevertheless. I need to get used to this. She'd get no argument from Naruto about that. Naruto got ready to walk back to his teammates when he felt Kyuubi latch onto his leg, and with a deft leap, she threw herself on top of Naruto's shoulders, curling herself up inside the space between Naruto's forehead protector and his neck. She was surprisingly warm, and before Naruto could question her, she gave him an almost grunt in his mind. It's more comfortable up here. With that, she let her breathing slow and she relaxed tremendously. He let himself have a small smile. It was cute, in a way. He imagined that with her being as weak as she was, she may just be feeling a bit insecure. With an almost wry grin, he realized that she was using him like a security blanket. His grin widened. Kyuubi no Kitsune, using a security blanket. Hilarious, but cute. He walked back towards his teammates, and before he could even get within 5 meters of Sakura, she noticed the cute fox kid around his neck. Oh my god, how cute. Where did you get that thing? Can I hold it? Please. Naruto sighed again, and he noticed that Sasuke had done the same. Although he did look interested. She is named Vix. I found her abandoned a few days ago in the forest. No, you cannot hold her. Sakura put on a pouting expression and tried to look pitiful. She did a great job. Why not? She's just so cute. Her pouting expression was gone in an instant. She's a bit afraid of others. Maybe later. He turned his back to Sakura and leaned up against the stump, this time keeping Sasuke between himself and Sakura. Luckily, she let it drop. But he noticed that he was still getting glances and outright glares from Sakura and Sasuke respectively. He sighed once again. It had gone just about as well as he could have hoped, he guessed. Afraid? Me? That was the best excuse you could come up with. You make me out to be a coward. Naruto mentally gave a groan as he tried to get himself out of this rather troublesome situation. What was I supposed to say? If I had let her hold you, she would have squished you into oblivion. You know how females get about cute animals. He immediately regretted saying that. Kyuubi growled from her perch on his neck and her tail whapped on him on the back of the neck. I am not cute. I am the fearsome and powerful Kyuubi no Kitsune, and don't you forget it, damn it. Naruto couldn't help but stifle a slight laugh. Right, you're great and powerful and all that stuff. Now, can we please get to that thing you were going to teach me? His easy dismissal of her assertions as a great beast of power earned him another tail whap, but she had already conceded defeat. It sucked being cute. Insolent gaki. Anyway, what I'm going to teach you is relatively simple. It's the method by which to enhance your own senses by the use of chakra. Seeing as how you aren't a fox and you most certainly aren't going to be getting enhanced senses from me, we'll have to make do with you learning how to enhance your senses with chakra exercises. Naruto perked up somewhat. Kyuubi almost gave a snort. I thought that may interest you. The means by which to do it is relatively simple. You simply flow chakra to your nose, or your ears, or your eyes. Any sense that you want to enhance, you simply flow more chakra than usual to that particular organ, and in turn that chakra stimulates that organ to work more efficiently and powerfully. For example, focus some chakra to your nose. Not a lot, just a relatively small amount. Naruto gave what amounted to a mental nod, and while forming a ram seal, focused chakra to his nose. The results were immediate and overwhelming. He could immediately smell everything around him. From the smells of the forest surrounding them, to the insects that lived in the stump he was leaning on, to his teammates' choice of laundry detergent and shampoo. The senses all but overwhelmed him, and he quickly undid the ram seal, halting the flow of chakra to his nose. It took all of his willpower to keep from sneezing. Kyuubi on the other hand, was laughing with gusto. Her little fox form was giving off yips and growls that Naruto guessed were the physical equivalent of the laughing that he heard in his mind. He was so glad that he could be such excellent entertainment. Damn fox, that was. Damn. If it's always going to be like that, then I don't want enhanced senses. Man. This simply caused the Kyuubi to laugh even more, and after a few minutes of Naruto giving Kyuubi his best evil eye, she eventually quieted down enough to speak. That was hilarious. I haven't laughed that hard in ages. Oh man. Your chakra control sucks, kid. I told you to channel a little bit of chakra to your nose, and you go and channel enough chakra to your nose to produce a cage bunshin through your nostrils. She started laughing again and didn't stop until he bopped her on her little fox head. Kyuubi gave him a glare but settled down. Okay. We'll work on that later. You've got the basic concept down, but we need to work on your control so that you don't overload again. We can either work on our chakra control until your sensei gets here, or you can simply drift off. I'll vote for the drifting off part. I'm tired. She almost seemed to pout. He almost scoffed. They were switching roles so easily. We'll work on control. If it really is going to be another few hours until sensei arrives, I don't want to waste that time just sitting around. Besides, you don't have to do anything. After a few moments, he got a slight grunt from Kyuubi that she agreed. Very well. We'll start with something simple. Walk over to that tree and focus some chakra into your feet. I'll explain the rest of it in a minute. With that, she hopped off of Naruto and strode over to Sakura. Naruto was confused for a moment before shrugging and walking over to the tree. He looked back to Kyuubi to find that she was pawing at Sakura's feet. The girl picked her up while squealing kawaii, and within moments, Kyuubi had found a new perch. Naruto simply looked irked. Kyuubi gave him a deadpan expression. What? You're about to train, I need a perch that I can sleep on. This girl seems more than eager to accommodate me. This irked Naruto even further. Sleep? What are you, a cat? This got her attention. I am not a cat. I simply value my rest. Naruto gave her a look that clearly showed his amusement. Kyuubi just dismissed him. Right then. Humans have been doing this exercise for hundreds of years. You focus a small amount of chakra to your feet and you walk up the tree. The basic concept is that if you exude enough chakra from your feet, you'll stick to the tree. Too much and you'll repel, too little and you'll fall off. The process of trying to get just enough chakra to stick increases your overall chakra control by leaps and bounds and also gives you the useful ability to stick onto objects with chakra. Go on, try it. Naruto looked skeptical for a moment, but he did exactly as Kyuubi said. He focused a small amount of chakra to his feet and put his foot on the tree, followed by his other foot. He was amazed when he didn't fall off. He was able to take 3 full steps before he felt himself slip slightly and his feet met ground once again. He was astonished. He really could stick to surfaces using his chakra. He gave a mental beaming grin to the Kyuubi. This is great. Damn, why didn't they teach us this in the academy? He focused chakra to his feet and walked up the tree a few steps again before slipping and flipping down again. Kyuubi gave him what amounted to a foxy grin. Just keep doing that for a while and your chakra control will shoot up considerably. You might even want to create a few hundred cage bunshin to do it with you. Naruto nodded and with a hand seal, he shouted, Tajuu cage bunshin no jutsu. Immediately, the area was filled with a fine smoke before a small gale blew it away, astonishing his teammates. There in the clearing stood almost 300 cage bunshin. With a simple mental command from the original Naruto, each of them found a tree and started doing what he had been doing. Naruto was about to turn back around to face his own tree when he noticed the reactions of his teammates. Sakura's face was one of simple astonishment. Her jaw looked as though it was almost unhinged. Sasuke on the other hand looked as though he were about to blow a gasket. Undoubtedly, Naruto knowing a technique that he didn't know was some sort of blasphemy in his mind. Seeing that they were expecting some sort of an explanation, he sighed and tried to think something up. It came to him rather quickly. It was in a scroll that I found a few days ago. It wasn't really a lie. He had found the forbidden scroll of seals. He had simply found it in the Hokage tower after breaking in. Sakura looked somewhat satisfied by his answer, but Sasuke obviously didn't. Oi, dope. How were you able to create so many? His tone of voice was clipped. It sounded like a mix between being astonished and absolutely furious. Naruto simply scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I have an unnaturally large chakra capacity. It's one of the perks of being what I am. He regretted it as soon as it left his lips. Sasuke and Sakura's expressions both immediately turned curious, all traces of anger leaving Sasuke's face. Being what you are? What does that mean? Kyuubi groaned in his mind and Naruto almost smacked himself. He had gotten so used to talking about himself as a Jinchuriki over the past few days that it hadn't even registered to him that it most certainly wasn't common knowledge among those in the younger generation. And again, this could be an opportunity. Undoubtedly, he would be using her chakra at some point with his two teammates around. And he would have to have an explanation ready. If he could somehow come up with a viable explanation for having a secondary chakra now, then he wouldn't have to worry about using it later. Something clicked in Naruto's mind. And he had an explanation. I guess you could call it a bloodline. I have a secondary chakra source I can call upon at will to use if my regular chakra source becomes exhausted. Basically, I have an almost never-ending chakra supply. That's why I'm able to make as many Kage Bunshin as I do. I'm also the last of this bloodline of mine. The rest of my family died in the Kyuubi attack. He managed to punctuate the end of his explanation with a solemn tone of voice. If that didn't convince them, nothing would. It worked like a charm. Sakura had an almost pitying look on her face, and Sasuke. His visage was almost one of understanding. Naruto wasn't tremendously surprised. If anyone knew what losing family was like, it was him. Something else clicked and he almost stopped breathing. Family? Sasuke. Sasuke was family to Naruto. Naruto was blood related to Uchiha Sasuke. It had taken him this long to realize this. If anyone were able to see behind his mask, they would see an almost hopeful expression on the young boy's face. He had completely forgotten. He may not have any family alive on his father's side, but his mother had been an Uchiha. Sasuke was an Uchiha. He realized with a start that Sasuke may very well be the only blood relative he has alive in all of Konoha. He wasn't exactly sure if he liked that or not. His musings were brought to a halt as he heard Kyuubi trying to get a hold of him through their mental link. "Hey Naruto. You okay? You're feeling weird." Naruto's mood went from hopefully pensive to confused in an instant. "Feeling weird? How do I feel weird to you?" Kyuubi gave an almost relieved sigh. "There you are. You spaced off on me. Anyway. This link of ours. I sort of feel your emotion, at least to a certain extent. I can feel when you're angry, when you're anxious, when you're happy, sad, etc. You were feeling. I don't know, sort of a mix between sad, happy, hopeful and desperate. I just wanted to know if you were okay." Naruto almost smiled at the fact that Kyuubi cared about his well-being. Almost being the key word. "You mean, this whole time, you could feel what I felt, when were you planning on telling me about this?" He was a bit peeved at information being held from him. Kyuubi had the grace to act sheepish. "It wasn't terribly important. I figured I'd tell you when it was necessary. I did tell you, didn't I?" Naruto felt the urge to bop her again. "Not terribly important, she tells me. She has an empathetic link to me this whole time and it's not terribly important. Oi." Kyuubi simply glared at him while he glared at her. Re-establishing a much-needed normalcy. Naruto was the first to break the glare and with a slight nudge, remembered that he was supposed to be training chakra control. He turned back towards his tree and took a few steps before falling down again. He sighed. Thank God for Kage Bunshin, otherwise this would take forever. He was getting ready to take another trial run at the tree when he nearly tripped because of being interrupted. "Boy, dope. What are you and your clones doing running up trees like an idiot?" Sasuke sounded superior as always. But with a hint of true curiosity. Naruto decided to humor his possible cousin. Chakra control. Run up to any tree and focus a small amount of chakra to your feet. Too much and you'll repel from the tree and too little and you won't stick. Just the right amount and you'll stick to the thing. Helps out your chakra control and gives you the pretty cool ability to stick to surfaces with chakra. Try it out. Naruto then turned around to the tree he was currently practicing on and gave it another test run. Sasuke on the other hand was perplexed. He had heard of being able to stick to surfaces with chakra, but he had never actually been shown the exercise to learn it. And here was the dope of his class simply trying it like it was nothing. Sasuke got slightly peeved. If the dope could try it, then by God, so could he. Sasuke ran up to a tree and doing as Naruto had said, he focused chakra to his feet. He gave the tree an experimental touch and then without further ado, proceeded to walk up a few steps before losing control and dropping down. With a visible scowl, he tried again and again and again until he finally figured out that this might not be as easy as he thought it was. Nevertheless, he continued, just as Naruto was. He would not be left behind. Naruto on the other hand, simply smirked. That's one of the other reasons Naruto thought Sasuke was an okay person. He took being a ninja seriously, unlike many. Naruto would freely admit. When he first signed up to be a ninja, he thought it was simply another job. Albeit a really cool one. As he learned more about what shinobi did, however, he began to realize that being a ninja was more than simply doing a job. It was fighting. It was pushing oneself to the limit and then beyond it. It was killing. It wasn't something to be taken lightly. That's one of the reasons, he surmised, that he didn't have much of a feeling for Sakura at the moment. She most certainly did not take the job of being a shinobi seriously. Her whole reason to be a shinobi was for the express purpose of being with Sasuke. And he realized with a frown that that might just one day get her killed. As he began running up the tree again, he looked over his shoulder to see that Sakura hadn't moved from the spot she was in. She had undoubtedly heard his explanation of the exercise. She was no more than a few feet away from Sasuke when he had explained it. She was simply sitting down, ogling Sasuke and absently petting Kyuubi. He frowned. This was an exercise that she should be learning just as much as he and Sasuke should be. He dropped down after another attempt and instead of running at the tree again, he turned toward Sakura. "Oi, Sakura. Aren't you going to try this exercise? Even though you're a kunoichi, you still need to work on chakra control." He had by this time walked up to within a few meters of Sakura and crossed his arms over his chest. She looked at him as though he had grown another head. "What, and waste my energy before the test? Whatever test Kakashi-sensei has planned for us, I want to be fresh for. Besides, I'm comfortable here." Naruto shook his head. If Kakashi-sensei's tardiness yesterday was any indication, he won't be here for another few hours. "Are you telling me that you're just going to spend hours sitting here because you're comfortable when you could instead be training?" Naruto hoped beyond hope that whatever small amount of faith he had in Sakura wasn't unfounded. Unfortunately, it was. Training before a physical test. That may be okay for you, but I'm not about to get sent back to the academy because I was stupid enough to waste my energy. She looked so sure in her assertion that Naruto just somehow knew that reasoning with her was a lost cause. He simply shrugged and walked back to his tree. He could almost feel Kyuubi mentally agreeing with him in his mind. A team was only as strong as their weakest member. And it was becoming painfully obvious who that was. It was times like this that he realized just how awesome his own chakra capacity was. It had been approximately 2.5 hours since Naruto had started his chakra control exercise, and while he and his clones had undoubtedly made progress, he wasn't even showing that he was winded. In fact, the only thing that showed he had even been training was the fact that he had a slight sheen of sweat covering his body. Sasuke, on the other hand, was almost wheezing with exertion. He had made great progress as well. He had made it almost halfway up the tree before he had to stop. Naruto too had made it halfway up the tree. But he had yet to dispel his cage bunshin. He had no doubt that when he did, he'd have the tree walking exercise down pat. He decided to do just that. With a half-ram seal, he sent a pulse of chakra to his clones and with another puff of smoke over the area, his clones dispersed. And Naruto all but collapsed. The influx of information was incredible. His mind felt as though it was under tremendous pressure. He suddenly just understood how to walk up a tree with chakra. It was as if he had been doing it for a month. And ostensibly he had. With his cage bunshin, he had logged close to 750 hours of training. Roughly equivalent to 31 days of training in a little under 2.5 hours. He marveled at the usefulness of cage bunshin. This had been his first real taste of how to train with them. And he loved it. Gathering himself, he ran at the tree he had just been practicing on and with little effort was able to scale the entire tree as if it were an everyday occurrence. He was able to jump on the branches, hang upside down, and even jump from tree to tree on the way up as if it were nothing. He couldn't help but let a wide smile creep onto his face. This was amazing. Unseen to Naruto, Sasuke had a wide scowl on his visage. After 2.5 hours of intense training that had left him everything but passed out, he had managed to make it only halfway up the tree. To him, this had been fine. Naruto had only accomplished roughly the same. But when he saw the cage bunshin disperse and Naruto walk up the tree as if it were nothing, it pissed him off. What was Naruto doing so much differently than him that he could learn the entire exercise in the space it took Sasuke to simply get the hang of it? Naruto did notice, however, that Sasuke had virtually no chakra left. That much was evidenced through the fact that the breeding uchiha was barely able to move. He frowned. That most certainly wouldn't do. "Boy, Kyuubi. Is there any way that I can give Sasuke some of my chakra to fill him up? I mean, I have more than enough to give him a boost, right?" He didn't get an answer for a second, but then he felt the familiar stirring in the back of his mind that signified the Kyuubi coming too. "You're still almost full on chakra. So yeah, you do have enough. As to if you can give him any. I think so. My guess is that you simply flow a large amount of chakra through one of your hands directly into his chakra coils. The coils should absorb it readily." Naruto nodded and proceeded to make his way over to Sasuke. Sasuke noticed this and became confused. Was he coming over to gloat? Perhaps to shove it in his face that he was so much better than him. He scowled and readied a few choice retorts before he became even more confused. He was lifting up his shirt and placing his hand on his stomach. Truthfully, he wondered just what the fuck he was doing. What the fuck are you doing? Naruto had the nerve to chuckle. I'm giving you chakra. I still have enough left and you've worn yourself out. Just let me do this. Naruto proceeded to gain an aura of concentration and then Sasuke felt. He felt better. He felt energized, almost. He looked down at his stomach and found that Naruto's hand was glowing blue and he realized with a start that Naruto was flowing his own chakra into his coils. He could feel himself start to simply recover and after a few minutes, he was once again completely full of chakra as if he had never expended any at all. Naruto was breathing only slightly more hard than he had been before. He had misjudged Sasuke's chakra capacity pretty badly. It had taken a bit out of him to refill his raven-haired teammate, but he surmised that he would be completely full again soon enough. He still had at least half of his own chakra capacity full and he could already feel Kyuubi's chakra filtering into his own system at a steady pace. Sasuke sat up and simply stared at Naruto with a confused expression. Naruto had not only taught him a chakra exercise that very much helped his chakra control, but he had refilled his own reserves completely after he had worn himself out performing said exercise. Sasuke wasn't sure if he should be thanking his blonde-haired teammate or if he should be cursing the fact that Naruto was surpassing him. He defaulted to the former. Thanks. His forte wasn't verbosity. You're welcome. Neither was Naruto's, apparently. Naruto offered a hand to Sasuke and with a slight scowl, Sasuke allowed himself to be helped up. He may be full on chakra, but his body was still worn out. The two calmly walked over to Sakura, who by now was openly gaping at the two. She had never seen Sasuke and Naruto actually get along together, let alone had she seen Naruto actually help Sasuke. And Sasuke had said thank you. She was almost wondering if perhaps Sasuke was closer to Naruto than he was to her. But quickly squashed that idea. Sasuke-kun was hers, and Sasuke just had yet to admit it to himself that he loved her unequivocally. All three were broken from their musings, however, as a poof sounded in front of them and their seemingly perpetually tardy sensei appeared from under a veil of smoke. Yo. You're late. Sasuke and Naruto both were rubbing their ears furiously at the outburst from the pink-haired banshee in front of them, but Kakashi seemed to simply be amused. Sorry I'm late, but a black cat crossed my path. His explanation continued, but Naruto tuned it out. Whatever it was obviously a lie. He would have to find out exactly what caused his sensei and honorary godfather of sorts to be late every day. He was broken from his musings on Kakashi's retardiness when he heard Sakura give another outburst of liar. He was forced to rub his ears once again. Kakashi just cleared his throat and produced 2 bells from his shuriken pouch. Right. Well, the test today is simple, I suppose. You 3 are to come at me and try to get these bells from me. Whoever manages to get one of these bells from me gets to eat lunch and passes the test. Whichever of you don't have to watch the others eat and get sent back to the academy. Sakura and Sasuke's stomachs grumbled while Naruto's own was completely silent. It wasn't that he had been smart enough to realize that Kakashi had been lying. More that it was simply that he had forgotten completely that Kakashi had said not to eat. At that very moment, he was glad. Sakura was the one to ask the obvious. But sensei, there are only 2 bells. That means that one of us will automatically fail. She was almost pouting. Naruto would be pouting too if he were as weak as Sakura. Kakashi simply shrugged and clipped the bells to his waist. Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, when I say start, you are to use everything in your arsenal to try to get one of these bells. You can use shuriken, kunai. Whatever you feel is necessary. If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you'll never pass this test. This got an almost shocked look from the 3 genin before they set themselves to a determined demeanor. Even Sakura seemed to be determined to pass. Even though it was probably more to do with Sasuke than it was with her. Naruto's own stance showed determination, but his mind held confusion. What was the point of putting people into 3-person teams if individual skill determined whether you would be sent back to the academy? Furthermore, did Kakashi really expect a genin to be able to beat a jounin? Perhaps he would be holding back considerably. Or maybe. There had to be something else. There was something else going on here. Too much of this simply didn't add up. Naruto put his mind to work on figuring out just what exactly was going on. He was broken from his thoughts on the true purpose of the test by Kyuubi jumping back onto his shoulders and once again curling up around his neck. This drew an almost startled glance from Kakashi before it became one of almost amusement. Perhaps he found the idea of the great Kyuubi no Kitsune being a simple cute fox kid amusing. Naruto sure as hell did. Naruto's own amused expression was soured by Kakashi's next directive. Oh. And no summoning. This is a test for the 3 of you, not your summons. Naruto shot Kakashi a glare. Truthfully, he hadn't even entertained the idea of calling out a summon here. It would have caused a bit too much of a commotion. The idea that he wasn't allowed to, however, peeved him to no end. Sasuke and Sakura however just started at Kakashi as though he had suddenly put on a pink tutu. Summoning. They were genin for Kami's sake. Did Kakashi really expect them to summon? Sakura was simply baffled, but Sasuke was also thinking that perhaps that was aimed not at them, but at Naruto. It wouldn't really surprise him if the dope had yet another trump card hidden up his sleeve. Or lack thereof. All three were broken from their thoughts as Kakashi smiled and with an unceremonious gesture, he shouted, "Start." In a blur, Sasuke and Sakura took to the trees, attempting to find a good hiding spot to strike from. Kakashi commended them on their stealth and speed. Before he realized that Naruto had not been among them. He turned his head to find Naruto still leaning on the stump, giving him an obvious perplexed stare. If anyone could see beyond a real mask, it was Kakashi. Kakashi's musings over Naruto were broken as he spoke. "Kakashi-sensei. Something doesn't add up here. What's really going on?" Kakashi almost beamed. Truthfully, he had expected maybe Sakura or even Sasuke to grasp the concept. But for Naruto to grasp it meant that he truly had matured and gotten smarter over the last few days. Even if he was forced to send Sasuke and Sakura back to the academy, he resolved himself to teach Naruto. If for no other reason than he owed his sensei. Instead of giving a verbal response, he reached into his shuriken pouch. Naruto tensed, unconsciously reaching for his own kunai. The situation was tense for a few moments before Naruto almost face-faulted. Kakashi had pulled his orange book out of its resting spot and was currently reading it while giggling without reservation. Realizing that he wasn't going to get any straight answers out of their silver-haired Jounin sensei, he finally leapt into the foliage, again trying to figure out what was going on. Something wasn't right here. That much was obvious. Sasuke was currently sitting in a tree, masking his chakra signature somewhat. Not that it mattered. This guy was a Jounin. If he wanted to find him, he doubted that there was anything he could do about it. That just added to his trepidation. They were being expected to beat a Jounin. Not only that, but they were expected to be able to not only beat a Jounin, but be able to take something from a Jounin. They were genin. Sasuke knew for a fact that his skills were good. He hadn't been named Rookie of the Year for nothing. But that didn't at all mean he was powerful enough to take on Kakashi. His thoughts were interrupted by a slight snapping sound below him, and with a swift kunai draw, Sasuke leapt down from his perch to attack whoever was below him. Luckily or unluckily, he missed with his initial strike to find that instead of Kakashi, it was Naruto. He was currently gazing upon Sasuke from behind his mask. Sasuke suppressed an almost shudder. He never liked masks. They stood there for a moment, each debating the merits of attacking the other, when Naruto decided to break the stalemate with words instead of kunai. "Something's not right here. You figured that out, right?" Sasuke suppressed his surprise. He truly hadn't figured that the dope would figure it out. Instead, he nodded ever so slightly. He didn't have time for this. If Naruto wasn't going to attack, then Sasuke had to find another hiding spot quickly so he could attack Kakashi. Naruto seemed to give an almost relieved sigh. "I suggest we work together. There are two bells, and two of us. Working together, we can make sure that we both pass. Sakura might be left out, but she isn't really ready to be a ninja anyway." Sasuke suppressed his surprise once again. Work together? With him? Only a few days, he would have scoffed at the idea. But now. Naruto had created hundreds of solid bunshin. Not only that, but he had refilled Sasuke's own chakra capacity afterwards. He was obviously more powerful than he had let on in the academy. And couple that with the fact that he apparently had some sort of bloodline. Perhaps the dope would be a useful asset after all. Then again, Sasuke had never been very good at working with others. His entire fighting style was centered on himself. Working another person into that equation. He wasn't sure what it would do. It would either completely mess up or they would completely overwhelm Kakashi. Truthfully, it was a lose-lose situation. If he didn't team up with Naruto, he knew that he had no chance against Kakashi. If he did team up with Naruto, they still probably had no chance against Kakashi. Even if they were to somehow get Sakura in the equation, they still didn't really have a chance in hell. But it was a foregone conclusion that if Sasuke were to pair up with Naruto, he had a better chance. "Fine. Just don't get in my way." Naruto seemed to relax somewhat before he glanced back towards the clearing that Kakashi was currently reading in. "I think I have a plan." Sakura was, at the moment, cursing the fact that she hadn't taken her actual training more seriously. This test was something that she knew she had no chance with. While her book smarts and overall test scores were almost top of their class, her own true shinobi training was lacking, to say the least. She knew the 3 academy jutsu. And that was it. She knew how to throw kunai and shuriken, and she had the basic academy jutsu style down rather well. But without any real physical strength behind them, they were akin to throwing a pebble at a boulder. It didn't do a damn thing. Sasuke's taijutsu and other skills, on the other hand, were incredible. His taijutsu was top of their class, his shuriken and kunai throwing were unparalleled, and she knew from various times that she had observed him training that he knew at least one rudimentary fire jutsu. If anyone stood even a small chance against Kakashi-sensei, it was him. Naruto. Before, she had assumed that Naruto was absolutely the worst ninja she had ever seen. He had no book smarts, his kunai and shuriken throwing was simply adequate, and he didn't even know one of the 3 academy jutsu. His taijutsu style was near non-existent. It simply consisted of haphazard punches and brawling, with no real thought as to style or planning. She had been beyond surprised when he had actually managed to get a forehead protector. And absolutely astounded at his seeming overnight change from a horribly annoying pseudo-ninja to a calm calculating almost hot ninja. It was a change that wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. But she had never really imagined that he had it within him to be a good ninja. Then she had seen him produce almost 300 solid cage bunshin this morning. And not only that, but he had in the few hours between them showing up and Kakashi showing up, seemingly mastered a chakra control exercise that Sasuke himself was having trouble with. As if that weren't enough, he apparently had some sort of bloodline that gave him near infinite chakra. It had become obvious to Sakura that Naruto had easily surpassed her as a ninja. She wouldn't admit to herself that he had probably done so quite some time ago. She let forth a sigh. There were 2 bells. 2 chances at actually passing the exam. Sasuke had the best chance to get one. Naruto probably had at least a passing chance. And she had virtually no chance. She would get sent back to the academy and lose her chance to be on a team with Sasuke-kun forever. She contemplated simply going home and reporting to the academy tomorrow. Before she could make any life-altering decisions, however, she sensed a presence behind her. Whirling around with kunai already in hand, she took up a defensive stance. Her eyes widened when she saw who it was, and then she saw no more. Sasuke and Naruto had seen Kakashi move from his position near the stump and had summarily abandoned their plan. It had revolved around the concept that Kakashi wouldn't actively seek them out. That concept was broken rather loudly as they heard a scream from Sakura somewhere deeper in the forest. Their plan still had a chance, though. All they had to do was somehow draw Kakashi back into the clearing enough so that they could put it into action. It was risky. But it was really the only chance they had. With a nod to each other, they set out towards the spot that they had heard Sakura scream from. It didn't take them long to arrive, but when they did, they found no trace of Kakashi or Sakura. The only thing that gave away that this spot had even been occupied was the fact that the leaves were displaced and there was a broken twig on the ground. Naruto figured that he had to chance it. If they were to find Kakashi, they needed some way to track him. Forming another half-ram seal, he focused chakra to his ears and nose this time, hoping that his chakra control had increased enough that he didn't overload himself. For the most part, it worked. He suddenly became aware of all the minute sounds around him and his sense of smell perked up considerably. It wasn't nearly as powerful as it was before. But Naruto was thankful for that. He wasn't entirely sure that he would have been able to take such a drastic increase in sensory perception so easily. He closed his eyes and concentrated as he tried to find anything that gave away Kakashi's position. He could smell the forest around him, Sasuke beside him, and even the residue of Sakura from the place where she had been. He could hear termites in some of the wood to his left, and all of the little sounds that one doesn't usually hear in the forest became alive to him as much as they might be to a wild animal. Then he found something. It was faint, but it was definitely something that didn't belong. The smell was suppressed. That much he could make out rather easily. What he heard, however, was different. It was giggling. The same perverted giggling that he had heard before when the pervert had been reading his perverted novel. With a sour expression, he released the chakra flow to his ears and nose, and with a simple gesture of the head, he motioned Sasuke to follow him. After a few more minutes of hopping from tree to tree, they came upon Kakashi sitting in another clearing, leaning against a tree and reading his book. Naruto couldn't be sure if they had been spotted. But they assumed they had. Kakashi was a jounin. Even if they hid themselves underground, chances were that he would find them. The clearing he was in seemed to be rather opportune. It would work rather well for the plan they had in mind. With a nod to Sasuke, Naruto bounded off into the treetops while Sasuke made his way towards Kakashi. Their plan only had one real shot of working, and they had to make this count. Sakura's ability to read Genjutsu had been pitiful, he decided. It had been a rather weak Genjutsu. It showed Sasuke broken, bloody and mutilated to the point of near death, and Sakura had fallen for it hook, line and sinker. He hadn't even needed to knock her out, she simply fainted from shock. It was a dreadful performance, to be sure. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a small amount of movement and he immediately sensed that Sasuke and Naruto were above him somewhere. He nearly smiled. They didn't get the entire meaning of the exercise, but at the very least they were willing to work together to a common goal. He took his focus off of the book and got into a somewhat ready state of mind. Fighting off both of them just might require him to actually stow his book. In a flash, Sasuke was upon him. With a deft flying kick, he attempted to nail Kakashi in the chest, however he simply sidestepped and just as deftly dodged. Sasuke. Sasuke pivoted on his left foot and attempted to hit Kakashi with a roundhouse that would have knocked him out, but again, Kakashi simply dodged. This, of course, pissed Sasuke off. He swung out his right arm and found it blocked by Kakashi's open palm. His left arm tried the same, only to be blocked by Kakashi's other palm. Sasuke noticed that at the very least, he had made him put away that book of his. He almost smirked. Sasuke twisted his body in mid-motion and threw his weight behind a kick aimed at Kakashi's midsection. The older nin twisted his palms out of the way and with a crossing motion, blocked Sasuke's kick rather easily. Sasuke saw his chance. With another twisting motion, he brought his right hand out to Kakashi's waist and stretched his middle finger out to try to grab one of the bells. Unfortunately for him, Kakashi saw this motion and with a burst of chakra to his legs, he flew backwards out of the raven-haired nin's grasp. Kakashi nearly smiled. Sasuke was good. His taijutsu was superb. Enough to warrant him to put his book away. This kid was certainly something else. I will acknowledge that you're different from the others. But you're still not good enough to get a bell from me. Maybe you should try again next year. Kakashi loved taunting. Sasuke took the bait predictably, although Kakashi was now wondering if perhaps he shouldn't have egged him on. With hand seals that Kakashi intimately recognized, Sasuke ended with a tiger seal and somehow shouted even while his mouth was occupied, Kaiten Gakakyu no Jutsu. Kakashi's eyes widened and he disappeared from everyone's view as Sasuke's fireball descended upon him. After a few seconds of the searing red-hot flame burning the spot where Kakashi had stood, it burnt out and Sasuke looked on astonished as Kakashi simply wasn't there. Sasuke began feverishly looking around, attempting to find the silver-haired nin anywhere before he felt something stir beneath him. In a flash, Sasuke realized where Kakashi was. But not quickly enough. Oten Shinju Uzanshu no Jutsu. Kakashi grabbed both of Sasuke's feet and with a deft pull, dragged him underground, leaving naught but his head exposed. Sasuke's expression wore a deep scowl and Kakashi simply looked as he always did. That is, until Sasuke popped out of existence. Sasuke. The real Sasuke appeared out of the trees, aiming a flying kick for Kakashi once again. But this time, he was flanked by almost 50 different shadow clones, all of them hinged to look like Sasuke. Kakashi almost cursed. Sasuke had used Kawarimi with a shadow clone right before he had dragged him underground. It was a great strategy, and only by working with Naruto could Sasuke have ever pulled it off. Kakashi blocked Sasuke's kick with an arm and proceeded to take out a kunai. He was surrounded by over 50 different Kage Bunshin, Sasuke, and he didn't know where exactly Naruto was. It was a bad situation. 3 of the Kage Bunshin appeared on his left side, aiming to punch or kick him in different areas of his body. He swung his kunai in a backhanded grip towards them, feeling satisfied when he managed to make all 3 poof out of existence. However, as he had been doing that, 3 other Kage Bunshin from his right side had attacked in the same way. He pulled out another kunai, this time in his other hand, and swung it in the same fashion as he had the other. It passed right through them. They were regular Bunshin. Or rather, 2 of them were. He was off balance from having his attack overextended and the 3rd Bunshin managed to connect with Kakashi's upper shoulder, further throwing the Jounin off balance. He corrected easily and plunged the kunai into the Kage Bunshin's thigh before turning around to see Sasuke readying yet another Kaiten Jutsu. He made ready to push chakra to his legs to get out of the area when he noticed that he was weighted down. He looked down in horror to see that the Bunshin, or what he thought was a Bunshin that he had plunged his kunai into was the real Naruto. 6 other Kage Bunshin attached themselves to Kakashi as quickly as possible and suddenly he found himself all but trapped under the weight of over 7 different Narutos. The rest of the Kage Bunshin dispersed as Sasuke jumped up in the air and shouted, Kaiten Gakakyu no Jutsu. The fireball came hurtling down on Kakashi and he knew that the only way to stop it in time was with his own jutsu. Pushing chakra into his own limbs, he managed to overpower the Bunshin holding him down and after punching Naruto in the gut sending him flying the other direction, he made his hand seals and shouted his own jutsu. Suiten Sujin Heki. The wall of water materialized in front of Kakashi at the last possible moment, creating a rather loud hissing sound to emanate from the spot where the giant fireball had crashed into it. After the commotion died down, a mist settled over the area, obscuring everyone from vision. Kakashi was impressed. Not only had they teamed up to try to beat him, but they had made him actually use 2 ninjutsu. While they might not have gotten the bells. Kakashi froze as his hand glided over the area where his bells had been. Realization washed over him as he realized just when Naruto had taken the bells. He had allowed himself to underestimate both of them, and when he had stabbed Naruto in the thigh, thinking that it was a cage bunshin, he had let his guard down for just an instant. Long enough for Naruto to grab the bells and grab him around the waist to hold him in place so that Sasuke could nail him with a Gakakyu. It had been ingenious. And it had relied on the fact that Kakashi would underestimate their abilities. Under normal circumstances, a plan like that would have never worked on him. But he didn't believe that Sasuke could perform a fire jutsu. And he didn't know that Naruto had such a keen sense of timing. This time, he did smile. Naruto and Sasuke had at the very least earned the right to a second chance at it all. They hadn't fully grasped the true meaning of the test, but they had gotten very close. And they had gotten the bells. He had also noticed Sakura in the treetops. She would need to be adjusted before she could be a member of this team. He had just the idea of how to do that, while at the same time accomplishing getting the real idea across to Sasuke and Naruto. He smiled almost sadistically. With a loud ringing sound, the alarm clock in the middle of the area went off, and Kakashi got his book out of his shuriken pouch once again and sighed. It seemed as if he would actually be taking on a genin team this time. There went all his free time. Sakura didn't curse often, but this time, she figured, she could make an exception. She had been caught in a rudimentary genjutsu. She was smart enough to at least recognize that, but only after the fact. It hadn't lasted long. Only about 10 minutes passed before the genjutsu wore off. But it was enough to put her 10 minutes behind the others. Sakura sighed. She could feel 3 chakra presences in the brush and could hear just bits and pieces of a pitched battle that was going on. She assumed that Sasuke was the one battling her sensei. After all, if Naruto went up against Kakashi, it wouldn't be a battle so much as a slaughter. Naruto was probably hanging by his feet somewhere, simply observing. And she was just sitting on the ground doing nothing. She briefly entertained the idea of going to help Sasuke, but remembered that this was an individual exercise. Besides, if Sasuke managed to get the bells, who would he give the other one to, Naruto or her? It was a no-brainer, at least in her mind. Against her better judgment, however, she began to make her way towards the sounds of the battle. As she approached the clearing, she noticed that Naruto was indeed up in the trees, simply gazing upon the battle. But she noticed something else, too. There were a few dozen cage bunshin in the trees with him, all hinged to look like Sasuke. It was almost as if he was waiting for something. She drew the conclusion that Naruto was waiting until Sasuke got a bell and then attack him instead of Kakashi. The nerve. She would definitely have to do something about it. She hopped up the trees, gaining altitude until she was even with Naruto. Naruto. I can't believe you're going to attack Sasuke-kun. She was truly pissed. Naruto knew that he didn't have a chance against Sensei, so he would take the coward's way out and attack her Sasuke-kun. Inner Sakura was just dying to get out. Naruto on the other hand was confused and just a little peeved. He had absolutely no intentions of attacking Sasuke. And that little outburst from Sakura may just have given his position away. Sasuke's diversion may be for nothing. He decided that he needed to get rid of her. Sakura. I'm not going to attack Sasuke. Get out of here or be quiet, I don't care which. This plan has to work and you're being too loud. Naruto switched his gaze back to the fight occurring below them and noticed that Sasuke's Gakakyu had just burned out. It was almost time for them to go. Sakura, however, hadn't taken his advice. She was livid. Not only was Naruto lying about his intentions, but he had the gall to call her loud. Inner Sakura took hold, and with a piece of skewed logic, she moved to attack Naruto before he could mess up her Sasuke-kun's chances of being a ninja. She was caught from behind by what she assumed was a Sasuke clone. Where did she come from? She was puzzled for a moment. The clones wouldn't have to ask Naruto about that, right? Naruto seemed to sigh. I have no clue. She seems to think that I'm trying to attack you. Sakura blanched. This was Sasuke holding her. Sasuke simply scowled and unceremoniously threw Sakura off of the branch they were on. Sakura managed to land feet first, but she was now more confused than ever. With a start, she saw the Sasuke that was out fighting Kakashi poof out of existence, and the horde of Sasukes that resided in the tree branches took that moment to charge. Sakura realized in a flash of inspiration that Naruto and Sasuke were working together. Not only that, but she had just tried to attack Naruto. While Sasuke and Naruto were working together, she was working against them. It was almost enough to make Sakura tear up. Sasuke and Naruto would surely pass. Together, they would simply overwhelm Kakashi. And she would be left out. They worked as a team. And she simply wasn't part of that equation. She noticed that the battle had come to a close and there was a fine mist over the area. After a few more moments, the mist cleared, revealing Kakashi standing in the middle of the clearing, reading his book once again. And then it was all over when she heard the bell. She dropped her head and let a few tears fall. She didn't have any chance of being a ninja now. She would be sent back to the academy and she would lose her chance to be with Sasuke-kun forever. She suddenly felt a presence behind her and turned around to see Kakashi gazing at her with a deadpan expression. It seems as though you didn't manage to get a bell. You know what that means. Kakashi simply turned around and headed for the original clearing, a bleary-eyed Sakura trudging behind him. This day couldn't get any worse. Naruto watched with an almost satisfied smirk as Sakura was unceremoniously tied to the post. Their plan had worked almost perfectly. Save for the slight interruption and almost foiling of it by Sakura. Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit off. However, it wasn't that he felt bad for Sakura. At least, not that bad. He could imagine the pain of having to relive the academy, and that much made him feel at the very least somewhat empathetic towards the girl. But his mind was simply not clicking the way it was supposed to. He had never heard of two-man teams. Genin squads were made up of 3 genin and a jounin instructor. Or at least, that's what he'd read somewhere. The concept of a 2 genin and 1 instructor setup was never mentioned and he couldn't recall ever meeting one. Unless he were to come upon a team that had lost a member somewhere along the way. There was something else going on here and Naruto needed to find out what it was. His thoughts were interrupted by his sensei finishing his job of tying Sakura to the post and then summarily producing 2 bentos from somewhere. He didn't exactly want to inquire as to where. Kakashi redirected his gaze to Naruto and Sasuke and gave an eye smile. You two did excellently in getting the 2 bells from me. You showed great teamwork by working together. His eye smile changed however into a simple glare. Sakura, on the other hand, did not. You didn't give any thought to using teamwork even when you could have easily asked Naruto and Sasuke if you could help them. You even had the audacity to attack Naruto when you thought Sasuke was the target of Naruto's attack. You didn't even bother to find out. Teammates do not attack teammates, Sakura. If possible, Sakura's expression got even more sullen. Kakashi's eye smile returned quickly. There's no reason for any of you to return to the academy, however. At this, Sakura perked up considerably while Naruto and Sasuke shared a questioning glance. Kakashi paused for a moment before his eye smile got even more pronounced. Instead, you all should quit being ninja. His eye smile was gone. Naruto nearly face-faulted at hearing this outburst from Kakashi. Quit being ninja. Him and Sasuke had managed to get the requisite bells from their teacher. Kakashi had even complimented them on it. What exactly was going on? His answer came in the form of a rather ticked-off Kakashi. Sasuke, Naruto. Well, you got the closest to the true meaning of this test, you still managed to fail. You chose to work together and completely exclude your third teammate from the equation. You gave no thought to Sakura whatsoever. And Sakura refused to work with Naruto at all, preferring to try to gain favor with Sasuke. She even attacked Naruto when she believed that he was a hindrance to Sasuke. Because of all of that, none of you will pass. Sasuke was pissed and it showed when he blindly charged Kakashi. In a flash of motion, Kakashi had pinned him in a typical submission posture with a kunai to his neck. You 3 think that this is a game or something? You're ninja. You're going to be out on the field in life or death situations and you're going to have to rely on your teammates to help you or you're going to die. He held his kunai even closer to Sasuke's neck. What do you think the real purpose of this test was? Why do you think we were divided up into 3-man teams? Is it just because it makes it easier to send people back to the academy? No. It is because you are to learn what it really means to be a ninja. You 3 didn't get the true purpose of this test. He sent a particularly nasty glare at Sakura and Naruto. It finally clicked. Teamwork. Naruto managed to breathe it out, shocked that he hadn't seen it earlier. Sakura and Sasuke both turned to him, both with somewhat confused expressions on their face. This test. It was never meant to test our skills. No one expects a genin or even a few genin to beat a jounin in a fight. This test. The reason we're in 3-man teams. It's teamwork. We have to show teamwork to pass. Right, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi almost grinned. Exactly. Working together, you got the bells. But Sasuke, Naruto, neither of you gave any real thought to including Sakura, preferring to sacrifice her to achieve your mission. And Sakura, you didn't even give a passing thought to even trying to get a bell from me, nor did you even think about teaming up with the other 2, did you? She had the grace to look ashamed. Missions are life and death situations. For example. Sakura. Kill Naruto or Sasuke dies. All 3 prospective genin tensed visibly at that and Sakura even made a slight gesture to her kunai pouch before Kakashi released Sasuke and put away his own kunai rather slowly. That's the sort of thing that can happen on a mission. You need to be able to have actual teamwork to accomplish a mission rather than blithely ignoring it and sacrificing those on your team. Kakashi seemed to bore his gaze into all 3 genin before his expression softened slightly. I'll give you 3 a second chance. You'll have to get the bells from me again, but neither of you are to give Sakura any food, understood? If she eats anything, you're all disqualified. With that, he poofed out of existence, leaving 3 bewildered genin in his wake. Or rather, 2 bewildered genin. Naruto immediately understood what was going on. He knew Kakashi at least that much. With a gesture, he drew a kunai and cut Sakura down from the post, and with another gesture, his bento and utensils were in Sakura's lap. Sasuke seemed to catch on, offering a slight smirk. He too gave his bento to Sakura with a gesture and then leaned back against the log, awaiting what was to come. Sakura on the other hand, simply blanched. What? What are you two doing? You heard Kakashi-sensei. If I get any food. We all fail. She trailed off at the end, as if regretting her actions after the fact. Naruto simply smiled. Perhaps she had some hope after all. I'm not about to go barreling into a fight with Kakashi-sensei with a hungry and weakened teammate. Eat up. Sasuke still has plenty of energy left and I ate this morning by accident. Just eat up. I don't smell Kakashi anywhere nearby. It was a carefully placed lie. He hadn't even tried to smell him out. But he had an inkling that he'd be a bit better hidden than he was before. Sakura simply smiled a slight sad smile. Thank you. Both of you. I'm sorry. For how I acted out there. We'll work together this time, nah? She smiled at Naruto and Sasuke, who both smiled back. Naruto a bit more than Sasuke. As predicted, Kakashi took that moment to appear, spewing hellfire and brimstone, as if the apocalypse was upon them. You gave her food. What did I tell you about that? They flinched, more from the force he was using than the consequences. You know the consequences. You three. The sky cleared somehow, and Kakashi's expression changed immediately. Making Naruto wonder about any possible bipolar disease that his sensei may have. You 3 pass. Congratulations. Sasuke simply smirked, Naruto smiled widely, and only Sakura seemed surprised. But her brain seemed to kick in, and she finally realized just exactly what was going on. This earned Naruto a bop on the head. You planned this, didn't you? You didn't give me your bento because you wanted to, you did it because it would pass us. She shook her fist at Naruto before Naruto gave her a placating gesture, making both of them laugh somewhat. It was a good tension breaker. Because you put your teammates ahead of your own wants and needs, you 3 will become genin in Team 7. That's what it means to be a ninja. Kakashi trailed off before he turned to face the 3 genin. Kakashi simply smiled again, before his expression grew somewhat solemn. He walked over to a stone that sat near the edge of the training ground and kneeled next to it, staying silent for a moment before he spoke in a softer tone. The stone. This stone marks all of those who have given their lives in the service of the village. Quite a few of my friends' names are on this stone. And one friend in particular. He seemed to trail off and get an almost reminiscent look on his face. He told me something that to this day, I follow with all that I am. He told me, those who don't follow the rules are considered trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I refuse to teach a team that doesn't recognize this. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura's expressions dimmed somewhat at this, but all 3 recognized the importance of what he was saying. After a few more moments, Kakashi broke from his reverie and turned towards the 3 genin who were simply sitting there. Right. Tomorrow we start missions as Team 7. Be at the bridge just south of here at 8 o'clock sharp every morning. All 3 gave him a look that clearly told him to stick that where the sun didn't shine, but he just waved them off and with a poofing sound, disappeared from existence. The 3 new genin just sat there for a moment before Naruto smiled and stood up, noticing that throughout the entire ordeal, Kyuubi hadn't woken up at all. He almost bopped her on the head, but decided to let it go. She deserved her rest. Well, I'm off to train. I'll see you all tomorrow. Naruto threw a gesture to Sasuke and Sakura before putting his hands in his pockets and sauntering off. He was stopped by Sasuke. Wait. That training you did this morning. Who did you learn it from? Sasuke seemed a bit peeved that Naruto was obviously receiving special training of some sort. Naruto almost flinched. How was he supposed to answer that? He couldn't exactly tell them that a rampaging 9-tailed fox was stuck inside of him and now teaching him things. But he could tell them something about family. It was sufficiently vague. I found out about my family yesterday. I've been learning off of some of their scrolls. He again managed to punctuate it with a solemn tone. It worked like a charm. Again. Sasuke had another understanding look on his face and Sakura again looked at him with a pitying gaze. Naruto was forcibly reminded however about his plight regarding Sasuke. Sasuke was his family. And Sasuke was obviously suffering due to the fact that his only family was a mass-murdering nuke nin. Not to mention the fact that Sasuke may have valuable information regarding the Sharingan that Naruto would eventually need. And again, the Sharingan was something he really wouldn't have to worry about for a while. While he did have the ability to activate the bloodline limit, he hadn't yet. And until he did, he really didn't have any reason to worry about it. That just left him with the pseudo-moral quandary of telling Sasuke or not. And there were implications regarding that particular divulgence that he absolutely needed guidance on. In the end, he decided that he needed to talk to Kakashi or the Hokage. Or both. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Jana. With that, he proceeded to ninja run towards the Hokage tower as fast as his legs would carry him. Sasuke was slightly unnerved. Naruto had been staring at him after he had talked about his family. For almost a good 30 seconds. What the hell did that mean? He put that into the back of his head and proceeded to make his way to the Uchiha district. If the dope was training, then he would too. Ah, Kakashi, there you are. May I assume that you deprived yet another team of youthful youths from their pursuit of being a ninja? Oh joy. Guy was here too. Kakashi had expected Kurenai and Asuma to be here when he arrived. But he had never expected Guy of all people to be here. Unless he was here for some sort of a mission debriefing, he had no business actually being here when the newest Jounin senseis reported their team's successor failure. Of course, he couldn't let Guy know that. Did you say something? This got the requisite reaction out of the green beast as he began prancing around the room shouting something about being hip. He didn't really listen. That's not to say that he didn't take Guy seriously. The man was probably the most skilled and strong overall Jounin out of any of his peers, excluding himself. The man was an absolute monster when it came to hand-to-hand fighting, and his jutsu skills were incredible when he was actually forced to use them. Under the physical duress of opening the celestial gates, of course. If someone were ever to actually force his true opinion of the man out of him, it would be an absolutely glowing report, and Kakashi trusted the man implicitly. Overall, he was probably the closest thing he actually had to a friend. But he would never admit it. Not that he needed to. He and Guy had a thing. They understood each other almost perfectly. Guy understood that Kakashi was a deeply emotionally scarred man who read Uchiha Paradise for the express purpose of escaping reality, and Kakashi understood that Guy was one of the most goal-oriented, motivated, and serious people that lived when forced to be. His mask was simply to protect him emotionally. Guy's own past wasn't exactly peachy, either. He was broken from his musings on his strange friendship with the green spandex-wearing freak across the room when the Hokage opened his office door and strode in, giving Guy a look that clearly showed amusement as well as exasperation. His act could wear on the nerves sometimes. They were all broken from their thoughts as the Hokage sat down and motioned to Guy to turn in his mission report. Guy at that moment showed his serious-eyed, calmly walking over to the Hokage and handing in his report. With a nod to Kakashi, he simply disappeared from view. Pure speed, too. No poof, no jutsu. The Hokage glanced over the mission report, grimacing slightly over something that was particularly gruesome, Kakashi imagined. Guy got some of the toughest missions of any Jounin, and he had probably killed more men than even Kakashi had in his lifetime. Which was saying something. The Hokage put down the mission report and calmly took a puff on his pipe before motioning to his son Asuma. Somewhat unacknowledged as he was. To give his own report. Asuma took a puff on his own cigarette and calmly delivered it. Team 10 passes. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Chouji showed that they had ample skill and teamwork abilities to pass my test. They're not without their faults though. Ino is bossy, rude, and shows no real compunction to follow the lead of others, but when push comes to shove she does what's needed. She's mature for her age, no doubt about that. Shikamaru is almost her antithesis. Lazy, uncaring and no motivation whatsoever. But he's smart. Very smart. I'll probably end up giving him an impromptu IQ test later. But he can come up with strategies in a heartbeat that rival even the best Jounin strategists. Chouji. He follows Shikamaru with an almost blind loyalty. He's kind, generous, and well smart, is certainly no genius. He's as powerful as his father was at his age. With the right training, he could be absolutely incredible. Altogether, they make a good team. Just about as well as their parents, really. Asuma took another puff on his cigarette and the Hokage nodded to him. The new Inoshikacho lineup was almost a given to pass. It just remained to be seen if they really could live up to their parents' shadow. The Hokage took another puff on his pipe and motioned to Kurenai to begin. Teammate passes. Inyazuka Kiba, Abiram Shino and Hyuga Hinata passed my test with flying colors. Kiba is a bloward and has the beginnings of being a pervert. But he's strong, loyal to a fault, and shows that he does have a mature side when pressed. Shino is an enigma just as much as any Abiram is. He's good at what he does, uses logic to solve most problems, and works well in a team environment. Hinata has a definite confidence problem. She's adequate with her family to jutsu style and shows a basic proficiency with academy jutsu. But her lack of confidence or even motivation is a definite disadvantage of hers. Overall though, they work well as a team. They'll do. Kurenai threw a furtive glance towards Asuma and stepped back before the Hokage nodded to her as well and turned his gaze to Kakashi. Kurenai and Asuma did the same, but they both had an almost knowing look on their face. Kakashi hadn't passed a genin team for his entire tenure as a jounin outside of Anbu. And even though he had two of the village's most famous, or infamous, orphans on his team, it didn't guarantee at all that they would pass. Team 7 passes. Kurenai and Asuma both had shocked expressions on their face before they schooled themselves back into ones of simply amused surprise. This would be an interesting story. Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto showed that they can work in a team. If given the right incentive. Everyone noticed his stumbling over the Uzumaki in Naruto's name but paid it little heed. They'll need some work. The Uchiha is a brooder and relies mostly on himself for everything. But he has shown at least a bit of camaraderie with Naruto. Sakura fawns over Sasuke to a fault. And I'll need to break her of it. But she could be a good ninja if she tries. Naruto has immense potential for obvious and not so obvious reasons. And he has shown that he's matured considerably since gaining the title of genin. All three have their pros and cons. But they showed that they can meet the requirements to pass my test. The Hokage nodded, a knowing smile on his face. He was about to congratulate them and give them more detailed instructions when the door behind them burst open. Damn it, I don't care if I need an appointment, I will speak to the old man. If you want to stop me, call the damn Anbu or something. Kakashi almost grinned. It was definitely Naruto. The Hokage just shook his head and sighed. Naruto was still Naruto, despite his changes in the past 48 hours. It was almost refreshing and a bit comforting. He gestured to the almost exasperated Chunin that was desperately trying to stop Naruto from entering the office with his free hand, signaling to let the boy in. Whatever it was, he should just get it out of the way now, he supposed. Naruto-kun, what brings you here so soon after your genin test? Everyone in the room noticed the fox that was trailing after him extremely closely. It looked like it was scared out of its wits. It probably was. Naruto simply glanced at the occupants of the room and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. He hadn't meant to actually intrude on the old man. He just needed some clarification. Aji-san. I kind of need to ask some questions about some of the jutsu. In the basement. This immediately got the elderly Hokage's attention, as well as Kakashi's. Kurenai and Asuma just looked confused. Ah, I see Naruto. Kurenai-san, Asuma-san, if you'd be so kind as to give us a bit of privacy. Kurenai nodded to the Hokage, striding out the back door, while Asuma just stared at Naruto for a moment before shrugging his shoulders and poofing away. Naruto almost sighed. He was beginning to wonder if someone was going to ask him questions. He took a seat in front of the Hokage again, noting that Kakashi took up a position by the window. Aji-san. Well, I wanted to ask about elemental affinity. And also, about something to do with Sasuke. Kakashi looked mildly surprised, while the old man just chuckled. Elemental affinity, eh? I had figured as much. He took the pipe out of his mouth and pulled something out of a drawer of his desk. It was a simple square sheet of paper, no larger than a few inches in overall perimeter. He handed it to a confused Naruto before setting down his pipe. That sheet of paper tells people what their elemental affinities are. Elemental affinities are basically what different elements a particular ninja is able to wield the most effectively. For instance, I can wield all elements to some degree, but I have the most effectiveness with both fire and earth. Kakashi here can manipulate most elements to a certain extent, but he can wield lightning and water more effectively than others. Most people start out with 1 or 2 elemental affinities and end up with 3 or sometimes 4. Very, very rarely, someone has the ability to wield all 5. There hasn't been someone like that in hundreds of years, however. He noticed that Naruto had taken off his mask and had an almost half perplexed and half understanding look on his face. Sarutobi just chuckled. Naruto, channel some of your chakra into that piece of paper and we'll find out your elemental affinities. Depending on what the chakra does in relation to your chakra, we'll be able to tell. Naruto looked as though he understood that much, and as he closed his eyes, he directed chakra to his hand. Sarutobi and Kakashi looked both shocked and amused, at least somewhat. The aged Hokage almost laughed. Imagine, a genin having 3 elemental affinities. It was almost unheard of. The paper was split vertically down the middle, a sign that the boy could wield wind chakra. Not surprising, considering his father's own affinity for it. The top of the paper was also smoldering somewhat after having burned rather fiercely. His fire element came from the Uchiha, no doubt. His third affinity, however, was most perplexing. Neither of his parents had actually shown any real talent in earth element jutsu. How he had gained such affinity with it would take some investigating. Kakashi simply smiled. Wind and fire complemented each other tremendously well. Fire burned, wind severed, and both combined absolutely incinerated. Earth on the other hand was an affinity that only a few people in Konoha actually had. Then again, so was wind. To Kakashi's knowledge, the only person who was an active wind chakra user in Konoha was Sarutobi Asuma, the Hokage's son. He only knew of a scant few people who could use earth jutsu effectively. Himself being one of them, even if only somewhat. He had learned quite a few Doton jutsu in the war with stone during his youth. It seemed as though he had someone he could pass them on to. Sarutobi simply smiled. Wind to complement his close-range fighting, fire to make up his long-range fighting, and earth to protect. It was an absolutely perfect trifecta. Well, it seems as though you have talents with earth, wind and fire equally. That's extremely rare, you know. Naruto absolutely beamed. He had something else that was rare. Damn straight. Sarutobi just sighed. Well, that answers one question. You can come to us with help with jutsu and wetnet whenever you need, of course. Kakashi would probably be a better outlet for that than I would, however. Being that I'm constantly busy. He shot his paperwork a glare that would have melted titanium. But paperwork by its nature was immune. Kakashi simply nodded. I know a fair share of earth jutsu. And if I remember correctly, Asuma is a wind element user. You can ask almost any nin born in Konoha to teach you fire, though. It's our own element, after all. Naruto simply nodded. They did live in fire country. Sarutobi remembered that Naruto had had a second question when he initially came in and sobered somewhat thinking of it. It was a bit of a sensitive topic. Noticing the Hokage's change in demeanor, Naruto sobered somewhat as well. As for the Uchiha boy. The Hokage sighed. That's up to your discretion, Naruto. He is your blood family. But as you well know, there is more to family than blood relation. You will need access to some of the Uchiha scrolls at some point to learn more about your Sharingan, so it would probably behoove you to tell the boy at some point. Not to mention the fact that both of you are completely without family. It would probably do you both some good to know that you aren't alone in this world. The Hokage desperately wanted Naruto and Sasuke to become friends. Sasuke needed a friend and family. And Naruto needed them just as much. He wasn't going to force them, however. Naruto seemed to be pensive for a moment before his face hardened somewhat, but with a softer tinge to it. You're right. Family is more than just blood. But he is family. He sighed again, as if coming to some internal conclusion. I'll talk with him. Sometime. Probably soon, I guess. But I don't know if I want to tell him everything. You know. The Hokage nodded. He guessed that Naruto would be sensitive about revealing some of his secrets. Kakashi on the other hand simply put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and gave him another patented eye smile. You don't have to tell him what you don't want to, Naruto. I think though. That you underestimate some people. I don't think Sasuke would hold much of what you are against you. He may have a cold exterior. But he's just about as fragile as you are underneath the mask he's set up to the world. Give him a chance. That's all I'll ask of you. Naruto seemed to mull this for a moment before giving a soft nod in Kakashi's direction. Naruto would be the first to acknowledge to his closest friends that he had an emotional shell. It was an absolute necessity. Kakashi simply patted him on the shoulder and bowed slightly to the Hokage before poofing away. Naruto scowled again, once again resolving to learn that jutsu. He was about to say his own goodbyes to the Hokage before he was reminded by his other half that there was something else to learn as well. Remember to ask him about the medical chakra thing. You won't be able to use that particular part of your seal until you have someone train you in it. Naruto perked up somewhat and gave a mental nudge of thanks to the Kyuubi before turning back to the Hokage. Aji-san. One last thing. Is there anyone you know that can teach me how to make medical chakra? The Hokage blinked. Why on earth would Naruto need to know about medical chakra? Surely he didn't have the chakra control necessary to actually make medical chakra, let alone use it. As if sensing his question, Naruto told him about finding the seal diagram in the basement and the different components to it. Sarutobi was awed and he too began to realize just how much of a genius the blonde-haired Hokage had been. He mulled over Naruto's question for a moment before finally setting on a course of action. He pulled out a notepad and wrote something down on it before handing it to Naruto. Go to the hospital sometime and ask for someone named Yakushi Kabuto. He's a genin like you, but he has an intimate grasp of healing. He should be able to tell you what you need to know about medical chakra. Seeing Naruto's almost apprehensive face, Sarutobi just chuckled. Kabuto is a very nice young man. Even if he did know about you, he wouldn't hold it against you. Rest assured, he'll teach you what you need to know, especially after being ordered to do so by me. Naruto positively beamed at the prospect of having someone who would actually be nice to him, aside from those who knew him or were his friends. It was a rarity to find someone who wouldn't just dismiss him out of hand. He was also tremendously thankful to the old man for having someone teach him about medical chakra, even if it was just a passing course. He already had someone to teach him about anatomy and wetnet. He simply needed to know how to manipulate medical chakra. Arigato, Aji-san. I owe you one. Naruto stood up and bowed to the Hokage before waving goodbye and running out the door at a breakneck pace. Sarutobi just chuckled again. Yes, Naruto was indeed still very much Naruto. He had been walking through the streets of Konoha for the better part of 5 minutes and not once had he received even the slightest of negative glares. The closest thing he'd received in that regard was curiosity about the fox wrapped around his neck. But he imagined that most people simply dismissed it. With his face being covered and his trademark orange color missing, he was simply another nin in a massive village. He was even getting respect from some people. He scowled. If any of them knew who he was, the stares would undoubtedly become immediately cold. The respect he was getting was directed towards his status as a ninja. Not towards him as a person. At that moment, his decision to become feared rather than loved sounded all the more enticing. After they had exited the Hokage Tower, Kyuubi and Naruto had agreed that it was just about time for him to visit a clothing store to get him a new wardrobe. All of his other clothing was now too small or too hideously orange for him to wear. Besides the fact that bright red isn't quite the best color to wear as a ninja. Naruto wasn't vain by any stretch of the imagination, though. After all, he had worn a hideous orange jumpsuit for the better part of 4 years. As such, he was going to go for a much more utilitarian look as opposed to something flashier in style. He had an idea of what exactly he wanted to wear, but it all depended on if they had it in stock. He managed to find a shinobi-only clothing store in the more ninja-oriented part of the village, and with a slight jingle of the door, he made his entrance. The store was nothing flashy. There were no sales signs or advertising gimmicks. Just rows of shelves and racks that had mostly darker colored clothing. The lighting was rather dim, but the dressing rooms had bright fluorescent lighting so that people could see just how they looked in their new attire. An old man, probably in his 50s or 60s, manned the register. He looked gnarled and weathered. Naruto guessed that he was probably a retired shinobi. The old man gave him a passing stare and just as easily went back to reading his suspiciously orange book. It seemed that he didn't much care if anyone came into his shop or not. Suppressing a shrug, he moved to a rack of pitch black clothing. The most utilitarian color there was. And began to find his attire. After a few minutes, he had what he needed. He had picked up 5 jet black, sleeveless form-fitting muscle shirts and 5 pair of pitch black cargo pants. He had also gotten a pair of armored black leather combat boots with that came up to his knees and the boots also had slots where one could put a few hidden kunai if necessary. He also picked out a dark maroon utility belt that hung off his hip somewhat limply. A darker black backpack of sorts rounded out the ensemble. All in all, it was very much bare bones. Nothing flashy, all utility. After paying a rather apathetic man at the counter, he proceeded to put on his new attire while stashing the rest of it in the new backpack he had gotten. He had also decided to put his katana on his back, slightly tilted over his left shoulder so that he could draw it much more easily with his right hand while not being overbalanced on his left side. He looked at himself in a passing mirror and decided that he looked remarkably dark. With a chuckle, he decided that it was certainly a good look for him. His next stop was to be a shinobi weapons and armor store. Remembering that the old man had said something about a weapons-making family that he should be meeting at some point, he asked for and got directions to the store that Higurashi ran. It was in a somewhat more civilian part of the village, but it still exuded shinobi in its style and decor. Pushing open the door, he was greeted with a sight that would make any shinobi worth his salt drool. Weapons of all shapes, sizes and colors adorned the shelves of the store, and not only that, but they looked to be crafted tremendously well. Even at a passing glance, an untrained eye could see that they were made with the greatest of care and precision. He traced his finger down the blade of a particularly menacing-looking axe, and it drew blood without even the slightest of effort. He grinned. Obviously their craftsmanship hadn't waned at all since the time that they had made his father's blades. "Hello, is there anything I can help you find, Shinobi-san?" Naruto turned around to face the girl that was currently staring at him and realized that she was familiar. At least somewhat. She was of a medium build and she wore a pink Chinese-style shirt with darker colored pants. Her hair was done up in 2 buns on top of her head and her eyes were sharp and unwavering. She was obviously a shinobi. Naruto tried in vain to remember her name, trying but failing to place a name with the girl in front of him. "Actually. Yes. I'm looking for a set of shinobi-type armor. If you could help me pick out a set, I'd be grateful. Also, you look really familiar. But I can't place your name." He was only slightly embarrassed that he couldn't remember. She seemed to appraise him for a moment before grinning slightly. "My name is Higurashi Tenten. Nice to meet you and your friend." She pointed towards the fox snuggled around his neck and grinned again. "May I ask your name?" Naruto grinned behind his mask, although you couldn't see it. "Naruto. Just Naruto. My pet fox's name is Vix." Kyuubi mentally growled at him for referring to her as his pet, but she quickly went back to simply observing. Nice to meet you as well. He gave her a slight bow before returning to his lazy posture. I remember you now. You were in the class a year ahead of me. The weapons expert, right? He had met her only in passing a few times. But her reputation in the academy as a weapons master was known to many. She grinned and looked somewhat flustered. Hi, give me a weapon, and I know how to use it. She seemed to get a thoughtful look on her face before she tapped her chin in a thinking pose. Naruto, eh? I remember you, but I don't remember your appearance. Weren't you the loud, obnoxious boy who always wore orange? Naruto almost grinned. She certainly didn't sugarcoat her words. He liked that. Yeah, that's me. I got over my orange obsession only recently. Had an experience that made me tone down my personality as well. Come to think of it, I should really burn that orange jumpsuit. He began to wonder if perhaps the target of his first Kaiten jutsu should be his jumpsuit. Tenten just laughed as they both settled into a slightly pregnant pause. Naruto was the one to break it. I am here on business though, unfortunately. I'm looking for a set of forearm to hand bracers, upper arm armor, a chest piece of some kind, thigh armor, and if possible, I'd like them in a darker color. He had thought rather extensively about what exactly he wanted to wear. Armor was a given, considering that it may very well save his life someday. Tenten looked as though she was thinking for a moment before she motioned for him to follow her. They went to another part of the shop where the armor was kept and she looked him over slightly, as if gauging his size. It almost made Naruto blush. After giving a slight sound, she gathered different pieces of armor, as well as a chest piece, and set them down on a nearby stool. They looked almost exactly like what he wanted. Save that they were in a dark maroon color, as opposed to black. He mentally shrugged. Dark maroon or black, he would still be hard to spot. These look to be just about your size. If you try them on real quick, we can see if we need to go up a size or down a size. Naruto nodded and began to strap his armor on. It fit perfectly. The armor itself was made out of a lightweight but strong metal, and it was thin enough so not to burden the limbs. The back and front of his chest and thighs were armored perfectly, and the bracers extended over the back of his hand and up to his fingers so as to give his hand some protection. They attached to a small pair of fingerless leather gloves that kept the piece of armor securely fastened to his hand and arm. Overall, it added some weight to his limbs, but it certainly didn't impede his movement. This is perfect. Thanks. He bowed to Tenten again, not noticing the only slight blush that came to her face because of it. How much do I owe you? Tenten just waved him off. My dad takes care of the cash register most of the time. Just show him what you are buying and he'll give you the price. Naruto nodded and began walking towards the desk at the front of the store. The man behind it was reading a magazine about weapons or some such thing and looked up at him for only a moment before he dropped his magazine and stared at him in shock. Naruto was confused for a moment before he remembered that this person was supposedly a friend of his father's. Undoubtedly, the mask or the sword would have tipped him off somehow. After a few moments, it became obvious that it was the sword. Where did you get that sword? His voice was angry and it looked as though he was almost ready to draw a kunai. Naruto backed up a step before calming himself. It's an heirloom. My father owned it. He was too busy trying to think up a plausible explanation to use in front of Tenten to add anything else. The old man looked surprised, shocked, and for a moment hopeful before he became angry again. That's not funny, boy. The owner of that sword died almost 13 years ago. Tell me where you got it and I might just spare your life. By this point, he had drawn a kunai and was slowly advancing on Naruto with a feral posture. Tenten was confused. The sword was obviously made by them. But they made swords like that all the time. She would readily admit that the sword on Naruto's back looked to be one of their finest pieces, but the overall design didn't convey any originality to the sword that she could identify. Seeing her father react this way to it was disconcerting and just a little frightening. Father, wait. What's going on here? We make swords like this all the time, right? She had to keep herself from drawing her own kunai. The kai in the air was almost suffocating. Tenten's father simply glanced at his daughter before returning his gaze to Naruto. Tenten, that sword was made by me 12 years ago as a present to one of my dearest friends. I'd recognize it anywhere. This boy stole that sword, I know it. My friend's son died in the Kyuubi attack. This person cannot possibly be his son. By this time, he had come to within only a few feet of Naruto, and Naruto could only barely contain his desire to bolt out the door. He decided to simply come out with it. His desire to live outweighed his desire not to have Tenten know anything of his heritage. What you were told was not true, Higurashi-san. The village was told that I died to protect me. In reality, I am his son, and I am also the container. This was his last chance. If he didn't believe him, then he could kiss his ass goodbye. He had still tried to be as vague as possible, though. The man gained an astonished look on his face, and after a few moments, his visage took on one of determination. Boy. Take off your mask. If what you say is true. Naruto let out a slight sigh. At least he was able to be reasonable. He slowly undid the straps on his mask, and when it fell away, the man dropped his kunai, and a gasp escaped his lips. He was obviously staring at his eyes and whiskers. One proof of him being the container, the other proof of his heritage. At least to those who knew who his mother had been, or rather, had an inkling. Dichotomy. It's true. You're. The man in front of him seemed to get almost misty-eyed for a moment before compassing himself. I'm sorry for calling you a thief. I just thought. That sword. Your father was a friend of mine, you know. He looked solemn still, and Naruto didn't blame him. I know. Sandaime told me that you were a friend of his. Although, I only recently found out myself. In fact, he was the one who told me that you were one of the few people that I could tell. He made a subtle gesture to his right where Tenten was staring at them both incredulously. He didn't really want to discuss this in front of anyone other than his father's friend. The man seemed to get the idea. Tenten, go to the back of the shop and clean out the forge. His tone broached no argument, but Tenten seemed to pay it no mind. Wait, I cleaned out the forge this morning. What's going on here? Why did you pull a kunai on him? Who is his father? Why is he? Tenten's father gave her a serious glare and pointed to the back. Go clean out the forge. I wasn't giving you an option. She faltered for a second before sending a glance to Naruto, as if asking for his help. He gave her an almost apologetic smile, as if conveying that he simply didn't wish to speak of anything in her presence. She gave him an almost pouting glare before she stomped her way off into the back of the shop, grumbling all the way. Naruto sighed. He didn't really want to make Tenten angry or give her extra workload. But he really couldn't speak of this in front of her. Maybe sometime later, if she became a good friend. But not now. Her father was still gazing at him with an almost glazed look. As if he was reminiscing. After a short while, he broke himself out of his self-imposed stupor and motioned Naruto to come behind the desk. He did as instructed, and the man motioned for Naruto to sit in a seat directly adjacent to the man's own. After a few more moments, the man got out a sake bottle and popped off the cork, pouring out 2 saucers. To Naruto's dismay and apprehension, the second saucer was pushed over to him. Before he could broach an argument, the man waved him off. You're old enough to fight, kill and die for your village. You're old enough to drink. Trust me. Life's too short. Enjoy life's little pleasures while you can. The man's tone seemed solemn, and Naruto found himself agreeing with his assessment. It didn't make much sense not to trust those who could fight and die on a whim for their village not to drink. Or smoke or anything socially restrictive for that matter. He filed it away in his mind to contemplate at a later date. With a slightly shaky hand, he brought the saucer to his lips and with a swift motion, downed the liquid. The first sensation was burning. His throat felt like it was on fire and the taste in his mouth was bitter but satisfying. The burning sensation slowly ebbed and the aftertaste became almost sweet. The man next to him just smiled and did the same before pouring each of them another saucer full. This time, Naruto slowly sipped the concoction and the man just stared at the countertop for a moment before chuckling and staring once again at Naruto. He noticed that while he was getting his first taste of the alcoholic drink, the man was shooting curious glances at the fox around his neck. But as everyone else did, he seemed to pay it no mind. Naruto nearly smiled. It was going to be easier to keep her concealed than he had hoped. I completely forgot to tell you my name, didn't I? He seemed almost sheepish for a moment. My name is Higurashi Kaseki. But my friends usually just call me Ko. Nice to meet you. He trailed off, as if debating what to call him. Naruto chuckled for a moment. Just call me Naruto. I haven't started going by my dad's last name. Yet. I need to get stronger so I can defend myself from my father's enemies first. Kaseki simply nodded before taking another sip of his sake. Your father and I were friends for most of our lives. We both went to the academy together. Same class. He was unsurprisingly the top rookie of the year, while I was only somewhere in the top half. He stopped here for a moment and got a sad smile on his face. Even though we ended up on different teams, we still kept in touch. In the Chunin exams, I even fought him in the preliminaries. He kicked my ass though. He chuckled here and Naruto couldn't help but smile. Kaseki's face got serious rather quickly though. We were both promoted to Chunin. And then Jounin about 5 years later. It was some time after we were promoted to Jounin that the Third Great Shinobi War broke out. Trust me. There was nothing great about it. He took another long gulp of sake and refilled his saucer. Naruto took the opportunity to down his own saucer and Ko refilled it without question. During that time, I met and married my wife, Aika. She was a simple miner's daughter at the time. Her father worked for mine as the foreman for the mine that supplied our weapon shop back then with all the minerals we needed. It wasn't more than a few months after we met each other that we married. She's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. These days, she works at the mine not too far from here. She took over her father's operation and I took over mine." He took another sip. "Anyway. During the war, I was injured pretty badly, got my leg all but shattered by an enemy nin. I was forced to retire after that. Although, I'm still on the reserve roster just like every other able-bodied ex-nin. After I retired, I settled down with Ika and we went without having kids for a while. Your father became Hokage during that time and I made that sword along with a larger version for him as a present. After a while, we decided to have a kid. Tenten. And about a year after that, the Kyuubi came. His visage was now one of anger. The saucer in his hand was trembling slightly and his eyes were almost watering. When I heard that Minato had indeed produced a child, I was overjoyed. Hell, I prepared for a good day and a half to adopt you. But then of course, Sandame told us all that you had died. I can count on one hand the number of times I've cried, kid. And I'm not too proud to say that that was one of those times." The water in his eyes had receded by now and the shaking stopped. He simply looked resigned. "When I first saw you, I had an inkling that perhaps we had all been lied to, again. But since I was pretty sure I knew who your mother was and you had blue eyes, I wrote it off as a strange resemblance." He seemed to pause here and his face gained a rather pensive glint to it. He turned to Naruto and studied him for a moment with a piercing gaze. "Speaking of that, kid. How exactly did you change so much? I remember you having less defined whisker marks and blue eyes. And here you are with your black eyes. And mere clefts on your cheeks. What, was there some kind of 12-year henge used on you or something?" He chuckled for a moment before he took another sip. Naruto just suppressed a wry grin. "Well. Kind of." Kiseki nearly spit out his sake and his eyes got wide. "It's kind of complicated. Have you ever heard of an impression seal?" With that, he launched into an abbreviated description of just what exactly had been done to him. He was careful to leave out any references to Kyuubi and instead made up a story that he had read about it on a scroll. He couldn't have everyone knowing about Kyuubi, especially not those with a vested interest in harming her. He also told him about inheriting his father's house and finding the swords. Ko's eyes widened considerably when he told him that he now owned the namikaze estates. That particular plot of land was one of the most valuable in the entire village. After he was done, the sake bottle was completely gone. Most of it had been imbibed by Kiseki, but Naruto had had his fair share as well. And being that he was 12, even a relatively small amount was enough to make him moderately tipsy. Ko just stared at the floor for a minute before he laughed. Rather hard at that. He laughed for a good few minutes, with Naruto joining him for a while. It felt good. After Kiseki had calmed down, he fixed Naruto with a stare that just showed resigned amusement. "That's one hell of a tale, Naruto. To think that Minato would go that far just to protect your identity. Sounds like him though." Kiseki chugged the last of the sake and Naruto shot what was left in his saucer before Ko just shook his head and motioned for Naruto to stand up. "Well, this old man has taken enough of your time, Naruto. It's good to know that part of Minato lives on. Even though I respected you before, kid. You're my friend, son. If you ever need anything, just let me know, you hear?" Naruto just nodded and tried to keep himself from scowling. As soon as people knew who his father was, they immediately gave him special privileges. He resigned himself to simply dealing with it. He had been a simple demon container before to him and now, he was his friend's son. Naruto contemplated that he would probably have done the same thing in his position, so he didn't really hold it against him. "How much do I owe you for this armor?" He reached behind him to access his frog-shaped wallet before Kiseki's hand clamped down on his own. "Consider it a gift, eh? Just make your father proud with it. And that's all the payment I need." Naruto beamed at the man and nodded. He certainly wasn't going to complain about getting stuff for free. Not to mention that he was a bit happy at the moment. "Arigato, Kiseki-san. I'll see you around. Oh, and tell Tenten sorry for me, would you?" Ko just chuckled and nodded his head. With that, Naruto made his way out of the shop. Kiseki made his way to the back of the shop to see a rather pissed off Tenten cleaning out the forge with vigor. He just chuckled. He figured that it was good training, although he was sure she wouldn't agree. "That Naruto kid says he's sorry. He and I had to talk about a few things." Tenten just gave him a patented Higurashi glare. Kiseki just chuckled. Again. Tenten gave him another pointed glare. "You're drunk." It wasn't a question. Kiseki giggled behind his hand. "Yeah. What are you going to do about it?" Tenten pouted for a second before she smirked. Kiseki got a bad feeling that was validated only a moment afterwards. "I'm going to tell mom." He paled. You wouldn't." The last time she found out that he had been drinking on the job. It hadn't been pretty. Tenten just smirked. "Oh, wouldn't I?" She strode up to her father and got a pensive look on her face. Let's see. I won't tell mom. If you tell me what you were talking with that boy about. She had been rather curious about the boy ever since she first laid eyes on him, and that had only increased by 100-fold over the past half an hour or so. Ko just chuckled. Again. Afraid I can't do that, sweetheart. She looked peeved. I'll tell you what I can do though. I'll tell you where he lives. You can go see if you can prod that information out of him on your own. She considered this for a moment before nodding her head. It would probably pay to be friends with the boy at some point anyway. Her father just patted her on the shoulder. He described the directions to his house, and Tenten's eyes widened. To think that Naruto lived in the wealthiest part of the village and next to the Hyuga compound no less, was incredible. Just who was Naruto? Ko just smiled wryly at his daughter. You can go visit him later, you still have a forge to clean out. Tenten just nearly missed her father's head with her fist. Before he scurried back to the front of the store to attend a customer. Tenten just grumbled and got back to her task, her mind now focused on finding out who Naruto was. Naruto decided that he liked sake. He really liked sake. It made you feel good, it took away all the cares in the world, and most importantly, it made holding up a happy facade so much easier. He gave himself a mental note to raid the liquor cabinet in his home when he got home. Ayubi on the other hand was peeved. As far as she was concerned, sake was a crutch. It dulled the senses and it simply distracted you from your worries. When you came down from the influence of the stuff, your problems were still there. She didn't have any problem with the boy occasionally imbibing the stuff. But she would certainly intervene if he got dependent on it. After all, her chakra could easily purge the stuff from his system. As if sensing Kyuubi's worry, he just patted her on the head and smiled. Kyuubi, if anyone deserves this stuff, I do. Kyuubi just scoffed. It's not a question of deserving it or not. The fact of the matter is that it dulls your senses and your movements. There are very few ninja who can get away with actually drinking. Most of them are drunken fist masters. It was Naruto's turn to scoff. I never said I'd be drinking the stuff before a mission or training. I'm not that stupid. Kyuubi just gave him a growl, as if to say, are you sure about that? Naruto just gave her a playful scowl and let it drop. Naruto was now headed towards the hospital. He wanted to learn how to make medical chakra as soon as possible, seeing as how he would need practice on how exactly to mend people's wounds before he could actually use it effectively. And before he could do that, he'd need an even greater extensive knowledge of human anatomy and biology. He almost sighed. There were steps to everything, he supposed. He walked into the hospital and made his way to the receptionist, noting that there were very few people in the waiting room. Most of them were ninja, and it didn't really surprise him. It was in a ninja's job description to get hurt, and rather often at that. It simply came with the territory. Excuse me. I'm looking for Yakushi Kabuto, I'm here for training. The receptionist looked up and gave him a kind smile. Unseen to her, Naruto scowled. The hospital staff had never been kind to him before, even going so far as to refuse him treatment at times when he actually needed it. With his new choice of clothing and his mask, however, he was simply another anonymous ninja. He supposed he should use it to his advantage. Training, eh? That's good. We can always use more medic nin. Kabuto should be on the second floor in the pediatric wing. Here, I'll give you the room number. She scribbled something down on a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto, all the while giving him the same warm grin that she had before. It took everything Naruto had not to scowl. He guessed that the effects of the sake were wearing off. But the Kurbo he turned away and went up the stairs, noting the room number scrawled on the piece of paper in his hand. He made his way down the hallways, observing the various patients in the various rooms and the various doctors, nurses and mednin that attended to them. Some kids were hooked up to extensive life support systems, while others were simply receiving vaccinations or getting treated for the common cold. It struck Naruto as almost humorous that he had never once contracted the cold, flu, or any other malady for that matter. It was one of the perks of having super potent chakra in one's system, he supposed. After a minute or so more of walking, he came upon the specified room and gave a short rapping on the door. He heard some shuffling and a bump, and then the door came open, revealing a man wearing all black and a pair of sunglasses, as well as a black veil over his mouth. What do you want, brat? Naruto frowned. If Kabuto was going to be this way, then he would have to reconsider if he wanted him to train him or not. He was about to give a scathing retort, but the man in black suddenly straightened slightly and moved away from the threshold, revealing a different man in his stead. He had silvery white hair and a pair of wireframe glasses over a rather common-looking face. His attire was rather standard. Purple overclothes mixed with a small amount of under armor. He wasn't tremendously tall, nor was he short. In essence, he was simply someone you would just pass over most of the time if you were to look at him in a crowd. He was very unassuming. He looked at Naruto for a moment before he got a rather warm smile on his face. Oh, Naruto-kun, you're here already. The Hokage told me you'd be coming. Do you have the slip of paper he gave you? Naruto realized with a start that this was Kabuto, not the other man. He reached into his pocket and produced a piece of paper that the Hokage had given him and handed it to Kabuto. He skimmed it over for a moment before nodding and pocketing it. Very well, I'll train you in how to produce medical chakra, but you won't be able to use it effectively without knowledge of human anatomy and biology. I could train you in that too, if you want. Naruto just smiled behind his mask. Maybe this guy wasn't so bad. Thanks, but I already have someone teaching me about such things. All I need to know is how to produce medical chakra. The rest is already taken care of. He didn't mention his seal, but he hoped that the older genin in front of him got the hint not to press the issue. He just smiled at Naruto. Of course. It will be my pleasure to teach you. Please, come in. With that, Kabuto stepped away from the door and allowed Naruto entry into a very bare room. It had a desk with some papers on it and a few chairs, but the rest of it was blank. Kabuto was even more minimalist than his father. What he noticed right away, however, was that there were two other people in the room. The first he had already seen. The man with the black veil at the front door. The second was an almost carbon copy of the first, the only difference being that he didn't wear sunglasses. They both gave off a slightly malicious aura that Naruto had a hard time shaking off. Kabuto simply chuckled, seemingly amused at Naruto's reaction to his other visitors. Naruto-kun, I'd like you to meet my teammates. The one with the sunglasses is Akato Yoroi, the one with the regular glasses is Tsurugi Misumi. They've been with me ever since the genin exam. Naruto gave them a once-over before curtly bowing slightly and taking up a position close to the window. They still creeped him out, and if shit somehow hit the fan, he wanted an escape route. Kabuto simply chuckled again. They may give off a menacing aura, Naruto-kun, but I assure you, they're great people once you get to know them. Naruto simply nodded slightly, not believing Kabuto in the slightest. Kabuto just smirked. The one known as Misumi stood and gestured to Yoroi, both of them giving Kabuto a nod before walking out of the office and shutting the door. The menacing aura left with them, and Naruto let out a breath that he didn't even know he'd been holding. Very well, Naruto-kun. This shouldn't take very long to learn, seeing as how the Hokage informed me that you're somehow able to bypass the normal chakra control requirements for producing medical chakra. I'm curious about that. Is it a Kekai Genkai or simply a new technique? Kabuto had by now sat down at his desk and was staring at Naruto with a warm smile and unassuming posture. Naruto figured that he could at least tell him a partial truth. It has to do with a particular seal placed on me at birth. I really can't say any more than that. He hoped fervently that Kabuto didn't push for more information. Kabuto may seem to be a good person, but Naruto couldn't divulge this information to just anyone. Kabuto simply grinned. Ah, I assume it has to do with the Kyuubi seal. Naruto's eyes went wide behind his mask. Kabuto. He wasn't supposed to know that. As if sensing his distress, Kabuto just waved him off dismissively. Ma, it's okay. I know about the Kyuubi and I don't hold it against you. You're just the prison, not the prisoner. As far as I'm concerned, you're doing us all a favor. Naruto calmed down considerably at this and gave Kabuto a warm smile, even though he couldn't see it. His respect for the man jumped considerably. Kabuto got up and went to an adjacent file cabinet. I don't have the clearance to know everything about you or your seal, however. You don't have to say any more, I understand. I'm still tremendously curious about this seal, however. He gave Naruto a disarming grin and Naruto seriously considered telling him about it before realizing that he was under orders not to. He'd have to speak to the Hokage about it and see if Kabuto could be made an exception. I appreciate it, I really do. It's not often that I find someone who's willing to see me for Naruto as opposed to the Kyuubi. Kabuto just waved him off. Hey. Think of it this way. If there was a prisoner in a prison, would you hate the prisoner or the prison walls? If you hate the walls and try to destroy them, then you risk letting the prisoner out. Hatred of the prisoner on the other hand is fine, because no matter what you do, the prison walls still stand. Naruto nearly gaped at that. It was a perfect analogy. And one he had never quite thought of. It described his situation to a T, save for the fact that he didn't hate the prisoner. Kabuto found whatever he was looking for in the cabinet and tossed Naruto a scroll which he deftly caught. That scroll should teach you anything and everything you need to know about the creation and overall manipulation of medical chakra. I'd stick around to teach you myself, but I do have patients to attend to. Study that scroll for the next few days, or just until you have it down, and then come see me again. You'll have to get some real-world experience in healing before you can truly call yourself proficient in it. Not to mention that you have to have a med-nin see your progress and judge you adequate before you can get your medical ninja license. Naruto almost frowned knowing that he wouldn't be directly taught, but he brightened considerably when he realized that he could simply create a few hundred kage bunshin to work on it for a day or so. He stood and bowed deeply to the genin in front of him, earning an embarrassed dismissal. Don't be so formal, Naruto-kun. We're both genin here and we'll both be medical nin soon enough. Naruto just nodded. Thank you, Kabuto-sensei. I'll be back in a day or two to have you observe my progress. Jana. With that, Naruto took off out the door, wanting to make it home as quickly as possible to start his training. The minute that Naruto was out of sight, Kabuto's expression became deadpan. He made his way out the door to report this interesting situation to his superiors. They would undoubtedly be rather curious. As Naruto ran hurriedly down the hospital corridors, Kyuubi was busy thinking of a reason why Kabuto would smell like snakes and why he had never once even glanced in her direction. The trip home was rather uneventful. Without various villagers staring at him with barely concealed contempt, it was almost boring. Not that he minded. He'd much rather have it boring than eventful if it meant that he could avoid such things. With a click, he unlocked his front door and then relocked it behind him. By now, it was almost 3 o'clock. He still had at least some time to train. He made his way to the backyard and began doing a few stretching exercises before Kyuubi woke up. The fox kid around Naruto's neck jumped off of him and landed on the ground deftly. In a puff of smoke, she transformed back into her human state, exactly as he remembered her. She too began stretching, and with a yawn, she turned around to face an attentive Naruto. She seemed pensive for a moment before she came to some sort of decision on something. Well, I assume you want to train. This will be the first time that we've actually trained together for real. Other than the time at Kakashi's test, but that doesn't count. She seemed to get an almost mischievous look on her face. While you were asleep last night, I came up with a training regimen. I anticipated that you'd pass your test and made up a way in which to teach you the beginnings of the jutsu I told you about, as well as work much more extensively on chakra control. As soon as your chakra control and physical attributes are good enough, I can start teaching you the basis of the Ryudo. Naruto perked considerably at that, and Kyuubi smirked. She had given him a good motivation. With that, Kyuubi laid out her plans for Naruto's initial training. All of the bunshin save for about 20% were going to work specifically on chakra control. She explained the concept of water walking and a new concept that Naruto hadn't heard of before. It involved levitating objects around your body and being able to use the concepts of the tree walking exercise on every part of your body. Basically, learning how to focus and manipulate chakra to such a degree that you can unconsciously mold it to produce chakra fields that respond to your every whim. You could create a field to attract things to you or a field to repel them, such as in water walking. Or you could just create a field that simply held items. It took quite a bit of control to actually manipulate it, but she insisted that once he got the concept down, it would fall into place. She also said that it was very important for the flow. The rest of the clones would be learning the new jutsu that she promised to train him in. She told him its name was the Rasengan. It involved violently spinning and rotating one's chakra while forming it into a tremendously compressed ball. From what little she could tell, the end result was a jutsu that would produce massive amounts of force on any object it was used against. Essentially, it was a small maelstrom of chakra that obliterated any matter in its path. The concept was rather rudimentary, but the usage was not. She explained that it had stages. Spin, power, and control, in that order. Normally, the training would be done with water balloons and rubber balls. Which Naruto laughed at. But Kyuubi had a better way. She simply reversed the steps and added a new one. Naruto would learn how to compress a shell of chakra as much as possible into a spherical shape. This would hone his control. When his shell was sufficiently strong, he would fill it with water from a small fishing lake on the property and compress the shell even further until he was able to hold the water perfectly still within it. This would improve his shell more extensively, as well as giving him the water he needed for the next step. Once he could compress the ball to a decent size and put enough water into it to satisfy Kyuubi, he would move on to the next step. He would start slowly spinning the water within the shell, focusing on getting the spin and the control as mastered as possible. Then, as the last stage, he would spin the water as violently as he could until he broke his own shell. And then he would forgo the water completely, spinning only the chakra without the extra mass of the water to impede the shell. Thus forming the completed Rasengan. She explained that doing the training in this way ensured that the Rasengan would be tremendously powerful, controlled, and most of all, efficient. Not only that, but they wouldn't waste a truckload of rubber balls and water balloons. Naruto readily agreed. Throughout all of this, the original Naruto would be working on body training. Contrary to what she had thought before, she had noticed that released cage bunshin did not in fact help the body in the slightest. Muscle mass as well as conditioning was non-transferable. The only thing that could be readily transferred through the cage bunshin was either knowledge of jutsu or chakra control exercises, both of which focused more on the mind. After all, chakra control was basically just getting one's mind used to the process of moving chakra around more efficiently. The original Naruto would have to be the one to actually train his strength, speed, endurance and overall physical attributes. During all of this, one Kage Bunshin would be assigned to read the book on seals that Kyuubi had found in the basement, and another clone would read over the medical scroll that Kabuto had given them. She concluded that Naruto needed a grasp of what the scroll actually said before he could put it to a practical use, and Naruto grudgingly agreed. All of the clones would be subconsciously attempting to keep a small flow of chakra going to their eyes, ears and nose at all times. Kyuubi hoped that it would help him keep his senses sharp at all times without having to consciously focus on enhancing them. If anything, it was another subtle form of chakra control training, and it had obvious benefits. Kyuubi leaned up against a rock outcropping, settling into what she thought was a good sensei demeanor. Right then. I want you to tap into my chakra and create as many Kage Bunshin as you can. There will be a limit just because you can only channel so much of my chakra at a time. But it will still be a large amount. Naruto nodded as he stepped out into a particularly large clearing and subconsciously tapped into his secondary chakra. The feeling was overwhelming. This was the first time he had ever consciously tapped her chakra and it felt just powerful. There was no good word to describe it. His body took on a slight red aura and his features began to change, but only slightly. He could feel her chakra welling up in him and he began channeling it for the jutsu. He made the trademark cross-shaped seal for Kage Bunshin and with a cry that rang throughout the area, he shouted, "Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." The cloud of smoke enveloped the area, shrouding everything in a hazy mist. Naruto could feel that he no longer had that chakra in his system anymore and his tap on it had been closed. With a slight pant he settled into a more casual stance and waited for the smoke to clear. He wasn't disappointed. The smoke cleared after a few more moments and both Kyuubi and Naruto gasped slightly. The clearing was literally stuffed with Kage Bunshin. His entire father's. No. His acreage was filled to the brim with Kage Bunshin. Naruto just gaped. They must number in the thousands. Kyuubi was equally impressed. She knew that he would create a very large amount, but she had no idea that he would create this many. What astounded her even more was that these Kage Bunshin were created with only the smallest fraction of her chakra. If he were to access even more. She nearly laughed at the absurdity of Naruto being able to create an army with naught but a hand seal. Naruto just turned to Kyuubi expectantly. Kyuubi saw this and turned back towards Naruto, an odd grin on her face. Impressive. With this many. Well, we'll be able to get quite a bit accomplished. Now, I suggest you get to it. With a mental command, Naruto gave everyone their instructions. Most of the Kage Bunshin leapt to the fishing lake to practice either water walking or the Rasengan, while another good portion of the majority worked on creating the chakra field that Kyuubi had explained. 2 Kage Bunshin made their way back inside the house to read a book and a scroll, and Naruto himself found that Kyuubi was motioning him over to a rock outcropping. Your job is simple. She motioned to a rather large rock that looked as though it weighed about 200 pounds. You're to strap this boulder to your waist and climb this rock outcropping. This will condition your body overall, and you won't be forced to wear weights during your normal day-to-day missions. While the stress on your body would build up your strength and endurance, it would be at the cost of snapped ligaments, muscle tears and a host of other injuries. I could repair them, but it would be in your much better interest simply not to get them. If you are to injure yourself at all in your pursuit of body training, it will be here, where we can control it. Naruto gave her an almost skeptical look. Everyone knew that muscles atrophied when not in constant use, and that's precisely what weights were designed to do. Give muscles constant use. Naruto stunned himself for a moment. And then smiled. He had actually remembered something from his anatomy lessons. Kyuubi just regaled him with a haughty stare. You doubt my abilities? Remember, you're special, you have me. Once a muscle has reached a certain point, its rate of atrophy and you will be drastically decreased. That is to say, once you have built up your muscle, it will stay that way. This is due to the fact that your own body is simply a well-tuned machine, thanks to yours truly. I'll spare you the boring details until another anatomy lesson, but suffice to say that your own rate of atrophy will be next to nil. Naruto just gaped openly at Kyuubi before grinning widely. Sometimes, it was good to have an unnatural healing factor. He took that back, it was always good to have a freakish healing factor. Kyuubi just grinned right back. Now. Get some rope from inside, tie that rock to your waist, and get climbing. I'm going to go over to the group of Kage Bunshin that are creating the chakra field and explain to them how it's done, and then I'm going to supervise the Rasengan and water walking training. Just keep climbing that boulder and then climbing down until sundown. About 4 hours from now. She gave Naruto an almost sadistic grin before she walked off to another group of Narutos, all the while whistling a tune. Naruto just sweat dropped and suppressed a gulp. This was going to be interesting. She wasn't sure which was worse. Cleaning out the family forge or training with them. Of course, the them she was referring to was her teammates. She was currently sitting on a stump getting her breath as her more energetic teammates continued their own exhausting training regimen with unabashed enthusiasm, shouting things about youth and other such drabbles that thankfully she had learned to tune out some time ago. It wasn't that she didn't like them, far from it. They were some of the nicest and most dependable people in Konoha. But they were just a bit too unique for her tastes. This didn't include their one remaining teammate, however. Hyuga Niji. An enigma wrapped in a paradox, punctuated by a riddle. And one of the biggest assholes you could ever meet. He was condescending, rude, obnoxious in his own way, and most of all, he treated absolutely no one save for the possible exception of Guy-sensei and the Hokage with respect. He was the picture of the normal Hyuga. Arrogant and haughty. But he also had his own personal demons. She hadn't heard him speak of them often. He didn't speak often anyway. But apparently it had something to do with his father and fate. She didn't much press the subject. Tenten at one time had said that she had a crush on him. Not to his face, of course. But that crush had long ago disintegrated and been swept away. It wasn't that she didn't like him anymore. Simply it was more that she was a kunoichi. She couldn't allow herself to be some lovesick girl who always had to let herself get saved by her love or put herself in damsel in distress situations so that she could somehow get a prince. She had found out after a particularly nasty mission that she couldn't afford to. Kunoichi were a different class. They had to be able to protect themselves or bad things happened. Luckily, they hadn't happened to her. Yet. Hence, she had let her fangirlish love for Niji go to be replaced by a fervent desire to grow stronger, to protect herself, to protect her teammates, and most of all, to prove to everyone that Kunoichi had just as much potential as male shinobi to be strong. She almost smirked. All she had to do was point to her idol, Tsunade, to prove that. She was the beacon to which almost every Kunoichi in Konoha aspired to in at least a small way. She was a seinen. She was as strong as a Hokage, and she was said to even be on almost equal ground with the legendary Jiraiya, who was said to be easily the strongest of the three legends. She was broken from her musings as a particularly loud crash emanated from a spot about 100 meters from her. She glanced in the general direction it had come from to see that Guy had apparently shown Lee a new technique. No doubt some nigh unbeatable and unbearable feat of strength that only they could pull off. She would be the first to admit that Guy and Lee were strong. Tremendously so. They might be strange. But they were good ninja. That much no one could deny. Mostly, it was because they did this every day. In the mornings, they'd do some mission. Usually a dumb D-rank mission, and then they'd train. And train. And train. And then train some more. And then Tenten would have to head to her family's weapon shop to work for a few hours, and then they'd train again later on in the day, before finally going home. Lee especially had gotten tremendously strong from their training, but that wasn't to say that Tenten or even Niji had been neglected. Tenten knew more about taijutsu and explosives now than she ever had before, and Niji. Well, he had been all but forced to perfect his Jyuukin over the course of the past half-year, being that every time Guy and Niji would spar, Guy would pick the Jyuukin apart as if it were nothing. Guy was unbeatable in a pure taijutsu match. And his knowledge of that particular style of fighting was elevated to nigh an art form. The man was strong. He was unique, but he was as strong as any one jounin could be. Her thoughts were once again interrupted as Guy-sensei made his way over to the stump she was currently sitting on and motioned for Niji to join them. Lee sat on the ground, pulling a notepad out of somewhere. She didn't really want to know where. And began to stare attentively at his idol, as if he was about to impart some morsel of ultimate wisdom that he couldn't lose for fear of his life. She supposed it was cute in a retarded puppy kind of way, but it still made her shake her head sometimes. My youthful team. We are finished with practice for today, but do not allow your fires of youth to dim. In only a few months' time, the next Chunin exam will be upon Konoha, and I will be entering you, my youthful and exuberant comrades, into the competition. You will be able to test your mettle against other youthful ninja and prove your way of the ninja to the world. Yosh. He punctuated his impromptu speech by raising his fist into the air and bringing it down to form his trademark nice guy pose, replete with sparkling teeth and a thumbs-up sign. Luckily, Tenten was used to it. His words had somewhat stunned her, however. They were going to be in the Chunin exam. Not only that, but it was in a few months. They hadn't entered into the previous exams. Guy, in one of his rare serious moments, had dissuaded them from attending due to the fact that he did not believe them strong enough, as well as the fact that it had been held in Iowa. Officially, the hidden village of Stone was neutral to Konoha. But because of the war that had been waged only about 15 or so years prior, there were still hard feelings between the two, to put it mildly. To put it bluntly, they didn't like each other. Stone had been searching for years for an excuse to attack Konoha again. And Konoha had gotten strong enough, fast enough that stone wouldn't stand a chance even if they did. This was just normal shinobi politics. At the news that they were going to be in the Chunin exam, Niji had simply smirked idly and nodded, as if signifying that he was ready and his team had better not hold him back. Lee had started shouting with Guy about the fires of youth, exuberance, and various forms of training that they would accomplish if they failed to do some mundane task. In short, Tenten's team was distracted. This was usually the point at which she left. It was Guy's form of dismissal. As soon as she left, Niji would usually leave, seeing no reason to stay, and after that, who knows what Guy and Lee did. She didn't intend to dwell on it. She quietly took to the treetops and then the rooftops of Konoha, making it home in good time. After a quick shower and change of clothes, she didn't feel as grimy as she had after practice, and she noticed that it was only about 5 o'clock. Her family didn't eat dinner as one most of the time. Her father was too busy with the shop, her mother was too busy at the mines, and she was an only child. She usually just made herself something small, or rarely, she went out to eat somewhere with a friend. She said rarely, because her supply of friends was rather small. She wasn't a fangirl, so she didn't fit in with the fangirl clique. She wasn't a Chunin or Jounin, so she didn't fit in with anyone who was older than she was, and she trained harder than most Kunoichi did, alienating her from quite a bit of her own class in terms of friends. She had never really cared too much about her lack of friends or even quasi-lack of family. But it still did bring her down sometimes to know that she didn't really have any friends outside of her team. It was a bit depressing to think about. She perked up as she remembered something. Naruto. She knew where he lived and she was still very curious as to who he was, what his relation was to her father, and most of all, why he had changed so fundamentally. She hadn't known him very well at the academy. They were passing acquaintances at best. At worst, they knew each other's name, and that was about it. She did know his reputation, however. Almost everyone did. He was an orange-wearing prankster that was loud, annoying, and obnoxious. He was also hated by a great portion of the village for reasons that most people in her age range simply didn't understand. Most people simply went with it, however. If their parents hated the boy, then why not them? Luckily or unluckily, her parents respected the boy. He had come into their weapons shop before and unlike most of the other merchants in the town, he wasn't turned away. It had garnered her father some interesting looks from some of the villagers, but like everything he did, he simply brushed it off. He had been a jounin. This orange-clad annoying boy that everyone knew, however, had turned into something completely different. Even a few weeks ago, she had seen him running around pulling some prank on someone in his orange jumpsuit. And just a few days ago, he had painted the Hokage monument. Now, she had seen him in her shop wearing black. Nearly the antithesis of orange. Not only that, but the boy had one of the finest swords that had ever come from her parents' shop and what looked to be an Anbu issue mask. He had changed. And it wasn't that she actually cared so much that she was tremendously curious. It was a puzzle, and if Tenten was anything, she was a detective. She got to the bottom of things. For fun, most of the time. She was the best on her team at information gathering and overall subterfuge. She strapped her kunai holster to her leg and made her way out the door. She would meet this new Naruto and she would figure out what made him tick. It would be a fun diversion. Hyuga Hiashi was curious. There wasn't that much that transpired in Konoha he wasn't privy to. After all, he was the head of undisputedly the most powerful clan in the Leaf. This entitled him to know things that most of the time only the Hokage and his most private confidants knew of. Undoubtedly, there were some secrets that he didn't know, but he contented himself day in and day out on the fact that if something drastic were to change within the village, he would be one of the first to know about it. Hence his curiosity. For almost 12 years, the namikaze estates had been completely vacant, save for the only occasional maid that gave the place a once-over, and usually that maid was the Hokage's personal maid, who was used to clean residences that held the greatest of secrets. The place was undoubtedly one of the village's most potent secrets, and Hiashi had taken it upon himself to vigilantly guard the estates from anyone who would attempt to break in or just get too close. Why he had seen the Uzumaki boy and the Hokage enter the estates yesterday then was of the greatest mystery to him. To his knowledge, the Hokage had only ever visited the place once. And that was shortly after Minato had died. Other than that, the only person to have ever entered was the aforementioned maid. And even then, she was specifically restricted in her movements within the domicile. From what he had seen the previous day, the Uzumaki boy was completely exempt from those restrictions, as he was freely allowed to roam the house and even the backyard with impunity. Minato had been one of Hiashi's most trusted friends during their time. At one time, they had an absolutely heated rivalry. Most people that didn't know them would say that they hated each other with a passion. This couldn't have been further from the truth. While they had both competed throughout their lifetime, first for the position of Rookie of the Year and then in the Chunin exams and even the Jounin exams. They had also developed a bond that was unbreakable by anything but death itself. Even then, Hiashi honored the man as one of the village's greatest and most respected heroes, and he had been one of the few people that in the beginning simply knew that the seal on the Uzumaki boy was strong. That they were two separate entities. It was his faith in Minato's capabilities as a ninja and as a seal savant that gave him this diehard conviction. The Uzumaki boy got some of this respect from the man as well, if only by virtue of his burden. The boy did a great service for the village as a whole, and while Hiashi respected the boy for being able to put up with it, he hadn't seen anything that gave him the impression that the boy was worthy of respect over and above that. The fact that the boy was a prankster and an attention hog didn't quite help his case either. Hiashi had a few theories as to why the Uzumaki boy was now residing within the estates. Most of them revolved around some form of last wishes that Minato might have made to try to give the boy a better life. It made sense at least, seeing as how there were no namikaze left in Konoha and Minato's only son had died during the attack. The Uzumaki boy simply inherited it by default, being the closest thing Minato had to an heir, or at least he supposed. Hiashi, however, did not like leaving things to mere theory and conjecture. He would figure out why it was that the boy came to live in the estates, and he figured that the most efficient way of doing this was by simply getting the information from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Naruto would undoubtedly be easier to extract information from than the Hokage would be, and in truth, he wanted to meet the boy for himself, especially if he was to be his new neighbor. He had also been tremendously curious as to who the girl with him had been. She looked elegant. And yet at the same time, tremendously deadly. She was certainly well developed for a girl her age, and if Hiashi didn't know better, he'd say that she was nobility. From his vantage point as he watched him train, he had only been able to get the slightest of glimpses of her before she had vanished further into the woods, but he was sure that he had seen whisker marks. He had entertained thoughts that she was somehow a relative of the Uzumaki, but quickly brushed those thoughts away. Near as Hiashi knew the boy was just as much an orphan as he had been before, and if he had family, he would have gone to live with them, as opposed to inheriting the estates of a completely different one. That is why Hiashi was strolling over to the Namikaze estates at approximately 6:45 at night, shortly after dinner. He had seen the boy practicing in a rather interesting way. Using a very large amount of kage bunshin. And he was instantly curious about that as well. The boy had only stopped about 15 minutes ago, and he hoped that it had been enough time for him to recover enough to greet him. Not that it mattered. The boy would greet him whether he was exhausted or not. This was simply a given. If nothing else, he assumed that the girl would greet him and she would undoubtedly have at least some of the answers he needed. After all, he was Hyuga Hiashi. What he wanted, he got. Naruto hurt in places that didn't exist. Or at least, he didn't think they existed. The pain he was in was so mind-numbing that perhaps he had forgotten that he had appendages that could hurt, or better yet, forgotten that he even had a body. All he knew at the moment was that he was in pain. And it hurt enough that he simply wanted to sit here, soaking in the onsen, for the rest of eternity. His mind wasn't in much better shape. He had dispelled his clones only about 10 minutes ago, and he had only a minute or two ago woken up from being unconscious. The mental fatigue had been enough to completely shut down his mind, and it was only by virtue of a rather large shot of Kyuubi's chakra that he wasn't still passed out. He wondered for a moment if perhaps that wasn't preferable to being awake and having to endure the mental and physical exhaustion that he was now feeling. Sorting through his memories, he found that his training had gone well. He was fairly confident that he could walk on water now, and he had a basic grasp of the Rasengan. It wasn't complete by any stretch of the imagination, but he was fairly certain that he could get up to the third step before he struggled. It would take quite a bit more training before he had the thing mastered, but he was confident that he could get it complete by the end of the week, assuming he trained this way every day. The training that he had done regarding the chakra field manipulation had gone. Interestingly, the field itself was apparently easy to produce. The problem mostly stemmed from the fact that he had so much chakra that the field encompassed almost 25 feet in every direction. This led to things being alternately attracted and repelled from him at different rates, creating an almost maelstrom of perceived telekinesis. He would have to work much harder on the chakra field to be able to use it effectively, and he would probably have to apply his chakra compression lessons learned from the Rasengan training to be able to get the field to a manageable level. His physical training, on the other hand, had been particularly grueling. He had managed to climb up and down the rock outcropping almost 50 times before the training session had ended, and while he could simply feel that he was stronger than he was, the physical pain was almost unbearable. This was mostly due, apparently, to the fact that his muscles were not used to such physical exertion. That, coupled with the fact that he was sure that he had pulled many different muscle groups and probably even tore a tendon or two, and it was easy to see why his body was in such bad shape. Kyuubi assured him, however, that her chakra was working diligently at healing him, although it would take a bit longer than usual due to the fact that all of the injuries were so spread out over his body. All in all, it had been a rousing success. His body training was going well, his chakra control training was going well, and he would be able to use the Rasengan soon enough. Not to mention his abilities created by the chakra field. Naruto allowed a ghost of a smile to float over his face as the heat of the onsen calmed his overexerted body. If this is what it took to get stronger, then so be it. Pain was something he was used to and something he could readily endure if it meant that he would come out on the other side stronger for it. He was broken from his thoughts as he heard a low growl coming from Kyuubi, who at last he had seen her, was currently in the house proper. He figured that she must be growling through their mental link about what he had no idea. He didn't have to wait very long to find out. You have a visitor. I suggest you come answer the door unless you want me to. Naruto's eyes widened slightly and he quickly sent a confirmation that he was on his way. He really didn't want anyone finding out about her. Quickly stepping out of the onsen, he threw on an oversized bathrobe that had apparently belonged to his father and all but ran into the house and to the front door. He had to constantly make sure that his feet were on solid ground lest he trip over the hem of the housecoat that was much too large for him. When he reached the front door, he peered through the eye hole and let an annoyed frown play on his face. Of all the times that his new neighbor could have chosen to make a house call. He had planned on visiting the Hyuga compound at some point, but he had figured that it could wait a little longer. Apparently, they couldn't wait at all. Naruto contemplated simply not answering the door for a moment before a second, more insistent knocking made itself known. Naruto could almost groan. He forgot, Hyuga could see through stuff. Undoubtedly, the man knew that he was behind the door, hesitating. With a forced sheepish grin, he unlocked the door and swung it open, revealing a slightly pissed off looking Hyuga Hiashi. For a moment, neither party spoke. Naruto was trying to figure out just what to do. He had never had guests before, or at least uninvited ones. No one had ever really come over to his apartment except for Iruka and Sandame. And he had yet to really figure out how to serve a guest. It was one of the glaring social deficiencies the boy possessed that he desperately wanted to get rid of. Hiashi on the other hand simply got more and more irritated by the second. The boy obviously knew no manners, or proper etiquette for that matter. It was always the host that spoke first and he was supposed to invite him into his house. The boy had done neither. He was simply staring dumbly at him as though he were some quirk of imagination. Hiashi decided to simply get on with it. Uzumaki Naruto, correct? If I may, I need to have a few words with you. With that, the older man simply walked into Naruto's house and found his way to a seat. Naruto still had a dumbfounded look on his face, but it was now tempered with only slight irritation. Hiashi obviously knew nothing of congeniality. He had to suppress an irritated growl. He supposed that nobles like him were born with a perpetual stick up their ass. Instead he simply sighed and walked into the kitchen. He knew just enough about playing the host that he was supposed to get a beverage or some such thing for his guest before he sat down. It was considered proper or some such thing. It was one of the few things that Sarutobi had taught him about having guests. His first reaction was to brew a small pot of tea, however that idea was soon quashed as he realized that he had absolutely no idea where anything was in this kitchen. He hadn't taken time to go through the cupboards or even the refrigerator. The only thing he could think of on the fly to replace tea. He strolled casually up to the liquor cabinet and withdrew 2 simple bottles of sake. Not knowing where the saucers were kept, he simply figured it easier to simply give the man a bottle of sake than try in vain to make an impromptu search of all of the nooks and crannies in the kitchen. Besides, it was late. Sake was supposed to be an evening drink, right? Walking back into the living room, he was met with a slightly perturbed Hyuga. He was currently sitting on the edge of one of the couches in a typical posture that indicated formality. Naruto just rolled his eyes. He supposed that relaxation wasn't in the man's vocabulary. With an unceremonious toss, the second sake bottle flew through the air towards the man, where it was caught with a surprised gasp. Naruto himself just sat down on what was obviously the head recliner before uncorking his own bottle and taking a cursory sip, once again savoring the burning sensation down his throat and the almost immediate effects it had on him. Hiashi simply watched all of this with fascination. This boy hadn't made tea or anything of the sort. He had brought out sake, and not only that, but he had simply given him a bottle. No saucer. Either that meant that he expected the conversation to last for a long time, or he didn't care enough to truly put any effort into it. I couldn't find the saucers. You'll just have to drink out of the bottle. Sorry. Naruto had seen the look of slight confusion on the man's face. He surmised that he was wondering where the cups were. The almost amused look on the other man's face told him that he'd been right. The Ashi resisted the urge to draw a resigned smirk. He was overthinking the situation entirely. His first mistake. Of course he had just moved into this house, how would he know where everything was? Hiashi just nodded to the boy and uncorked his own bottle, taking his first sips of the beverage as well. He gave only a small amount of thought towards the fact that Naruto was only 12. Most people recognized that once a person was a ninja, certain social restrictions were lifted, regardless of age. The laws that governed such things were there mostly for the civilian populace. Shinobi lived by a much different set of standards. They could be called upon to fight and die for the village at any time, regardless of age. Because of this, exceptions were made on a regular basis. They sat there in a somewhat comfortable silence for a few moments longer before Hiashi set down his sake bottle on a flat surface adjacent to his seat and leaned back. Undoubtedly, they would be having a long conversation. And seeing that Naruto had no real expectation of acting formal, Hiashi would be informal as well. It was a skill. To be able to sit among kings as well as someone sat among the plebes. It was one that those in power usually took for granted or never learned at all. Hiashi's father, however, had drilled it into his skull at an early age and he thanked him for it every day. Naruto, noticing the man's posture relaxing, turned his gaze upon the man and waited for him to speak. It was obvious by the almost painfully pensive look on the man's face that he had something to say or talk about, and although Naruto had a very good idea of what it was, he decided to let the other man make the first move. Uzumaki. I am curious to know why you are currently a resident of this estate. Undoubtedly, you know who once lived here. And this means that you know of a whole host of information that comes with that knowledge. I'll spare you some sacrosanct speech about the man that lived here, but suffice it to say that I was a friend of the man that lived in this house. As such. I know. Naruto decided to interrupt the man before he could go on some diplomatic tangent. He had neither the desire nor the inclination to involve himself in some war of words, and that's exactly what the man was angling at. Seeing the somewhat flustered and surprised look on the man's face, he decided to continue before he could. Taking another sip of sake, he began. You're Hyuga Hiashi, are you not? Seeing the other man nod, he continued. The Hokage told me that at some point I would be speaking with you, but he did not tell me when or under what circumstances. He left those up to me, although it seems as though you are the one that has taken the initiative. I was planning on coming over sooner or later. But oh well. This is as good a time as any. Naruto saw the impassive and schooled face of his guest twitch slightly and had to suppress a smirk. You're right. I do know a host of information about myself and about the man that once lived here that I didn't know even a day or so ago. It is for that exact reason that I am a resident of this estate now. More than that, I now own this estate completely. The title and deed are now in my name. My real name. He let that hang for a moment and took another sip before he continued, seeing the confused, surprised and very irritated looking face of the man in front of him. This place is mine through rights of inheritance. I'm sure you understand what that means. Naruto had to suppress a wide Cheshire grin at seeing Hiashi's face go from somewhat schooled to complete astonishment in half a second. And then to angry. Are you implying that you are his son? Hiashi had said it with enough vitriol to make Naruto wince. It was obviously not a question, as much as an accusation. Hiashi stood and towered over the boy, his eyes boring down onto him with enough kai to make most children wet their pants. You may be all that is left of his legacy, Naruto. But you are not the Yondame's son. He died on the night of the Kyuubi massacre and you to spoil his memory with your foolish assertions. I will not have you impersonating a dead child. Hiashi was by now almost spitting at the boy in front of him, barely containing his urge to teach the boy a lesson in the uses of the Jaiuken. Naruto, to his credit, was holding up rather well. Due to the fact that almost every villager in town had at one time or another directed kai at him, he was very much used to killing intent and was able to brush it off rather easily. It was something he was very much accustomed to. Instead of issuing a verbal retort to the man standing in front of him, Naruto simply stared carefully into the other man's eyes before getting up and motioning the Hiashi to follow him. Hiashi balked for a second, thinking that perhaps the brat was trying to tell him to leave the house before he saw where Naruto headed and blanched, causing his normally pale skin to become even more ashen. The boy was walking towards the stairs. Specifically, the basement. With a flash, Hiashi placed himself between Naruto and the barrier that protected the greatest secrets in the village, saving the boy from a certain death, at least in his mind. What are you doing? Didn't the Hokage warn you about going into the basement? If you pass this threshold, you'll be killed almost instantly. While he may not like the boy, he still didn't want his death on his conscience. To his surprise and annoyance, the boy simply smirked. What would you say if I told you that I spent a good portion of last night in that very basement and that I have access to the family jutsu vault? Naruto kept his infuriating smirk on, as if daring the older man to reiterate his prior assertion that he wasn't in fact Yondame's son. The Ashi just started for a moment before his eyes took on a serious and almost scolding glint. I'd say that you are a liar. Only those who are given permission or of Minato's blood can pass through this seal. Hiashi resisted the urge to groan. So that's why the boy had been going towards the basement. Obviously, he was trying to bluff him into believing that he was truly Minato's offspring. Naruto's own grin simply got wider before he pushed past Hiashi and ran towards the basement threshold. Hiashi tried to grab onto the boy's coat or anything, and when he failed that, he tried to push Chakra to his feet, hoping beyond hope that he could be fast enough to stop the boy from basically killing himself trying to enter the basement. Naruto had too much of a head start. With an only slight shimmering, the barrier between the basement and the first floor was passed. Hiashi just grimaced. There was nothing he could do now. The traps would set off in a few seconds, and he would be killed before he even reached the third step. Hiashi steeled himself to teleport to the Hokage's office to report the boy's death. And then he realized that absolutely nothing had happened. With trepidation, he walked to the barrier and peered down, expecting to see the bloody remains of the blonde-haired boy. What he saw instead was a smirking Naruto leaning on the banister. None of the traps had reacted at all, and the barrier had definitely not failed. It took a few moments for Hiashi to register just exactly what this meant before his eyes went wide and he nearly started to tremble. This boy was of Minato's blood. Minato did not have any other relatives in Konoha. And that meant that Naruto. He had to stifle a gasp. Uzumaki. No. Namikaze Naruto was Namikaze Minato's son. The boy standing not a few feet away from him was the flesh and blood son of one of his best friends. Over and above that, he was the container for the Kyuubi. His Byakugan could easily see the red chakra mixed into the boy's own coils. That meant that he wasn't some imposter. So. That meant that Uzumaki Naruto, who up until now had simply been a random orphan who had been given the fate of holding the Kyuubi, was now Namikaze Naruto, son of the most powerful shinobi to ever live and container of the most powerful demon ever to grace the face of the earth. Naruto was unnerved by the smile that popped up on Hyuga Hiashi's face. It wasn't something that you'd be expecting to see on the face of one of the most serious men in the village, let alone a Hyuga. It was wide and it was genuine. Whatever response he had been expecting, it certainly wasn't this. When the man finally spoke, it was in a slightly reserved tone that sounded almost like regret. So. You really are his son. All these years. He trailed off and he just shook his head. Naruto-san. I would very much like to know how it was that your secret was so well kept all these years. He fixed Naruto with an almost respectful gaze, and Naruto just nodded. They both walked back to the living room and sat down in their respective seats again, before Naruto was almost shocked to see Hiashi take a long drawn-out swig from his sake bottle. Hiashi just got a reminiscent look on his face before he turned to Naruto, as if giving him a silent command to explain. Naruto was only too happy to oblige. Naruto regaled the man with the same story he had told Kiseki, leaving out the parts regarding the Kyuubi as much as he could. It took almost a good half hour of explaining, as Hiashi asked some good questions that Naruto was hard-pressed to answer without outright lying. By the end, Hiashi's own sake bottle was completely empty and Naruto had polished off at least half of his. After a few more moments of silence, it was Hiashi that broke the calm. That's quite the tale. The most interesting thing about it, however, is that I can readily see it happening. Hiashi seemed to be somewhat overwhelmed. And Naruto didn't blame him. He too had been overwhelmed, it was only natural for others to have the same reaction. Hiashi seemed to be contemplative for a few moments before he shook his head and rose to his feet. Naruto did the same, having gotten at least a passing respect for the man in front of him, not to mention that he had to see if he could really stand up at the moment or if the sake was having a bit too much of an effect on him. Luckily, he seemed to be only somewhat inebriated and managed to stand up with only a slight sway. Hiashi just chuckled. The boy couldn't quite take his liquor yet. But it was to be expected. He was only 12. It's gotten late, Naruto-san. I have a few things I want to take care of back at the compound before I retire for the night. It was. He trailed off, as if trying to find the appropriate adjective to use. It was very enlightening to talk to you. I hope that we can do so again at some point. Perhaps sometime this week you can visit me in the compound, perhaps have dinner with myself and my family. Naruto just nodded and graced the Hyuga head with only a very slight bow and a smile. Hiashi walked towards the door and allowed Naruto to usher him out. As he was in the threshold, however, he paused and turned back to the blonde-haired young man in front of him. Naruto. Your father and I were good friends. The Hokage told you as much. I owe him quite a bit. And seeing as how you are his offspring, I would like to repay my debts to him through you. If you would allow such a thing. Naruto resisted the urge to scowl and only gave a small nod in acceptance. He would have to get over the feeling of almost disgust he got when people treated him with respect just because of his father. It was going to happen and there was really nothing he could do about it. Besides, if he got something out of the deal, why complain? Hiashi just smiled. If you need anything, please know that I am only a short walk away. With that, he gave Naruto a cursory bow and began walking back towards the Hyuga compound. Naruto just sighed and closed the door. Well, that went better than I thought it would. Kyuubi came around the corner from where she had been hiding and promptly made her way to the couch, somehow grabbing the rest of Naruto's sake and downing it unceremoniously. Naruto didn't think to ask how sake would actually affect someone without a body, simply contenting himself to sit down and let forth another shuddering sigh. Yeah. I have a dinner appointment with the guy later this week though. I'm sure he'll ask more questions then. He closed his eyes and relaxed visibly before throwing a smirk at Kyuubi. Did you have fun playing hide and seek when I went to the basement entrance? Kyuubi scowled playfully and glared at him. He knew that she had been hiding at the bottom of the basement stairs. She threw the sake bottle at him, narrowly missing his head. Naruto just grinned like a Cheshire cat. I'll take that as a no. They sat there in a comfortable silence for a few minutes before Naruto got up and stretched. Well, my body seems to be feeling better. I think I'll head to bed early tonight. See you in the seal. With that, Naruto walked to the stairs and up to his bedroom. Kyuubi was left sitting on the couch. She simply sat there with a pensive look on her face for a moment before she seemed to sigh. Naruto didn't know that Hiashi had seen her. Not only that, but Hiashi had seen her in her fox form. And with his Byakugan activated. Undoubtedly, he would have seen the red chakra that was undoubtedly hers in the fox kit that she had been at the time. It wasn't really Naruto's fault though. The second Hiashi had activated his Byakugan, he had been able to see in an almost 360-degree panorama of vision. He would have seen her even if Naruto hadn't gone all mischievous. For the moment, Kyuubi decided that Naruto didn't need to know. Hiashi hadn't asked, which meant that either he knew or he didn't care. Kyuubi doubted that someone like him simply wouldn't care about a fox possessing her unique brand of chakra. So it had to be that he knew something that they didn't know that he knew. Kyuubi just sighed and rubbed her temples. This could get troublesome. She searched through the mental link that she shared with Naruto and found that he was definitely asleep. He had had a particularly rough day, so it didn't really surprise her that he was exhausted. She just smiled slightly. The boy was easily breaking all of her expectations. He would have the Rasengan mastered by the end of the week, that much she was sure of. His ability to enhance his senses would undoubtedly be better, and his chakra control as well as bodily conditioning was proceeding rapidly. The only thing he was stumbling on was the chakra field, but that was to be expected. With as much chakra as he had, compressing it to create a field would invariably be a near impossible task. She had no doubt that he would succeed, though. She just shook her head and closed her eyes before she poofed out of existence, going back to her home in the seal. She saw Naruto just sitting by the fireplace again, an anatomy book in hand, but this time, it was the intermediate book. She smirked. After tonight, if he didn't already, he would have a tolerance for gross stuff. Looking at diagrams of the intestinal tract would do that to you. She went and sat down in the chair and watched as Naruto just shuddered at a few pictures that he was seeing in the book as he flipped through it. Kyuubi gave him a mischievous grin, and Naruto gulped. Time for a lesson on how food and other substances are processed as they move through the body. I hope you're ready for a slideshow. Kyuubi smirked as Naruto visibly paled. This was going to be fun. Tenten didn't think that she could be more confused. Or curious. She had made her way to the address that her father had given here almost 2 hours ago. To see a sight that she never quite thought she would see. She had seen Hyuga Hiashi bowing to Naruto. It hadn't been much of a bow, nothing more than a slight tilting of the waist. But Hyuga Hiashi never bowed to anyone. Ever. She had been to the Hyuga compound before different times to either notify Niji of something or on regular errands for Gai-sensei. And she had never seen Hiashi bow to anyone. He was overbearing, arrogant, selfish, and the most typical clan head you could ever meet. Him bowing to someone would mean that person deserved his respect. Admiration, even. To think that Hyuga Hiashi respected or even admired someone was an interesting thought. Undoubtedly, the Hyuga had been inside of the house that Naruto now resided in. A massive sprawling estate with a rather large house at its front. It even looked as though he was smiling at Naruto. As if they had just shared a drink or something. Hiashi never shared a drink with anyone. Or she thought he didn't. Perhaps she didn't know as much about the stick-up-the-ass Hyuga head as she thought she did. Nevertheless, she had taken her leave after seeing them interacting with one another. Naruto had looked somewhat disheveled and exhausted, not to mention that he didn't look particularly congenial at the time. Anyone could see that his politeness and hospitality were forced, at best. It had obviously not been the best time. That's why she was lying here in bed after having done her evening rituals, unable to sleep. Naruto was on her mind, and he was now more of a mystery than he had been before. Not only that, but to have garnered the respect of someone that Niji all but hated. She shook her head and turned over. If she kept thinking about it, she'd never get to sleep. Sighing, she performed a relaxing exercise and began to drift off, her mind unconsciously drifting towards the blonde-haired mystery in her dreams. Naruto woke up feeling queasy. Seeing the things he had seen last night. He stopped that train of thought ruthlessly. It wouldn't do for him to get grossed out at such relatively tame things. Last night's lessons had been especially thorough. He had a working knowledge of the processes that food, water, and of course, other more harmful substances went through on their way through the body. Kyuubi had told him that it was a vital skill to have. To know where a poison would be in a person's body at what time due to knowing how long ago the person had ingested the poison or other toxin. It was something she had drilled into his head. Another thing that had been drilled into him was that he needed to be desensitized to things like this. During his time as a shinobi and as a medic, he would undoubtedly see scenes that were thousands of times worse than what he would see in a simple textbook. Violence, killing, death. They weren't pretty scenes, and if he froze up every time that he saw a dead body or got blood all over him, he wouldn't make a good shinobi. That's why they had decided that at some point soon, they would have Naruto make his first kill. They hadn't really decided on how, so much that they knew he really had to. It was in a shinobi's job description to kill, and it was another thing that he had to be ruthlessly desensitized to. Not to mention the fact that he would have to ruthlessly train his emotions to not react when he killed someone, especially if that person deserved it. Naruto and Kyuubi both were of the opinion that going the route of every life is precious. Was just stupid. Some people just needed to die. End of story. He got up and performed his daily rituals before putting on another pair of clean clothes that he had bought yesterday, along with his armor, katana, mask, and forehead protector around his neck. His kunai pouch went on the only unarmored part of his thigh, and his shuriken pouch hung off of his dark maroon utility belt. With a satisfied nod, he ran out the front door, heading to the training grounds. On the way, his thoughts wandered to the other part of his training. That he had done, specifically, the book on sealing and the scroll on healing. Searching his memory on both subjects, he found that the book on sealing had made close to no sense. Although he did have a very basic grasp of the concepts. Undoubtedly, he would need to find more literature on the subject before he could truly train in it. The book he had gotten was obviously meant for those who had a better knowledge of other aspects of chakra manipulation that he admittedly didn't possess. The healing scroll had been much clearer. It had been succinct and to the point, and it gave Naruto a very basic grasp on how exactly one produced medical chakra. It was basically a form of nature manipulation. Albeit, it didn't possess a nature in the sense that it didn't fall into any of the natural categories, such as Doten, Futon, Raten, etc. Rather, its nature was based around a human-natured concept. You made your chakra into one that stimulated healing, regeneration and benevolence. Basically, it relied on the focus and nature of the person who was wielding it. You simply had to delve into your own human nature and bring out a healing touch. The concept itself was a bit ethereal, but one couldn't argue with the fact that it worked time and time again. It was a wonder that anyone had actually come up with the idea. Naruto resolved himself to train the medical chakra concept as much as possible at his next training session. He wanted to get it out of the way, so to speak. As soon as he could make medical chakra, he could focus on human anatomy even more than he was now and eventually become a good medic. He was blessed with the ability to simply not have to worry about the chakra control requirements that medical chakra required. It was certainly a good gift that his mother had given him. He was broken from his musings as he came upon his training grounds to see that Sasuke and Sakura were already there. He almost smirked. He was obviously slightly late, but there was a very good chance that their sensei wouldn't be here for a while anyway. At the very least, it allowed leeway in their schedule. His teammates immediately noticed his change in attire. Again. What are you trying to do, make yourself some sort of ambu? Sasuke had a smirk on his face, no doubt happy with himself for such a witty insult. Naruto just smirked behind his mask. Well, I'm closer than you are, that's for sure. Sasuke's smirk disappeared and turned into a scowl. Naruto just smiled. Of course, Sakura came to his rescue. Naruto. Do you really think that you're better than Sasuke-kun? He's the rookie of the year and you're the dope. Get it through your skull. Sakura was all but glowering at him and Naruto just sighed. It seems as though the previous day's lessons were all but lost on her. Sakura, I do not believe myself better than anyone. I'm different. I have different strengths and weaknesses than you or even Sasuke does. Sasuke is better at stealth and taijutsu than I am. At the moment. And you have more book smarts and better chakra control than any of us. I have more chakra than almost anyone alive and I have quite a bit of potential. We were put on a team so that our weaknesses would be balanced out by our teammates' strengths. That's the whole concept of a team. You also have to learn that Sasuke and I have been insulting each other for the better part of 2 years, and it means virtually nothing. I call Sasuke a team, he calls me a dope. That's just the way it works. Stop trying to worm your way into it. Naruto was pleasantly surprised when Sakura just looked shocked and frustrated, as if trying to refute his logic somehow and failing miserably. To Naruto's never-ending surprise, Sasuke just smirked, even though he looked somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps he was a bit uncomfortable at having their little camaraderie actually voiced, as opposed to being something that was just readily assumed. No doubt, however, that he was glad that someone had finally put Sakura in her place. After a few moments of stunned or just stupefied silence, Sasuke made the first move to break it. "Where's that useless fox of yours, dope?" Naruto almost cringed. If Kyuubi had heard that, she'd go. "Useless? Kill him. Rend his flesh." Naruto could feel the fox's chakra spike within him and briefly entertained the idea of summoning her right there to let Sasuke know just how useless she was. Luckily, he resisted the urge. Instead he simply shrugged and leaned on the stump that had become their unofficial gathering point. "Decided not to bring her today. And I'll have you know that she's not useless. Certainly more useful in a fight than Sakura." Naruto decided to give them a common enemy to distract them from the subject of Kyuubi. She was already irritated enough as it is. His comment had the desired effect but also had the effect of making Sakura tear up just slightly. Sasuke's next comment sealed the deal. I suppose." Sasuke just slumped further on the stump and stared at a point in the distance, no doubt shutting himself off to the emotion that Sakura would undoubtedly be exuding in a moment. It was like clockwork. Sakura just looked down, slight sobs shaking her body. Naruto just scowled. He couldn't bring himself to feel sorry for the girl. If she were a real kunoichi, she would work on her own skill, not just sob like a little pitiful girl. She hadn't seemed to grasp the concept that if she truly wanted to get Sasuke's attention, she would have to work on herself as a ninja, rather than as a simpering little girl that clung to his every whim and word. Nevertheless, Naruto hated the sight of a girl crying. Whatever small amount of chivalry existed in him came to the surface, and Naruto cursed himself for it. "Sakura, instead of crying. Train. Sasuke and I speak the truth. Harsh though it may be. If you don't want to be considered useless, then train to become something that isn't." Naruto hoped beyond hope that perhaps his explanation of their comments would satiate or even motivate the girl, but this proved not to be the case. She simply sobbed even more, but she managed to choke out some words between sobs. I'm a kunoichi. I'm not as strong as a male shinobi is. I can't be." Naruto just snapped his head to the girl, feeling his own ire rise dangerously, and he unconsciously directed a small amount of Kai in his glare, making Sakura stop her crying and look up to him in fright. Even Sasuke felt it and seemed to get a concentrated stare, as if trying to determine what Naruto's next move would be. Naruto was seething. This girl was using her gender as an excuse. She thought that just because she was a girl, that she couldn't be strong. Naruto nearly slapped the girl, but restrained himself from doing so for the sake of remaining at least somewhat civil. His tone, however, left no doubt as to his fury. "Sakura. If I ever hear you making excuses because you're a girl again, I will lose what little respect I have left for you. Do you think that just because you're a girl, that you're automatically weak? Is that why you refuse to train? Is that why you hang on Sasuke and act like some poor little damsel in distress? Do you think that Sasuke is going to always be there to save you every time we go on a mission that might be dangerous?" Naruto by now was towering over a shivering Sakura, and Sasuke was ready to step in if Naruto got physical. His Kai was spiking wildly. Naruto just picked up Sakura by the nape of her shirt and stared at her eyes with barely concealed contempt. Sakura needed an attitude adjustment, and he would have to be the one to give it to her. "We are shinobi. We are ninja. At any moment, we can be called to fight and to die for our village at a whim. There are people out there that would kill you without a second thought, and there are people out there who would do worse than kill you, just for fun." Sakura by now was shivering uncontrollably, and Sasuke was seriously getting ready to pull Naruto back if he decided to go any further. He knew that Sakura needed something like this, but Naruto. He seemed to have lost his temper rather easily. He didn't have to. "Naruto, that's enough. Put her down." Kakashi appeared in front of them, a stern look in his one visible eye. Naruto just stared at him for a moment before releasing her from his grip and going back to his spot on the stump. Sakura just sobbed a bit more and stared at the ground. Sasuke let out a breath he didn't even know he had been holding in. Naruto had felt dangerous. More dangerous than he had ever felt before. There was something more to the dope than just some bloodline. He resolved himself to find out what it was. Kakashi just stared at them for a moment before he sighed and got a deadpan look on his face. Well, I was going to have us go to the Hokage Tower to get our first mission. But obviously, we have some issues to sort out first. He shot an almost glare at Naruto, but his glare showed no pity for Sakura. Naruto, come with me for a moment. You two, stay here. He motioned for Naruto to follow him, and follow him he did. Sasuke just stared after them for a moment before schooling himself back into indifference. Sakura just stayed as she was. An emotional mess. After walking for a few minutes, Kakashi stopped. Before Naruto knew what was going on, he found himself pinned against a tree by 4 kunai and a visibly pissed off Kakashi staring him down. He almost gulped but thought better of it. He wouldn't show weakness in a situation like this. Naruto. You are never again to threaten your teammates like that again. Do I make myself clear? Kakashi's one eye was shooting daggers at the blonde and he couldn't resist a slight flinch adorning his face, though Kakashi couldn't see it. He thought. Naruto couldn't agree, however. Sakura needed to be woke up from her fantasy of being some waif in the wind that was going to be whisked away by her prince. She was a kunoichi and she needed to start acting like one or else someday she would die and there would be nothing that Sasuke and Naruto could do about it. It was really for her own good. Kakashi-sensei, you know as well as I do that she needs a wake-up call. I was simply giving it to her. If possible, Kakashi's one eye narrowed even further at the demon container. Kakashi walked up to Naruto and with a well-placed punch, knocked the wind out of Naruto, causing him to gasp for a few seconds. Kakashi grabbed the nape of his shirt just as he had done to Sakura and pulled his head up to eye level, breaking the grip the kunai had on him. Whether she needs a wake-up call or not, that does not give you reprieve to physically and mentally assault her. I felt the kai you were putting into your stare. She damned near wet her pants because of it. Naruto, accept that she is just as much of an adult as you are. She makes her own decisions. If she wants to be some damsel in distress, so be it. It's her decision. You don't have to respect her for it, but you had damned well better accept that you can't change it. The change can only come from herself. Kakashi unceremoniously dropped Naruto on his butt and turned his back. Naruto heard Kakashi sigh and watched his demeanor visibly relax. Naruto. I know that this was your way of showing some amount of compassion for the girl. But I will not have discordance among my soldiers. That's exactly what you three are. I am your sensei, but you are also my subordinates and as such, you will obey me. Specifically, you will obey me. I think they already know this. Kakashi just turned around, this time with a gentler but still firm gaze. In the course of being a shinobi, she'll realize that she is either not cut out for it or that she has to get stronger. The realization has to come from her. As such, I'm ordering you not to take such action against her again. She's still your teammate. And I expect you to at the very least act civilly towards her. Do I make myself clear? Naruto could do nothing but nod. Kakashi sighed again and motioned Naruto to follow him once more. They walked in silence back to the stump where things had remained relatively unchanged, save for the fact that Sakura was apparently done crying and was leaning on the stump with an unreadable expression on her face. Sasuke glanced in their direction and his eyes widened just slightly at seeing a few small rips in Naruto's clothing where the kunai had pinned him to the tree. Kakashi shot a glance towards Naruto and Naruto almost grimaced. He was being expected to apologize. He just sighed. He supposed that he would have to think over Kakashi-sensei's words later and see if they truly rang true. Sakura. I apologize for my outburst. I hope that this won't affect our teamwork. Naruto delivered his apology with a slight bow before he took his position on the stump again, noticing that Sakura's expression had changed to one of just slight irritation. Kakashi just sighed. They'd have to make up later on their own time. They had a mission to do. Right then. Follow me to the Hokage Tower, we're going to get our first mission. Sasuke visibly perked at this and even Naruto seemed more enthused than he had been. Sakura just nodded dumbly, not yet over the shock of having Naruto yell at her. The four of them made their way to the Hokage Tower, unsure of their bond as a team. Heitan Gakakyu no Jutsu. The bright ball of flame erupted from the target's mouth before speeding towards its intended target. In a flash, the ball of flame exploded on contact, obliterating the tree and the enemy behind it and leaving a small crater for its efforts. Out of the trees, 6 kunai flew at their target with pinpoint accuracy, each of them aiming for a disabling point on the body. With a flash, the target jumped back and went through a series of hand seals, shouting, Doton Daruki Geshi no Jutsu. The target slammed his palms into the ground with enough force to make the earth reverberate under him, and just as the kunai started to close in on him, a massive slab of earth flipped up from the ground, shielding the target from harm. The kunai popped out of existence as they hit the wall, and as quickly as it had flipped upwards, the wall fell back down with a resounding crash. The target took a moment to scan the area around him before jumping to the side as another enemy tried to make a surprise attack on him. 5 other enemies made themselves known from around the brush and all charged him head-on. The target just smirked. Performing another set of hand seals, the target pushed his hands out, palms forward, towards the enemies coming towards him and shouted, "Futen to Tapa." The great wind emerged from the target's hands, causing the enemies to pause and then be blown back by the strong wind that was coming from the target's jutsu. With a pop, the enemies disappeared one by one, having sustained too many injuries to stay corporeal. After a moment, the wind subsided, leaving a small amount of the forest surrounding the target slightly flattened. The target glanced around him and then heaved a sigh. It was over. He trudged his way back into the clearing to be greeted by a smirking vixen who looked mildly amused. "Not bad at all. I suppose letting you learn those jutsu did come in handy, eh?" The target just gave her a scowl, though you couldn't see it behind his mask, and promptly sat down, resting for a moment before he invariably would be training again. The vixen just smiled. "Get your rest while you can, Naruto. Sparring against your Kage Bunshin is one thing, but when you actually have to use it." She trailed off for a moment before getting a pensive look on her face. "Well, you were a bit slow with the wall, and your hand seals definitely need to be faster. If this were a real combat situation, the enemy wouldn't have been so easy to locate and destroy. Seconds can make all the difference in the world." Naruto just nodded towards Kyuubi, taking her advice as he always did. Kyuubi just nodded back and sat down next to him. She would be the first to admit that the boy was showing even more promise than anyone had even thought possible. In the space of just 3 days, he had learned 3 lower-level jutsu, and he was well on his way to being able to produce a completed Rasengan. The boy's chakra control had increased exponentially, and he had finally gotten the hang of medical chakra only the day before. Mind you, he hadn't mastered any of the jutsu. He was still a far cry from being able to fully utilize them to their greatest extent. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but marvel at his tenacity and will to succeed. In the space of less than a week, he had gone from a loud, obnoxious idiot who was only barely qualified to be a ninja, to a calmer, smarter, more observant ninja who was showing everyone that he had potential that was simply unmatched. The day after the boy had met Hiashi, he had insisted that in his training, he be allowed to learn jutsu from the basement archives. At first, she had balked. She wanted to train his chakra control further than it had been, and she had also wanted him to work more on the chakra field manipulation. But he insisted that he was able to do them at the same time. And so far, he had proven to be correct. The first jutsu he had learned had been the Gakakyu no Jutsu. A simple fire jutsu that created a large ball of fire to completely obliterate anything in its path. It was a brute force jutsu at best, but it had its uses. It had taken him only a few hundred bunshin and a day of training for him to get the jutsu mostly down. It was fairly easy to learn, especially so when one had a strong affinity with fire. The second jutsu had been the Daruki Geshi no Jutsu. It was very simple and very effective. It basically forced a slab of earth to rise from the ground in front of you, protecting you from frontal attacks for as long as it stood. One had to keep channeling chakra into the slab to keep it upright, but as long as the chakra was there, the jutsu stayed active. It was an excellent defensive jutsu and a great example of the main uses of the earth element. This one had taken a slightly longer time to master, due simply to the fact that one had to be able to exert a fair amount of physical force on the ground to activate the jutsu. This meant that his physical training had been intense and he had only gotten the strength needed to perform the jutsu earlier that day. The last jutsu he had learned had been the Dichotomy. It was a relatively simple wind technique. One simply performed the hand seals and forced chakra into their hands arbitrarily. There was no finesse or direction to the jutsu, simply a large blast of air directed in a cone in front of the user, flattening and cutting anything in the way. It was a good short-range offensive technique to use against masses of enemies or to defend against incoming projectiles that were too spread out for the Daruki Geshi. Luckily enough, none of the lower-level jutsu had required any real knowledge of how to change one's chakra nature, as she had thought they would. The higher-level jutsu obviously required a great knowledge of how to elementally manipulate one's chakra, but in the lower-level jutsu, one was able to simply allow the hand seals to direct the conversion and flow of the elemental chakra without having to consciously manipulate it. This limited their power and scope, but until Naruto was able to learn about the natures of chakra that he possessed, it was about all he could do. His ability to manipulate medical chakra had only really come to fruition the day before. It had taken quite a few bunshin, as well as much trial and error, to finally activate the seal present on his stomach, but once he had, it came easily. The boy could produce medical chakra just as effortlessly as he produced regular chakra now, and all that was left was for him to learn much more about human anatomy than he currently did before he'd be able to heal a great deal of minor to moderate wounds. He was already able to heal small scratches and bruises, but considering that his healing factor kicked in and healed those faster than even he could, it wasn't really necessary. His progress on the Rasengan and the chakra field had been rather good. But still frustratingly slow, for Naruto anyway. The Rasengan was proving to be a pain in the ass to mold due to the fact that he always had Kyuubi's chakra interfering with his own. Kyuubi and Naruto both were currently thinking of a possible way to stop the interference that went on in his system to correct it, but until they did, the Rasengan would be just slightly out of his reach. Kyuubi smirked slightly. The very thing that gave him so much power also gave him a glass ceiling in his chakra control efforts. She would have to make sure that they shattered it. The chakra field on the other hand had proved to be less of a hassle than the Rasengan was being. While he still hadn't mastered it, he was able to use it just somewhat. He was able to keep objects floating in his chakra field for a few seconds before dropping them, and he was able to repel objects from him a small distance. It wasn't anything mind-boggling by any stretch of the imagination, but it was certainly a start. His body training had gone superbly. They had already gotten up to tying 3 large rocks to his waist, and the results were beginning to show. He was stronger, that was for sure, and because he was stronger, he was able to become faster. He still moved somewhat clumsily, but his body was much lither than it had been when he had originally learned how to move on the battlefield in the academy. She was sure that with a little extra training, he would become even faster and even stronger than he was now. And she was determined to improve his dexterity as well. His progress with the book on seals was even showing fruit. He was beginning to at least understand the premise of the seals he read about, and they had come to the decision that at some point they would visit the Konoha library to read up more about chakra and such things in general. Before he could truly learn much about seals, he would have to understand chakra storage and much more about chakra flow than he currently did. This would have the added bonus of giving him much more knowledge on how to create unique jutsu, assuming that he could start to understand more about hand seals as well, which were covered briefly later on in the basic book he had been reading. Unfortunately, missions with Naruto's team had somewhat hampered his progress. The past 3 days had shown Naruto what it meant to be a genin. And understandably, the boy wasn't particularly thrilled. In 3 days, they had captured the daimyo's wife's cat 3 times, painted a few fences, walked a dog or 2, and escorted a kindly old grandmother to the grocery store. These were jobs that should have been performed by academy students, not ninja. She understood that they were to promote teamwork, but surely there was a better use for genin. Luckily, they had been told by Naruto-sensei that they would have today off. A code word meaning that Kakashi had some meeting to attend or mission to complete that they weren't allowed to come on or be part of. Even though jounin instructors were supposed to be instructors, they were very much still jounin. There were times when their particular skills were needed over and above their abilities as a simple instructor. There wasn't much they could do about it. Naruto's relationship with his team was strained as well, especially with the pink-haired one. Sakura, if she remembered correctly. Whereas only days before, she would yell at Naruto for simple infractions, she now just glared heatedly at his back when she thought no one was looking. Naruto noticed them rather well, feeling the weak and pathetic kai that Sakura produced sometimes. It wasn't much, but after being the target of infinitesimal amounts of kai all of his life, he was very much astute at picking it up. It seemed as though she hadn't taken Naruto's little tirade to heart. Granted, Kyuubi had indeed thought that Naruto had gone slightly overboard. But everything he said had been true. Perhaps he had gone about it the wrong way, but that didn't dampen the fact that Sakura very much needed to hear what Naruto had said. The fact that he had been made to apologize probably dampened Sakura's perception of its seriousness. She sometimes wondered just what kind of an instructor Kakashi was to allow Sakura to stay as weak as she was. But she also understood that Kakashi had been entirely right when he said that the change had to come from her as opposed to from some other source. Kyuubi grimaced. That meant that something external had to happen beyond her control to force her to change, and that situation promised to be unpleasant, to say the least. Bad things happened to weak Kunoichi in the field. Sasuke, on the other hand, had been strangely quiet. Even for him. Kyuubi could have sworn that even on a few occasions, the boy was stalking Naruto. Undoubtedly, he believed that Naruto had some secret to his miraculous turnaround and he simply wanted to know what it was. Undoubtedly to use for himself. Apparently, Naruto had nothing against Sasuke, but their time in the ninja academy had not been entirely pleasant. Naruto wasn't being arrogant, or at least he said he wasn't. But he simply didn't see a need to develop any sort of relationship with his estranged kin. Of course, Kyuubi didn't believe this for a second. Naruto was avoiding Sasuke like the plague. He was absolutely unnerved by the prospect that Sasuke of all people was related to him. Not only that, but that he had the prospect of being good friends with him. It was a rather revolutionary change that he refused to embrace. At least yet. Kyuubi was sure that at some point, Naruto would simply be forced to confront the issue. But apparently Naruto was avoiding that experience rather deftly. Finally, Kyuubi's own training was progressing decently as well. She was able to hold more of her own chakra than when she had first been summoned, and she was beginning to be able to manipulate it, at least somewhat. If she used too much, she risked de-summoning herself, and if she tried to use too little, nothing would happen. It was a bit of a risky proposition, so she used her chakra sparingly at best. So far, she had only used it to mimic certain things that Naruto was attempting to learn, such as the spin on the Rasengan or water walking. She had not yet used enough to completely de-summon herself, but at some point, she would have to find her absolute limit. She was broken from her musings as Naruto began to look at her almost impatiently, his way of telling her that he was ready to begin training again. She allowed herself a small smile. Given his progress the past few days, she had judged the boy was ready to learn it. He wouldn't be able to master it. But he was ready. With a slight grunt, Kyuubi came to a standing position over Naruto and motioned him to follow her. He did so without question. Over the past few days, they had come to trust each other even more than they had before, and while they still got into the occasional fight or skirmish, it was nothing more than simple fun to them. When it came time to get serious, however, both parties were very much compliant. Kyuubi leaned up against a nearby tree and crossed her arms over her ample chest. She motioned for Naruto to stand a distance from her, and then she sat down. "Naruto. I'm going to start to teach you the basis of the Ryudo." Naruto perked considerably, even though one couldn't see his face. His posture became straighter and his concentration was focused solely on her. He had been wondering when she would get around to teaching him about his sword style. With an imperceptible nod, Naruto signaled that he was listening and ready. Kyuubi nodded back, her face set in a visage of seriousness. "The first thing I want you to do is forget that this is a form of Kenjutsu." Naruto gaped slightly at that, but dumbly nodded his head, pushing the sword part of the flow back into the recesses of his mind. He was immensely curious as to the reason for their departure from the Kenjutsu basis, but decided to wait until she was done to ask. She undoubtedly had a purpose in mind. Kyuubi just sighed and leaned back against the tree, her expression unchanged. "I told you once that Ryudo wasn't a sword style in the most literal form of the word, and I meant it. Ryudo is based off of teaching one how to move. The sword portion is inconsequential until you have learned the ability to move within the flow itself. Incidentally, this part of it is also the hardest part to get down. There is a reason why I have been teaching you and focusing on your ability to mold chakra fields. It is part of the basis for movement within the flow. The ability to repel, the ability to attract, and the ability to create a barrier between yourself and everything around you. This is essential for being able to move correctly. You will now see why." Kyuubi stood up and closed her eyes, hoping that she had enough chakra in her body to pull this off. She was only going to be able to show him once. She concentrated chakra to her feet as one might do during the water walking exercise, and red chakra began to seep from them in a haphazard way before coalescing back into her feet and forming a red glow around the soles. She then focused her chakra to the rest of her body, tightening it, compressing it, and deploying it as one single field, one entity. The red glow bathed her features as she stood there, and after a few moments of concentration, she had a chakra field surrounding her entire body. Naruto was simply amazed. Kyuubi could produce the chakra field. He stared transfixed by the almost ethereal glow she was exuding before Kyuubi's eyes snapped open. At that moment, he began to understand what she meant by movement. Kyuubi had disappeared from view more quickly than his eyes had been able to follow. There was no afterimage, no rustling of the leaves, no patted down grass to signify that anyone had even moved. It was as if she simply wasn't there. He began to swivel his head in an attempt to locate her among the foliage before he felt a presence behind him and noticed his mask being deftly removed from his face in a quick silent motion. Naruto was stunned. He hadn't felt her more than a half a second before the mask was simply gone. She had been moving so fast, so silently that he hadn't even heard her approach, and he certainly hadn't seen it. He was stunned again when she just as suddenly disappeared again, and a red glowing Kyuubi once again stood in her original spot as if she hadn't even moved, holding a plain white mask in her hand loosely. Kyuubi smirked at seeing the absolutely astonished look on her pupil's face. His eyes were wide and his jaw hung loosely open. He scarcely even breathed. "Wow." Kyuubi outright giggled at that. It was nice to have such an effect on someone every once in a while. That, Naruto, is the flow. The complete ability to remove any restraints on your movements while at the same time not leaving any evidence that you're moving at all. Silent and stealthy as an aquifer, quick as a rapids, strong as a waterfall and nimble as a freshwater stream. This is what you will be learning from me. Naruto couldn't help but grin. He was going to be able to move like that. It was almost unreal. He estimated that she was possibly faster than even Kakashi-sensei while moving at that speed and certainly quieter. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like when you added a sword into that equation. If possible, his grin got even wider. Kyuubi just smirked. don't get all happy yet. It took me damned near 30 of your years to reach this level of proficiency. Even with your Kage Bunshin, this is going to take you a while. Besides, I haven't even explained to you how to do what I just did." She motioned to Naruto to back up from her a bit and he did so, his serious expression back again. Kyuubi herself sat down against a tree and sighed. Moving like that had taken a lot out of her, but Naruto was already refilling her reserves again. She made a mental note to start training herself again. "Produce your chakra field and simply let it hang around you like a body glove." Naruto nodded and closed his eyes, performing the same process Kyuubi had, tightening his chakra, compressing it, and then deploying it outside of his body. It didn't give him the same tight glow that had surrounded Kyuubi, but it still gave him a rather ethereal blue hue. Kyuubi couldn't help but grin. It wasn't perfect, but he had made incredible progress. "Now, I want you to focus chakra to your feet as though you were performing the water walking exercise. Use as much chakra as it takes to lift you up from the ground." Naruto just gave her a confused look for a second before he regained his concentration and did as she said. His blue chakra broiled around his feet in a haphazard manner for a few seconds before it coalesced as Kyuubi's had done, albeit not nearly as controlled. His feet were hovering about an inch off the ground and the amount of chakra he was exuding was quite sizable. Kyuubi was mildly impressed. He had managed to actually get the chakra field and the levitation aspect down rather quickly. Now, for the hard part. Naruto gave her a look that clearly showed irritation for a moment before he schooled himself. Kyuubi grinned broadly. "You're to move from where you are to where I am. The only stipulation is that under no circumstances are you to walk or run to me. You are not to move your legs at all." Naruto nearly lost his concentration as he openly gaped at Kyuubi. She was expecting him to be able to move to where she was without using his legs at all. How was he supposed to move to where she was sitting now without walking or running? Perhaps he could do a handstand and hand walk over to her. "Before you get any funny ideas, don't use your hands either. Your goal is to move from where you are without the use of your normal methods of locomotion. I've already shown you how to do it and I've given you hints as well. But you have to be the one to figure this out. It is the basis for the entire Ryudo style and until you are able to move without moving, you will never be able to go further." With that, Kyuubi got herself comfortable leaning on the tree she was propped up against and stared at Naruto expectantly. Naruto was confused. He was supposed to be able to move without moving at all. Which in and of itself was a complete contradiction. With a start, he remembered something Kyuubi had told him about the Ryudo when she had first explained it to him. The nature of water, in and of itself, is the most versatile nature that any one element has. It can both create and destroy. It can move silently and under the surface, or devastatingly, and with no regard for its surroundings. It can be as deep and unseen as an aquifer, or as obvious and torrential as rapids. It can flow around an object, wearing it down to nothing in a period of hundreds of years, or it can crash upon that object and obliterate it within seconds. It is a contradiction unto itself, and yet it is the very basis for both life and death of any one living being upon this plane of existence. Realization dawned upon Naruto unexpectedly. He was becoming the nature of water. A contradiction. He was being expected to move without moving. Another contradiction. And yet, while water was indeed a contradiction unto itself, it was also the most necessary thing to life on the planet. To move without movement. It is the most necessary thing to the entire Ryudo style. Kyuubi couldn't restrain a smile. Naruto's facial expressions were changing rapidly before it looked as though something dawned on him. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated and Kyuubi just waited for him to completely figure it out. Naruto was deep in thought. How did one move without moving? What did the chakra field have to do with it and what did levitating on his feet have to do with it? The chakra field was meant to repel and attract things. It could either push against something or pull it. The levitation aspect. He furrowed his brow. There was something he was missing. And then it clicked. Naruto concentrated more than he had in a long time, mustering up every last bit of chakra control and mental agility that he had. Slowly, methodically, he began to exert a pull on his field in the front and a push on his back, repelling himself forward and pulling himself ahead. With an almost startled expression, he began to move. Naruto's feet were gliding across the ground at a slow pace, never once moving a muscle. His chakra kept him completely off the ground, allowing him to be free from the friction that this would have caused otherwise. The chakra field did the same. It allowed him to glide effortlessly through the space between him and Kyuubi without so much as a breeze floating past him. The grass around his feet didn't move at all, and the brush surrounding him was completely unaffected by his movement, not even fluttering when he passed particularly close to a vine hanging off of a tree. It was as if he were creating no wake in his stead. He realized with a start that he wasn't. He wasn't creating even the slightest amount of friction as he moved through the air. It was as if he wasn't moving at all, and yet, he was now floating at a relatively good pace towards the tree Kyuubi was propped against. There was nothing to give him away. No wake, no fluttering of the leaves, no stamping of the grass, no sound at all. It was as if he wasn't even here. Kyuubi couldn't contain her wide smile. Naruto had gotten it, and in record time. He had figured it out so much faster than she had anticipated. She realized with an even wider smile that one could not truly anticipate Namikaze Naruto. It was just impossible. Naruto was by now grinning from ear to ear. He floated up to about a foot in front of Kyuubi and finally let his control over the levitation and the field wane, putting him back down on the ground. With a deft swipe, he grabbed his mask from her hands again and put it on. Kyuubi just grinned at him and resisted the urge to hug the boy. He was really something else. It had taken her almost a week before she had grasped the concept that her teacher had put before her. Mostly due to the fact that Kyuubi had been tremendously set in her own ways. The chakra field, even the levitation had been relatively easy to get, but the concept of movement without movement had been a concept that she simply hadn't been able to wrap her mind around until she had forced herself to think way outside of the box. In a testament to Naruto's resilience and ability to think outside of the bounds of convention, he had gotten it within the space of just a few minutes. Kyuubi almost scowled. That brat had shown her up, again. Well, you figured it out a lot quicker than I thought you would. I'll give you that. You still need a lot of work though. You were barely moving at a snail's pace out there. Until you can speed yourself up, it'll be useless in a fight. Kyuubi paused here for a moment seeing the somewhat disheartened face Naruto made. She just walked up to him and laid a hand on his shoulder. Nevertheless. You got the hardest part of learning Ryudo down in a little under 10 minutes. Now that you actually know what you're doing, this will go a lot faster. You exceeded my expectations yet again. She punctuated her sentence with a warm smile, and Naruto gave her one as well. They stayed like that for a minute before Naruto's eyes widened and he blushed slightly under his mask. He quickly turned away from the Kyuubi, and Kyuubi realized at that same moment that they had been staring into each other's eyes. She was without the benefit of a mask, though, and her blush was seen to all. Luckily, Naruto didn't comment on it. His stomach, however, decided to be heard loud and clear. With a groan, Kyuubi just shook her head at Naruto as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Kyuubi couldn't stay irritated, however. She supposed that they had skipped lunch. Naruto gave his timepiece and please just assume he has one a check and noticed that it was about 2:30 in the afternoon. Ichiraku would still be serving their lunch special. As if sensing his intent, Kyuubi just smiled and nodded in resignation. The boy may have come a long way in a short time, but he was still Naruto, after all. Raymond was still at the top of his food chain. Come on. Consider it a treat for learning the hardest part of Ryudo. I'd buy, but. Kyuubi just grinned sheepishly and Naruto waved her off with a smile. They both trotted towards the house and washed up a bit before heading to the town's most prolific ramen stand, both in the highest spirits they'd been in for quite some time. Sasuke was currently in a bad mood. Normally, such a revelation was not exactly new. Sasuke brooded more than anyone else in the village and he himself accepted the fact that his image wasn't exactly one of exuberance and optimism. Contrary to popular belief, however, his mood wasn't usually sour. If anything, it was simply apathetic. For him to actually be in a bad mood was rare for him, but it was never a good thing. Currently, the source of his ire was his blonde-haired teammate, Naruto. The dope had not shown up. He always came here. Without fail, one could find Uzumaki Naruto at Ichiraku Ramen for lunch almost every single day, and most of the time, one could find him here for dinner and breakfast as well. Ramen was one thing that Sasuke was sure hadn't changed about the dope, but he was beginning to wonder if perhaps he had been wrong. The thought of change and the dope didn't exactly mesh with Sasuke. Naruto had always been a bit of an enigma to him, but he had at the very least been predictable to a fault. He wore orange, he was annoying, he chased after Sakura, and he was addicted to ramen. That much had been set in stone in his mind regarding Naruto, and now most, if not all of those preconceived notions were shattered and scattered to the wind. He had ceased wearing orange, preferring a dark ensemble with body armor of all things. He was no longer nearly as annoying as he had been. He no longer had any infatuation with Sakura. If anything, he disliked her with a passion. If these changes weren't enough, it seemed as though Ramen had been crossed off the list of things as well. The concept of the blonde dope changing this much unnerved him. Change, on the whole, was good. Sasuke recognized this much. Everyone changed, everything changed, and by these changes, things moved forward. The problem with this hypothesis was that Sasuke wasn't exactly a fan of having things change this much, especially when they involved him in any way. Change was the Uchiha massacre, change was him becoming an orphan, and change now dictated that one of the only absolute constants in Sasuke's life was now a variable. And a very radical variable at that. It didn't take an absolute genius. Which he was. To see that Naruto was changing in more than just appearance and even demeanor. He was getting physically stronger, quicker and even more agile than he used to be. He carried himself differently. With more confidence, more. The word that Sasuke was looking for seemed to escape him. It was an intangible. Something that you noticed, yet couldn't really point out if asked. It was simply a better Naruto that he had become. Because of all of this, Sasuke was tremendously curious. It was in his nature to want to simply figure things out and he disliked with an absolute passion not being in the loop, so to speak. Knowledge in and of itself was power, and without power, he could never achieve his goals. Sasuke had originally come to this raiment stand for the express purpose of meeting the dope and forcing information out of him. He would find out what exactly had happened, he would use this knowledge to his own benefit, and that would be the end of it. He didn't have any particular interest in Naruto outside of simply being somewhat of a rival. And yes. Somewhat of a friend. But his goals were to gain power, and whatever the dope was doing, he was doing exactly that. He wanted that power. He would have that power. Friendship or anything of the sort was a crutch on the way to that particular goal. When he hadn't showed up, he had been irked, but when he had sat here for an hour, and then 2 hours. He had become increasingly pissed. Mind you, the proprietors of this stand didn't exactly mind his continued presence. Having the last uchiha at one's establishment usually meant instant success, and this was no exception. Sasuke didn't much care about that, however. Even if they had asked him to leave, he would have sat here until midnight if necessary to find the dope. And he was going to do just that. He would find out what made his rival tick, even if he had to physically beat it out of him. Sasuke almost grinned. He might just do that anyway. If Sasuke had been any more observant, he would have noticed that there was someone else at the same stand as he was, for roughly the same amount of time. Tenten had been sitting there for the better part of 2 hours waiting for Naruto to show up, and she too was becoming tremendously irked at having to wait so long for him to show up. She, unlike Sasuke, had no illusions that the boy would not show up. She didn't quite know Naruto well enough to lose faith in him that quickly. But she did know that at some point, she would have to abandon the stand in favor of trying to actively find him. Much to her chagrin, the day after her spying session on Naruto, her team had been sent on a 3-day mission outside of the village. They had been tasked with the relatively simple duty of breaking up a bandit camp to the north of Konoha, and as usual, it had been a breeze. The camp hadn't housed more than 50 or so bandits, and 4 highly trained ninja were more than a match for them. But Niji's abilities to kill or incapacitate with a single hit, Lee and Guy's abilities to simply destroy things, and her ability of pinpoint accuracy with ranged support, they had made short work of the bandits, killing or seriously injuring most of them. Fortunately or not, she was, by now, used to killing. She had made her first kill almost 6 months ago, on the same mission that she had been forced to grow up on. And after that, it had become easier. She certainly didn't enjoy it, but she realized at least the necessity of it. She had only gotten back from the mission earlier this morning, and while she was still somewhat exhausted from their trek back, she still had her burning curiosity about Naruto in the back of her mind. It had eaten away at her almost constantly while she was away, and her curiosity had only increased during her absence. She knew that she simply had to put it to rest, and the best way to do that was to get answers. As soon as she had them, she could put this whole thing behind her and be done with the boy. She didn't have any sort of vested interest in an actual friendship with him. Or at least, she didn't admit as much to herself. She had contemplated visiting his house again where she knew that she could find him. But whenever she got close, she could feel an almost insane amount of chakra being emitted from the area that made her think that either someone was training or that there was some sort of genjutsu being used on the house itself. Perhaps even both. Because of this, she had decided that the best place to meet him would be where he usually goes for lunch and dinner. Ichiraku Ramen. She knew at least enough about Naruto to know that he had an unhealthy obsession with a simple food, and everyone knew that Ichiraku was the place to go for ramen in Konoha. When lunch had rolled around, she had come to the stand expecting to find Naruto scarfing away at a few bowls of the stuff. But instead had found the last uchiha tepidly nibbling away at a bowl of ramen, seemingly lost in thought. She had shrugged it off and ordered her own bowl of the stuff, slowly shoving it down her gullet, not even registering the taste. Her mind was entirely too preoccupied. After some time, she had completely forgotten about Sasuke and was simply waiting for Naruto to show up, lost in her own musings. Both had stayed that way for the past 2 hours or so, lost in their thoughts on Naruto, nibbling away at ramen, or when they finished that, just staring into space, not noticing anyone else that had come and gone from the stand at all. The owner and his daughter had been too preoccupied with customers to care about their 2 spaced out customers at all, and they didn't begrudge them a seat. Business was great with the last uchiha at their stand, and the girl was simply too innocuous to really care about. All parties were broken from their musings by the gentle wisp of air and the fluttering of the shop's eaves that signified someone had just entered the stand. As with everyone who had entered or exited the stand, Sasuke and Tenten both looked to see if it was the telltale blonde mop of hair that signified Naruto's entrance. And this time, it was. Naruto sauntered up to the counter, plopping himself down unceremoniously and allowing his fox to uncurl from his neck to rest comfortably on the counter. "Oyaji, 5 bowls of miso to start, please." Naruto began idly stroking his pet fox, getting the small animal to emit a small almost purring sound. The proprietor looked confused for a moment before something akin to realization dawned on his weathered visage. "Naruto. Is that you? Wow. Quite the makeover you've given yourself. Bet you're beating off the girls with a stick." The old man gave him an almost lecherous stare before a particularly sturdy cast iron pan met his head, wielded by none other than the female part of the Raymond duo that manned this particular establishment. The girl, if Tenten remembered correctly, gave a slight smile that hid an even slighter blush to the blonde. "Don't mind Dad, Naruto. He's a bit cranky lately, what with you not showing up. You know that you're the only thing keeping this place afloat." She seemed to almost look sheepish for a moment before Naruto just chuckled slightly. Hi. I've been a bit busy lately. Training and all that. I've worked up a bit of an appetite today, though." It was his not so subtle hint that he was hungry. AM seemed to get the hint in spades. "Oh. Right. I'll get started on those miso for you. Dad should be conscious in a few minutes." With that, the plain-haired waitress skipped towards the back of the store and before long, the old man joined her. Naruto just continued to sit there, oblivious to the world, absently petting his fox seemingly without a care in the world. Apparently, this pissed Sasuke off. "Boy. Dope. I've been waiting for you." Naruto simply swiveled his head in the direction of the raven-haired angst machine and with an almost uncaring shrug, told him exactly how much he cared. Naruto, apparently, knew exactly how to piss him off. "Don't just shrug at me. Where have you been? You always come here for lunch. And it's what? Almost 2:30 in the afternoon. Don't tell me that you've lost your ramen addiction too." Naruto seemed almost stunned. Tenten too was just slightly awed. She'd never heard Uchiha Sasuke speak this much, especially not in one sitting. Naruto's shoulders seemed to slump ever so slightly. "I had a hard training session that I didn't want to interrupt." Lunch was simply put off. If anything, this infuriated Sasuke even more. "Training? Since when did you train?" Naruto almost laughed outright. "Since about a week ago. By the way, you're not the only one with a fire jutsu now." Naruto's tone was neutral, but it held just the stirrings of a smug attitude. Instead of being even more pissed, as Tenten had anticipated, Sasuke looked almost petrified. What little color existed in his face seemed to drain, and Sasuke's eyes widened until his eyebrows reached his forehead protector. You learned a fire jutsu?" Tenten was sure that Naruto was smirking underneath his mask. "Yeah. I learned an earth and wind jutsu too." Almost as an afterthought, he added, "although I'm not as good at them as I should be." Sasuke seemed to almost be unconscious if it weren't for the slight shake of his shoulders. How? Sasuke's tone was quiet and reserved and it held only the slightest hints of awe and envy. It didn't last long. With one deft movement, Sasuke grabbed Naruto by the scruff of his shirt and slammed him against the ground, earning him a growl from Naruto's pet fox and a hand near Tenten's kunai pouch. How are you learning so fast? How are you getting so strong?" Sasuke by now was shaking and his eyes held almost unrestrained fury. Naruto for his part seemed calm. I train very hard. I train every day and I train almost all day. I don't have the benefit of being a born prodigy, as you do." His tone was again neutral, but it held a cold, malicious tone that was hard to ignore. If Tenten didn't know any better, it also held traces of pity. Sasuke seemed taken aback. With a deft movement, Sasuke released his hold on Naruto's shirt and stood shakily, staring down at Naruto through an impassive expression. All parties simply stared in silence for what seemed like minutes before Sasuke closed his eyes, balled his fists, and then set himself into a determined visage. Whatever Tenten expected from his next words, however, she never expected to hear this. "I will train with you." It obviously wasn't a question. Tenten gaped, and if she could have seen behind Naruto's mask, she would have seen him gape as well. Truthfully, he had expected him to ask for a spar or perhaps even to simply inflate his own ego at the expense of Naruto's own. He hadn't expected in a million years to hear Sasuke call but demand to train with him. Sasuke himself was barely suppressing the urge to simply storm out of the shop and never look back. It was obvious to him that whatever Naruto was doing was beyond simple training. One didn't learn this much. One didn't get this strong by simply training. There was something else. Sasuke would find out what it was, and if that meant that he had to train with the dope, so be it. His ego was not so great as to believe himself above using whatever methods available to him to get stronger. The three nin at the stand simply stared in a pregnant silence for a few minutes before Naruto calmly brought himself to his feet and sat back down at the stool. It was almost another minute before he answered. What an answer it was. With nigh a few seconds of warning, 2-Kage Bunshin popped into existence and promptly slammed Sasuke into the wall of the raiment stand, holding him aloft by his shoulders. Naruto simply continued to sit at the counter, seemingly oblivious. I will not be used, Sasuke. Not by you, of all people. Had you asked as a friend, as a rival, I might have considered it. As it is, you would simply be using me as a stepping stone on your puerile quest for power. Naruto grabbed his chopsticks and proceeded to take his mask off for the first taste of the ramen that AM had laid before him only seconds earlier. Tenten noted the slightly scared face on AM, and she herself noticed that there was a palpable killing presence in the air. After a few more seconds, Naruto gestured lazily with his right hand and his 2-Kage Bunshin promptly disappeared. Nevertheless, he seemed to contemplate something for a moment as he took another taste of the ramen in front of him. After a while of silence, there was a palpable lowering of the killing intent in the air, and Naruto emitted a deep sigh. I told Kakashi-sensei that I'd give you a chance. If you truly wish to train with me, show me that your quest for power is more than just to kill a certain man. If you know what true power is, then come to my house tomorrow and we will train. If not, then you do not interest me as a friend or as a rival. Naruto just started lazily slurping at his ramen again, seemingly savoring the taste, oblivious to everything around him. Everything was quiet for a few moments before there was a rush of wind and a flapping of the eaves, signifying Sasuke's departure. Tenten just sat there, stunned into silence. Naruto was now even more of an enigma than before. Tenten, you're obviously here for the same reason he was, right? His jovial tune broke her from her trance and she turned back to Naruto with a slightly more reserved posture. She mentally collected herself, putting the episode with Sasuke out of her mind for the moment. Hi. I was just. Not many people have the effect you had on my dad. I'm curious, you know. She figured that Naruto didn't much appreciate someone trying to beat around the bush. Naruto just chuckled. I understand completely. Unfortunately, I really can't answer any of your questions without breaking orders. I'm really very sorry. He sounded genuinely apologetic, although his face held just a bit of mischievousness that irked Tenten just slightly. Not breaking orders? Wait, you're under orders not to tell me? Tenten wondered just why she of all people would be singled out. Naruto just chuckled again and shook his head. No, nothing like that. I'm under orders not to tell anyone other than those who have permission. Mind you, I can break these orders without getting into too much trouble, but… He trailed off, as if trying to find the right words. With a more somber expression, he went back to his ramen. I really don't want to reveal anything about myself to anyone that I don't really know. People I can trust unconditionally, you know. I don't really know you well enough to put you into that category. Sorry. He took another slurp of ramen and waited for Tenten's response. Tenten herself was. She didn't really know what to feel. On one hand, he was perfectly congenial to her, but he also didn't consider her a good enough friend to tell his secrets to. Tenten could almost sigh. If she had such classified information about herself, she supposed that she really wouldn't want to tell anyone who she didn't know beyond a shadow of a doubt that she could trust. She had only really known Naruto for less than a week. Not near long enough to qualify as someone who he could trust unconditionally. I understand. I suppose if I was in your shoes, I would do the same thing. She trailed off, trying to make a decision within herself. On one hand, she could just leave Naruto as he was and be just a passing acquaintance. On the other hand, she could make a real effort to get to know the boy better. He seemed to be a good person and he was certainly a friend of her father's. But on the other hand, she didn't have any real vested interest in a friendship with him. With an almost pained smile, she realized that you rarely ever had a vested interest in being someone's friend. Friendship wasn't all about benefit and sacrifice, after all. I would like to get to know you better, then. I'd like to become one of those friends. She hoped beyond hope that she wasn't just grasping in the dark. That Naruto wasn't trying to subtly tell her that he didn't want her as a close friend. She would have gone out on a limb for nothing, just to be rejected in the end. Naruto seemed to start for a moment and his expression showed only thinly veiled surprise. Even the old man who ran the ramen shop looked surprised and AM seemed to have an almost warm smile on her face. Tenten wondered about the reasons behind their expressions for a moment before she noticed Naruto had looked down at his ramen bowl and his pet fox was nudging his forehead with her nose. Naruto was in turmoil. For as long as he had been alive, he had never had someone say that to him. Let alone someone his age. His closest friend was Sasuke and that was a testament to how pitiful his social life was. He had been a reject because of Kyuubi for all his life, and the concept of someone actually trying to be his friend. Was she just playing with him? Was it just so she could learn his secrets and then have nothing to do with him? Would she hate him like everyone else did after she learned about Kyuubi? These thoughts and more were running rampant in his head as he stared blankly at the ramen bowl in front of him. For her part, Kyuubi was desperately wishing for Naruto to take the girl up on her offer. Naruto was sorely lacking in social contacts, and it would do him a world of good to have a friend outside of a demon fox. She continued her ministrations on Naruto's forehead for a moment before his head raised slightly from the counter. Kyuubi noticed the schooled mask of impassivity on his face and silently hoped that he would do the right thing. "God, are you? Do you? Is this just because you want to learn my secrets? Do you genuinely want to be friends? Or?" He had to know. If she was insincere about her motives, then he would have nothing to do with the girl. Tenten just gaped at him for a moment before she got a bit of a solemn look on her face. "If you would have asked me a few days ago. Yeah, that would have been the reason. Now." She decided that honesty was the better part of valor in this situation. "Now, it's for more than just learning about your secrets. You're a kind and mature kind of person. And I don't really have that many friends in the first place. A part of me is still tremendously curious about you. But even if you never told me your secrets, I think I'd still want to be your friend." She was being as honest with herself as she was with Naruto. And she was somewhat surprised at her own feelings. Naruto's face remained a mask of impassivity for almost a minute before the shadow of a smile started to grow on his face. It grew into a genuine grin before too long, and Tenten was startled at the raw emotion that it showed. Sadness, happiness, desperation, fulfillment. That one smile showed more emotion than Tenten had ever seen in a smile before, and it caused Tenten to smile against her own will. It was contagious and therapeutic at the same time. "Thanks for being honest with me. And, yeah. I think I can get to be friends with someone like you." His smile, if possible, widened further, and Tenten couldn't help but chuckle. The old man's face seemed to brighten considerably as well, and AM's face was now all but shining. Before either one could say any more, AM squealed and pulled her fists up to her chin in a mask of childish amusement. "That was so cute, Naruto-kun. You two are just too cute with each other." She almost had hearts in her eyes, and both Naruto and Tenten's sweat dropped at her antics. It was rather effective in lightening the mood, however. Right then. A free bowl of ramen for Naruto and his new friend. Naruto brightened considerably at this and gave the old man a megawatt smile. Tenten gave her own trademark smirk and humbly dug into her new ramen bowl with her smile, never leaving her face. She couldn't help but feel better. She had a friend her own age again, and she didn't even have to join the fangirl clique. After all, it's not like Naruto would ever get a fan club like Neji or that Uchiha kid, right? She didn't know how much those words would come back to haunt her. He would know. He had to know. If only he could find him. Sasuke leaped onto another rooftop and glanced around him before taking off again. After the ramen incident, he knew of only one person that he could sort this out with. The person that Naruto had mentioned. The person that asked Naruto specifically to give him a chance. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke's mind was a raging maelstrom of thoughts, emotions and conflicts. His two halves were battling for supremacy, each trying to overwhelm him and take over his persona. On the one hand, there was the Sasuke that he was now. Breeding, aloof, separate from everyone else. He held emotions in check and he had only one goal. He would achieve that goal at the cost of anything and he would not bow to his soul in the process. That was the Sasuke that everyone saw. On the other hand, there was the Sasuke that he kept in check behind the mask. The Sasuke that was never shown to the world. Emotional, caring, and desperate for contact and a shoulder to cry on to let his troubles go. This was the Sasuke that embraced his own emotions as a means of escape and as a means of garnering attention and pity. This was the Sasuke that desperately wanted to have Naruto as a friend. And more than ever, this Sasuke wanted to know what made Naruto tick. Not for any pursuit of power, but for the healing that he could bestow upon him. Naruto was the only person Sasuke knew that had the ability to cope. Naruto had been alone all of his life. He was hated for reasons that Sasuke couldn't fathom. And more than that, he persevered. Through all of his life, the blonde dope had simply trudged through, breaking whatever boundaries had been put on him, and then going further. He had been able to weather the shidiness of life thus far, and he was now thriving upon life in general. It was as though the limiters on his life had suddenly vanished into thin air. And thus, Sasuke felt empathy, and even a bit of hope, that he too could learn this. He wanted to know how to cope, how to deal with life, and how to break through the barriers that held him not only from his goals, but from enjoying life to its fullest. If Naruto could find a way, then perhaps Sasuke could too. Perhaps he didn't have to live as he was. Sasuke was broken from his internal monologue as he spotted the telltale mop of silver hair that signified his sensei. With a deft leap, he landed at the pervert's side and caught his breath for a moment before getting Kakashi's attention. Or rather, Kakashi getting his attention. "So, had a conversation with Naruto, did you?" Sasuke gaped at him for a moment before nodding dumbly. Somehow, his sensei had been able to sense his intent without even asking. Sasuke filed that tidbit of information away for a later date. Kakashi just sighed. "I figured it would come to this." Kakashi, for once, put his book away and laid his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. With a slightly nauseating sensation, he found himself somehow at the Team 7 bridge with no one but himself and Kakashi around. He came to the conclusion that he had just been the victim of a teleportation jutsu. He saw Kakashi leaning against the bridge rail and he motioned for Sasuke to do the same. They stood in a bated silence for a few minutes before Kakashi took the initiative. "I'm sure you must have a lot of questions. And to be honest, I'm not really at liberty to give you the answers." Sasuke scowled at this. "But, what I can tell you is that Naruto is." Kakashi trailed off and got an almost faraway look in his one visible eye. "Naruto is as damaged as you are." Sasuke gaped for a moment before managing to school his expression once again. He understood that Naruto had problems, but damaged? What exactly did he mean by that? He also somewhat resented the implication that he was damaged. Kakashi sighed and looked down. "He's had a hard life. Half of the things that have happened to him, I simply can't tell you because they're classified. He's been beaten, spit on, and hated to the point of irrationality. He even..." Kakashi had a hard look in his eye and Sasuke couldn't help but gulp. "He believes that no one knows. But when Naruto was younger, he attempted to commit suicide. He was unsuccessful." But Kakashi's one eye grew even more saddened. Sasuke was stunned. The little ball of sunshine and fluff had tried to commit suicide. He had suffered enough that he had wanted to end it all. Sasuke was no stranger to that particular emotion. He had, on several occasions, attempted the same thing. He had failed miserably so. But he supposed it was something to be expected when one had such a horrible childhood as he and Naruto had. Kakashi simply stared at the water below the bridge, seemingly lost in thought. "You too. You're alike in so many ways. More than you can possibly fathom. If anyone can help you. If anyone can help him." Kakashi trailed off, leaving the end of the sentence unfinished, but very clear. He believed that Naruto and Sasuke needed each other. Sasuke wasn't inclined to disagree or agree. And that scared him slightly. Normally, he'd outright dismiss such a thing. But now. "Why? Why are you telling me all this?" Sasuke genuinely wondered why exactly it was that Kakashi saw fit to tell him such personal things about someone that by all rights, he had no rights to actually know about. Kakashi just kept his expression pensive. "If I don't tell you this, do you really think you would even consider being his friend? You're not the type to do something without a good reason." Sasuke almost cringed. Kakashi had him pegged as someone that didn't do something without there being a palpable benefit to him. The sad part of it was that he was mostly right. Sasuke just stared at the water with a schooled mask of impassivity on his visage. But inside, it was even more tumultuous than he had been before. His impassive and aloof persona was starting to lose. The Sasuke that wanted, craved a friend was clawing away at the mental barriers that Sasuke had erected around himself, and for once, Sasuke wanted to be able to be friends with the one person who could possibly ever understand him. Sasuke had but one question to ask. "Naruto." He said something about true power. He said I had to find out what it was. He hadn't phrased it as a question, but it was still interpreted as such. Kakashi just glanced his way and fixed him with the most powerful and serious gaze that he had ever been subjected to. "True power. Sasuke." Kakashi turned fully and stood up straight. "Think of the greatest heroes that this village has ever produced. Think of the most powerful men and women that you can. And tell me, what was their source of power? What gave them the strength to do what they did?" Kakashi crossed his arms and fixed Sasuke with a powerful stare, and Sasuke began his mental acrobatics to figure out what his sensei was alluding to. Right off the bat, the greatest example he could think of was the Yondaime Hokage. The man had single-handedly defeated the most powerful demon in existence through giving his own life. He had willingly sacrificed it all, simply so that his village could survive. He had cared for the village. More than his duty, it was his pride to do so, or at least, that's what the history lessons Iruka had drilled into him had said. He thought back on the other history lessons that Iruka had given him, finally finding a use for them. There was the Shodaime. A wood element user, and probably the most powerful shinobi of his time. Supposedly, he single-handedly created the forest that Konoha resides in. He had cared for his people so much that he had literally turned sand into paradise. He had moved heaven and earth so that his people could have a home. The Nidaime. Not much history was ever taught about him, but what little there was hinted at the fact that he was one of the sole reasons that Konoha had survived the Second Great Ninja War. He had supposedly even fought with a tremendously powerful opponent at what was now the Valley of the End. And won. It was said that both the Shadame and Nidame gave their lives for the sake of the village in the end. Because they cared for its people. The Sandame, known as the Professor. He had a permanent place among the greatest ninja ever to live. He supposedly knew every single jutsu, aside from bloodline types, that Konoha had ever produced, and supposedly, he was unrivaled by any except his own students. Even at an age when he should, by all standards, be retired, he still kept at his job, caring enough for his village to work himself ragged, even as old as he was. The legendary Sannin. Probably the three most powerful ninja alive, and easily the three most powerful ninja ever to be produced by Konoha, aside from the Yondaime himself. Each had played a crucial role in the Third Great Ninja War, and through their efforts, Konoha was able to persevere where other villages fell. Each had their own reason for fighting. But aside from the traitor Orochimaru, who was undoubtedly the weakest of the three, the Sannin had each preached the values of protection and defense. They had people to protect and a village to serve, and they had done it without fail, aside from the aforementioned traitor Snake. Sasuke realized that throughout all of the ninjas he had thought of, there was only one recurring theme. Each of them gained their power through the ability to serve their village and to protect those within its walls. They had gained more power than any before them, and truly, it was the basis for all that Konoha stood for. Konoha was probably the only major ninja village that actually held value on its shinobi's lives. And probably the only village that held civilians as more important than shinobi, at least in terms of priorities. Unlike other villages, Konoha evacuated the civilians into tunnels and passageways that no other village could boast. And unlike other villages, collateral damage that involved civilians was a rare occurrence. Konoha shinobi remained human. They gained power through their bonds with others. And they gained power from being able to believe in their village. Immediately in Sasuke's mind, however, was the image of his brother. Itachi was ruthless. Cold. Uncaring. He held no bonds to his village, and he held no attachments to anyone at all. And yet he had been strong enough to wipe out an entire clan of ninja in the space of one night. He hadn't believed in his village at all. Nor had he gained strength through his bonds. However, Itachi wasn't nearly as powerful as the heroes he had thought of prior to his ministrations of his brother. Would Itachi have been able to kill the Kyuubi? Could Itachi hold his own against one of the Sannin? Moreover, would Itachi have been able to take on the current Hokage if he had been pressed to on the night of his clan's death? The answer was a resounding no. Itachi was powerful. Tremendously so. But his power had come at the cost of his own humanity, and it had also come at the cost of a glass ceiling. Without his humanity, Itachi's growth probably stopped. He had nothing to gain power for. And thus, he simply allowed himself to rely on the power of his accursed Sharingan. Itachi severed his bonds and broke his attachments, and yet he was not powerful enough because of it to take on those who still had those bonds and attachments. He was still powerful. But bonds and attachments didn't weaken you. They gave you a purpose to live. They gave you the all-encompassing ability to remain human. And in doing so, you gained strength through it. You could still have your dreams, no matter how antisocial or messed up they were. But as long as you had people to rely on and friends to gain strength for, you would achieve those dreams. You didn't gain power by believing in the dream, you gained power by making friends and living life along the way. The dreams were secondary. Naruto. His dream. He thought back to what Naruto had said his dream was when they had first assembled as a team. My dream is to make this village see just exactly who I am, one way. Or another. He wanted acknowledgement, either by fear or by camaraderie. But he wanted people to acknowledge that he even existed. That was his dream. Obviously, to accomplish this dream, he needed to become powerful. But if people didn't acknowledge you anyway, why even bother? If you became powerful, but had nothing to do with that power because you had no one to fight for, what was the point? Sasuke realized with a start that Naruto did have people to fight for. He had seen how congenial and friendly Naruto had acted with the ramen shop owners, and he even treated Kakashi with respect and just a touch of familiarity. Naruto's relationship with the Hokage was obviously a deep one. They referred to each other in the most familiar of terms, at least, they had when they had gone to him to get their missions. Naruto also. Or rather, he had. Thought of Sasuke as one of those people as well. He had as much said that they were friends, and Sasuke had gone and fucked that up. Now. Sasuke didn't know what Naruto thought of him. Naruto was a different person around the people he trusted and liked. He was congenial, unreserved, and shades of the old Naruto emerged. Around those he disliked, the new Naruto reared its head fully. His new demeanor was cold, calculating, aloof. Everything that Sasuke was. And like Sasuke, he had a different side to him that he didn't show to hardly anyone. You too. You're like in so many ways. More than you can possibly imagine. If anyone can help you. If anyone can help him. Sasuke allowed himself a small smile. It wasn't unsalvageable. Naruto could. And would. Be Sasuke's friend again. He couldn't have come all this way, realized all of this. Only to have the only person that could help him. The only person that needed his help. Turn him away. Sasuke wouldn't allow it. True power was being able to fight for and help those who you considered precious. That is how the greatest of shinobi in Konoha history had gained power. That is how people continued to gain power after they had hit their natural limits. That is how the Sandaime was still able to be the Hokage and why the village of Konoha was undisputedly the most powerful village in the elemental countries. That is how he would defeat Itachi. That was his difference between him and his brother. He was about to respond to Kakashi when one last thought entered his head and caused him to frown. You too can gain the Manjikyu Sharingan. But to activate it, you must kill your closest friend. Once you have these eyes, you may face me. Sasuke nearly lost his hope at remembering his brother's words to him. The Manjikyu. The highest possible level of the Sharingan eye. Only attainable through the killing of one's best friend. The only way that Itachi had said that Sasuke could defeat him. And yet, even with the Manjikyu, Itachi still would not be able to defeat the Sannin, the Hokage, or any of the other great shinobi that Konoha boasted. The Manjikyu was a great power. But it was not the height of power. He resolved himself once again to gain power in his own way. Through finding those to protect, through finding friends. Through living. Through power. His friends. And those who you wish to protect. Sasuke found it hard to actually get the words out, but once they came, it became easier for him to wrap his mind around the concept. For his part, Kakashi was stunned. The boy had been silent for almost 5 full minutes. And his expression had gone from dark to cheerful to pensive. It had spanned a great range of emotions, but through it all, he had maintained tightly balled fists. Kakashi had been sure that his anger towards his brother would cloud his judgment too much. That his ministrations were of his brother and not of how to actually gain the power he wanted and craved. For once, Kakashi was glad to be proven wrong. Kakashi smiled at the boy and only barely contained his urge to ruffle the boy's hair. Revelation or not, Sasuke was still Sasuke. Congratulations. You've taken your first steps towards becoming a great shinobi. Kakashi gave Sasuke an eye smile and Sasuke, surprisingly, smiled back, even if just barely. Kakashi's gaze quickly became serious once again. Naruto is not the most trusting person. It takes quite a bit for him to actually count you among his true friends. But once you have proven to him that you're serious about being a friend to him. Kakashi nearly chuckled. He's easily the greatest ally you could ever hope for. He's loyal to a fault and would gladly die to protect you. Don't take advantage of that. Kakashi reached into his pouch and pulled out his book once again, turning around and walking the opposite direction from Sasuke. I have no doubts that if you are honest with Naruto, you two will become the best of friends. It's up to you to see to it that you don't mess up. With that parting shot, Kakashi poofed out of existence and Sasuke was left leaning on the railing, staring down at the babbling brook. Sasuke nearly smiled. He felt freer than he had since that day. He had a better reason for life and he had a better way of gaining power. If he played his cards right, he would also have a good friend. Sasuke chuckled and began to walk in the general direction of Naruto's apartment before he stopped cold. If you know what true power is, then come to my house tomorrow and we will train. Sasuke nearly cursed in frustration. The dope lived in a house now. With a shout of frustration, Sasuke began to run in the general direction of the village once more, aiming to find anyone who knew where the blonde-haired enigma of his team lived. His patented scowl once again adorned his face. Of course, Naruto would have to make this hard, wouldn't he? Now this was a house. Tenten stared at the decor of Naruto's home, marveling at the planning and thought that went into its design. She had never seen anything so inviting before in her life. The house was obviously well built and it was large. But unlike something like the Hyuga compound or even the Hokage's mansion, Naruto's home maintained the feel of being a home. An inviting hearth that gave you a sense of protection and belonging. The warm colors and flowing design made it seem almost soporific at times, and even though she had just been given a cursory tour, she could tell that whoever had owned this house previously had been able to pull off a minimalist approach to design, while still maintaining a warm and calm atmosphere. Shortly after having finished their belated lunch at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto had suggested that Tenten come to his house for a tour. At first, Tenten had wanted to decline. Mostly due to the fact that she felt she would be imposing. It soon became clear, however, that Naruto wasn't one to take no for an answer. They had made their way to his house in relative silence, broken only by comments here and there about the weather and other such trivialities of life. When they had arrived, Naruto had given her a cursory tour of the house, including the patio roof and the onsen. Tenten had been impressed, and she was still impressed. What's more, she had almost lost her breath at seeing the view from the patio roof over his backyard and the rest of Konoha. It was an awe-inspiring view, and it gave an almost panoramic view of the entire village that Tenten had burned into her memory. She wasn't exactly sure when she would be able to experience something like that again. Currently, she was sitting in the main living room while Naruto got them a beverage. His pet fox had chosen to rest on her lap while she lounged on the couch, and she was absent-mindedly petting it softly through the fox's contented purrs. She didn't have the mental concentration to wonder just why a fox was purring. Luckily enough for her, Naruto came back and carrying tea, and not sake. She had imbibed sake before. But she wasn't exactly a fan of the stuff. If she was going to drink alcohol at all, she preferred wines or even scotches to sake, but she never really had a chance to drink with anyone, and therefore, she didn't drink very often at all. Especially not with her team. Rock Lee was an absolute terror when he had alcohol. Something about being a drunken fist master. She hadn't quite understood Guy's rather unique explanation. Naruto set the tray down on the coffee table and took his own seat at a perpendicular angle to Tenten's own. He was now out of his body armor and sans mask, and Tenten had to wonder just what kept this boy from garnering the attention of almost every female in the town. He was obviously attractive in an almost animalistic, feral sort of way. His face was hard and mature, but with an almost boyish charm to it. She allowed herself to study Naruto thoroughly for a moment and had to fight down a blush. He was definitely attractive. He was both mature and young at the same time. He had a feral look to him that just screamed animalistic behavior. Not unlike an Inuzuka. But he certainly didn't act that way. He had deep black eyes and untamable dark blonde hair, as well as those 3 dark black cleft whisker marks on each cheek that only added to his feral appearance. He was tall and broad-shouldered for his age, but not so much that he looked like a brute. His musculature was long and sinewy and yet held bulk at the same time. All of this was covered by a dark tan that gave him an air of something that Tenten couldn't exactly place. Tenten was fighting with herself not to regain her previous fangirl ways. She had left them behind with Neji. And even though Naruto was easily more attractive than Neji was, she was still a kunoichi. She had a duty to herself before anything else, and becoming some Klingon to another boy was not doing herself a favor in that category. That didn't mean that she couldn't flirt a bit though, right? You're hot, you know that right? Tenten almost hit herself in the forehead with the butt end of her kunai. She had forgotten that when it came to boys, she didn't ever think before she spoke. Naruto just blinked at her a few times before he smiled just slightly. I've noticed that I get a lot of stares and glances from the female population of Konoha now. Quite a bit more than I ever used to. I guess I am, huh? Naruto just grinned and scratched the back of his head. Tenten repressed a groan. You're not supposed to agree with me. You're supposed to be gracious and modest and say, I am? I never knew. Do you really think so? Or something like that. Tenten fumed for a moment before she realized that Naruto had an almost grimace on his face. She immediately got somewhat serious. Naruto just looked down for a moment before he took a sip of his tea and stared at the fireplace. I don't have many social skills. To be honest. Since I was an orphan and all, I didn't really ever get the chance to learn the proper way of interacting with others. That's one of the reasons why I was so loud and obnoxious before. That was all I really knew how to do. It kept people from ever really pressing me to try to talk to them normally. Something that I just really couldn't do and still can't. Naruto took another sip of tea and glanced at Tenten, who by now had a pitying look on her face. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Naruto just quirked an eyebrow at her. Don't be. Like you said, you didn't know, so why be sorry? You wanted to learn more about me, right? Well, you're learning, aren't you? Naruto gave her a megawatt grin, and Tenten again found herself unable to resist her own smile that popped up on her face unbidden. Tenten had a passing thought run through her head and her smile turned almost mischievous. Well, that just means that I'll have to teach you. You certainly need someone to show you the ropes, and since we're friends and all, I'll take it upon myself to teach you how to be sociable. She almost sounded like Guy or Lee at that moment, and she almost cringed at the thought of being anything like those two. Naruto just stared at her for a moment before he raised an eyebrow in almost confusion. Teach me? How can you teach someone to be sociable? Isn't it a learned trait from life experiences or some such thing? You can't exactly make a class like Social Interaction 101. If they could, I'm sure Iruka would have taught it in the academy. Tenten had to suppress a sigh and a giggle at the same time. He was almost naive. You're right. You learn how to interact with others through life experiences and the such. You can't exactly teach someone, but you can sure as hell learn from their example, right? Naruto seemed to understand that almost instantly, and he set his teacup down on the table. I see. So I watch you interact with others, and by example, I figure out how to socialize. Sounds easy enough. That's basically how I learned how to act polite and stuff in the first place. I'd watch Iruka or Oji-san talking with important people and try to imitate what they were doing. Naruto nodded slightly as if agreeing with himself before he picked up his teacup again. Tenten just nodded as well. Naruto had picked that up rather well, considering his perceptive abilities were a bit lacking due to his equally as lacking social skills. She got her mind working on ideas as to how to socialize Naruto properly. Naruto stood up and collected their now empty teacups before he scurried into the kitchen and then came back out dressed once again in full battle attire. Well, I still have some time left before it gets dark. I'm going to go train for a bit. You're welcome to stick around and watch me. Naruto trailed off for a moment as if distracted. Have you forgotten me? Unless you want her to know all about me and what we do, I suggest that you ask her to leave. Kyuubi gave Naruto a somewhat serious glare in her fox form and Tenten noticed that Naruto seemed to be staring at the fox intently. Naruto thought for a moment and then sighed. On second thought. My training is a bit of a secret in and of itself. I can't allow anyone to see it. I'm sorry. His tone was truly apologetic and Tenten didn't feel nearly as put out as she thought she would. Instead, she simply gave him a small smile and nodded. I understand. If you ever need anything, just let me know, okay? Tenten stood up and set the fox down on the floor before she got up and followed Naruto to the door. He opened it and held it open like a gentleman should, once again making Tenten wonder just how much social training Naruto actually had. She paused in the doorway, a slightly curious look on her face as she gazed towards where the Hyuga compound lay. Naruto-kun. Were you expecting company? She wasn't sure, but she was pretty sure that was a Hyuga making his way towards the house. Naruto seemed perplexed for a moment before he moved out the door to get a better vantage point. Sure enough, coming down the road was what looked to be a Hyuga in the typical pale beige clothing that marked the Hyuga as a clan. Naruto frowned in confusion for a moment before he remembered that he had an open dinner invitation for this week with the Hyuga head, Hiashi. He nearly scowled. It wasn't so much an invitation as an order. I suspect that's a messenger from Hiashi-san. I have an invitation for dinner this week with him. It seems as though that invitation is for tonight. Tenten just stared at Naruto for a moment before nodding dumbly. Tenten knew that invitations to the Hyuga compound were all but orders. They expected you to come and if you didn't they'd send everything short of the entire branch house to make sure you did. It was always in the best interests of the person being invited to take them up on it as soon as possible. This wasn't exactly what was on her mind, however. She was more stunned by the fact that Naruto had an invitation to dine with the Hyuga Hiashi. Head of the entire Hyuga clan and quite possibly the second most powerful person in the village. How Naruto managed to get an open dinner invitation with him was beyond her current powers of speculation. Moreover. Was that Niji? True to what Tenten thought she saw, the telltale form of Niji made itself clear the closer he got to the house and Tenten couldn't help but gape. Hyuga Hiashi had sent the son of the head. Or rather, former head of the branch house to officially invite Naruto to dinner. The concept boggled her mind, but it seemed as though Naruto either didn't understand or didn't care about the importance of the situation. After a few more moments, Niji was now within speaking distance and he gave a cursory bow to Naruto as he glanced at Tenten only sparingly. Naruto-sama, Hiashi-sama requests your presence for dinner this night. He would be most pleased if you could make it. Tenten's jaw dropped. Naruto-sama. Niji never called anyone except for a few people from the main house and of course, the Hokage-sama. And Naruto was now part of that very slim fraternity made her almost crazy with curiosity. Naruto seemed to be resigned to his fate. You may tell Hiashi-san that I'll be there. Niji nodded tacitly and gave another cursory bow to Naruto before he nodded his head only slightly in Tenten's direction and began to walk off towards the compound again in the same stiff and formal posture that all Hyuga maintained. Tenten saw Naruto's shoulders droop slightly and he let out a shuddering sigh. Well, there goes a fair portion of my training time. I only have a few hours before they start dinner. He sighed again. I guess I'll just work on. I'll work on non-demanding things. Naruto almost hit himself on the forehead. It wouldn't do for him to suddenly start talking exactly about what he was working on. Telling people what jutsu he knew was fine, but telling someone about the flow or about his particular brand of chakra training would be detrimental. Tenten seemed to shake herself from her daze and once again nodded dumbly to Naruto. I understand. I'll get out of your hair. Drop by the shop again sometime. Tenten gave Naruto her best impression of a Naruto grin and bounded off, leaving Naruto with a genuine smile on his face. Kyuubi, now in human form, ushered Naruto in and just smiled at him. See? I told you having friends wouldn't be a bad thing. She was nearly smirking. Naruto just gave her a disarming smile that made her gape at him. It was a smile full of happiness, sadness and every other emotion the boy was feeling at the moment. For once, Kyuubi. He plopped himself down on the recliner and closed his eyes for a moment. I'm glad I was wrong. Sasuke could almost feel it. Every time he came here to his parents' gravesite, it was as if he could feel his parents around him. There was no Itachi, there was no clan massacre, there was just him and his parents and silence. It was probably the only place Sasuke had left where he could find true solace. After searching for Kakashi or Iruka or that bun-haired girl, or anyone he knew that knew where Naruto lived, he had given up the search and just resigned himself to meeting the dope. Naruto, he reminded himself. The next day at the training ground. He would surely show up and he could then begin the arduous task of becoming the blonde's friend. Sasuke smiled. If anyone would have asked him even a few hours ago if he considered Naruto a friend, he would have sneered at them and went on his way. Now. He sincerely hoped that soon he would be able to answer in the affirmative. Sasuke almost chuckled. It seemed as though he was pulling off the same miraculous transformation that the dope had. Except. In reverse to his. Balance. That's what they would give each other. Sasuke's nature would be offset by Naruto's and vice versa. Yin and yang, dark and light. Hopefully, they would become knife family to one another. Sasuke wasn't so stuck up to believe that family was simply blood bonds. They both needed family. Naruto had never had one, and Sasuke had lost his in a gruesome manner. They were both tragic examples of human nature, and both of them held in sadness and grief that they refused to show outwardly. The more Sasuke thought about it, the more he realized just how true Kakashi's words were. They truly were so much alike. It was almost frightening. Sasuke blew out the incense that burned at the small shrine above his parents' graves and offered a small prayer before he walked off towards his home. He sported a small genuine smile. He was sure this is what his parents would have wanted. He would live his life, free of regrets, and when the time came, he would kill Itachi. But by his own power, not Itachi's brand thereof. He didn't have to follow in his brother's footsteps. He'd just find a new brother. As Naruto let the water cascade down his now less aching body, he contemplated just how hard learning Ryudo was going to be. For the past 3 hours, Naruto had been training, for the first time, with his sword, within the Ryudo. He had been forced by Kyuubi to maintain his chakra field and levitation, while at the same time drawing his sword and getting into a relaxed Kenjutsu stance. He then performed what everyone who learns swordsmanship learned before anything else. How to properly swing the damn thing. This, of course, entailed about 2.5 hours of swinging his sword downward, upward, right, left, diagonally and finally, in a sweeping motion, all the while maintaining his hold on the field. Kyuubi said that it was to build muscle memory, as well as to get him used to holding the field. But Naruto quietly thought that Kyuubi was simply letting out her inner sadist. Either way, it seemed to have done the job. Well, Kyuubi hadn't allowed him to use Kage Bunshin for the exercise. She said that since it was physical, they wouldn't help. He had still managed to make rather good progress. The sword actually felt right in his hands, and if Kyuubi told him to slash in a diagonal pattern and then sweep horizontally, he was sure he could do it rather easily and without actually having to think about it too much. Muscle memory indeed. Apparently, training in the Ryudo was to be his new physical exercise. While his Bunshin were now free to learn jutsu, control and other such things, he would now be learning the physical aspects of the Ryudo, as well as getting used to actual movements within the flow itself. This, Naruto was sure, was going to be the hardest to get used to. Moving within the flow. He wasn't exactly sure how to phrase it. It was as if you were encapsulated in your own little pocket of existence, free from the bounds of movement that the regular world threw at you. Kyuubi explained it as simply taking the limiters off of regular human movement. Negating air friction, negating ground friction. For all intents and purposes, making you completely and totally smooth. If you ran into a tree, you would simply flow around that tree. The field would repel it and allow you to simply glide to the other side around it, exactly like water. If you jumped, you wouldn't have to come down until you wanted to, or you ran out of chakra. Whichever came first, not unlike a waterfall, in a sense. Kyuubi hadn't exactly said that he would be able to fly, but then again, she hadn't outright denied it either. She had also said that it would take years of training to reach anything near an expert's proficiency in the flow. Well, he would undoubtedly get the hang of it and probably get to an intermediate level. Which she assured him was still very powerful. She had also said that it would then take even more time to reach mastery. She wasn't even contemplating that he would be able to master it within the next 20 years, and she thought that it would be at least his late teens before he actually reached an expert level. Naruto had of course scoffed at her lack of faith in him, but even he was logical enough to see that this would take time to learn. It simply couldn't be helped. On the bright side, his Kage Bunshin could now be devoted almost entirely to the pursuit of chakra control, jutsu mastery, and something that Naruto had taken a new interest in. Hand seals. Naruto had found a rather interesting book in the basement that dealt almost exclusively with theory and practice behind hand sealing. Seeing as how Kyuubi knew nothing of the entirely human practice, it was up to him to learn and to a certain extent teach Kyuubi what they were all about. What he had learned thus far was more than enough to get him completely interested in the entire practice. Hand sealing was the basis for all jutsu that human beings used. Well, almost all jutsu. Hand sealing controlled the direction, flow, strength and overall purpose of chakra within the body, allowing for certain jutsu to be used in a certain way. For an example, Naruto thought of the Dichotomy. The hand seals for that jutsu controlled the conversion of his chakra to wine chakra, it controlled the general speed of the chakra, and it controlled the shape. It was up to the user to be able to supply the necessary chakra for the jutsu itself, as well as focus enough on the jutsu for it to be activated. In the higher level jutsu, the conversion had to be performed by the user themselves. The hand seals covered the more complex issues of speed, shape and amount. This led Naruto to conclude that if he were able to truly learn what hand seals did, how they did it, and which hand seals did what, that he would be able to create completely new jutsu at some point. Not only that, but he may very well be able to enhance existing ones or streamline certain chakra actions. When it came to hand seals, the possibilities were nigh endless. Naruto finished his shower and dried off, dressing in the closest facsimile to dress clothes as he had available to him. It consisted of a red traditional male kimono and a black obi, both of which were entirely too large for him. With some creative folding and some clothing tacks he found, he was able to get it to fit his smaller frame, but he imagined that at some point he needed to go clothes shopping again. Strapping his kunai holster to the inside of his thigh. Hiding it as well as he could. And tying his forehead protector around his neck, he made his way out the front door, leaving Kyuubi in human form to snooze on the couch. Dinner at the Hyuga's was certainly going to be an interesting experience. Hyuga Hinata was nervous. This was not unusual. Hinata was nervous almost all the time, and especially so when it involved her father, her sister, or family functions in any way. She was downright scared of her father, and she knew that her sister didn't exactly see her in a positive light. Even though she was cordial and polite to her most of the time. This time, it was a dinner to host a family friend as her father had put it. She had no clue as to who the guest was. Her father had refrained from telling anyone. But she had no doubts that it was probably some faraway dignitary that knew her father through some distant relation. Or some such thing. Family dinners like this often were held for pompous and arrogant important people from around the Fire Country and sometimes even out of the Fire Country. Hinata was expected to be present for them as a matter of courtesy, and her sister was there just because she was her sister. They also served the unenviable position of being the token eye candy for anyone who would visit. She knew that her father disliked that particular aspect of their job, but he had no real choice in the matter. It was simply the way of noble families. She almost had to suppress a shudder. She couldn't count on both hands and feet the number of times a visiting dignitary had leered at her or her sister lecherously, and she had been forced to simply smile and blush as a good little female should. It was one of the few things that served to actually piss her off. She could even recall one time where a dignitary had had the audacity to ask her father, rather drunkenly, if he could spend the night with the one with tits and her sister. The sight hadn't been pretty. The dignitary hadn't been important enough to be patient with at that point, and Hiashi had nearly Jayukened the man to death. As it was, he had been rushed to the hospital with multiple tenketsu being completely destroyed, and Hiashi had nearly charged the hospital in an attempt to liquefy the man's brain. Hinata almost smiled at that. Her father may not be the most kind and caring man in the world, but no one could say that he wasn't protective of his daughters. This time, however, Hinata was almost curious. Her father was strangely happy. He had a spring in his step that she hadn't seen for quite some time, and he hadn't scolded her for being weak all day. In fact, it seemed as though her father was almost anticipating the dinner, and the last time that it happened was when they had hosted the Hokage himself. That had been years ago, though. She was broken from her thoughts as to who the mystery guest could be as a branch house member knocked on the door to their eating area and announced that he was here. Hiashi's face lit up, causing both sisters to look at each other with confused expressions before Hiashi told the guard to let him in and show him to the dining room. The guard acknowledged and whisked himself away, only to reappear a few minutes later with another, shorter shadow standing to his left. The door swung open to reveal the guard and his guest, and with a deep bow, the guest gave his respects to Hiashi and made his way to the last opening available, giving Hinata and Hanabi their first unobstructed views of the mystery man. He was taller than Hinata by at least 4 inches and taller than Hanabi by almost a full foot. His bright yet darker blonde hair flowed almost like fur on his head, and 3 dark whisker marks adorned each cheek. His dark black eyes accentuated his tanned skin, and his red kimono, although obviously too large for him, gave him an aura of almost authority. He sat down in the traditional manner and bowed his head towards Hanabi and Hinata before giving a small smile to Hiashi. Hiashi grinned, making Hanabi almost shudder. But Hinata was strangely quiet. Hanabi looked over to her sister to find her face flush red and her hands clutching her own kimono rather tightly. Before she could ask just what was wrong, Hiashi spoke. "It's good that you could make it, Naruto-san. I believe you already know my daughter Hinata, but allow me to introduce you to Hanabi, my youngest." Naruto turned to Hanabi and gave another cursory head bow, noticing that Hanabi returned it somewhat confused. Naruto then turned to Hinata and gave a bright and glowing smile that almost made Hanabi blush. "Hi Hinata. You remember me from the academy, right?" Naruto just continued to smile as Hinata looked on towards Naruto. Before she fainted. Thank you for watching this video, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.